At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Often known as the second best team in the UK, today they take that away from Team Secret.
And that's it. Navi, they know the secret. They take them down. Two-time Premiership champions.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Rainbow Six Siege ESL Premiership powered by Intel. It is Halloween, I am scared of spiders, I've got one right in front of me and I'm trying to keep away from it as much as I can because I don't even like toy ones, let alone real ones, but I just have to make do, sadly. I am Lethal, joined again by Ollie and Tim, and guys, we've got some cracking but scary matches coming up later on today.
The set is looking delightful. I think that the production have done a great job here setting it all up. Even got a little 6 carved into the pumpkin as well. So really getting into the spirit of things tonight for Halloween.
Does that tilt you, Harry?
It actually does. Like literally, I've been trying to like scoop away for like quite a long time now, and I'm not even a fan of toy ones. I'm just not that kind of guy, really, guys. You know, it's just one of those things, really. But yeah, enough about what I'm scared of at the moment. We've got the Halloween event, which has been going on over last week, and we've still got a week long more to go until November 6th. And guys, have you managed to play much of it at all? I've only played a few rounds myself, but I'm sure you guys have been smashing it a little bit.
Yeah, it's been very enjoyable. I think we got a good little strat down, didn't we?
Yeah, there's strats to be had. It depends how seriously you want to take it, Harry. But, you know, we went in deep. We got the old tactical whiteboard out. We got some strats drawn up. We've got a really strong initiation defence. You know, we'll take all comers on there. No problem.
They've been 5-stacking it.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
You've got to 5-stack it.
There's no other option. You cannot win that solo on defence. But it's a lot of fun. Yeah, I think it's I really like the special events. You know, we've been fortunate enough to meet one or two of the team who make them, and they're really passionate about it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just, I think, a really good way of just freshening up the game. I think it's great.
And for anyone who hasn't actually played it at home, let's have a look back and see what this Halloween event is all about.
Hidden within a dark castle lives a man whose strange experiments have unleashed unspeakable horrors. Now, within these walls, roam creatures more shocking, more brutal, and more terrifying than the human mind can comprehend. For each hammer, there is a trap, and for each trap, there is only death. This fall, 5 monsters, 5 hunters, 1 endless night of horror. Welcome to the Doctor's Curse.
And there we have it. We've still got a week long to go to actually take part in that, so make sure you get yourselves some play time in there. And what I was going to say was as well with you, Ollie, you actually went to the Doctor's Curse event in London, one of the Ubisoft social events. How was that?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. We got to play the game mode in a bit more of like a LAN environment, if you will, sat next to everybody. And we were still, you know, we were tryharding, we were 5-stacking again. The initiation strat was getting thrown out there. But no, it was really good. There was loads of fancy dress. It was a very enjoyable evening.
Sounds like great stuff. Sadly we couldn't do it because we actually had some Premiership to do on this, so we can actually get involved in that. But never mind. But let's have a look at yesterday's results because there were some cracking matches going on and it went tooth and nail, especially with the first two. And we thought Audacity and Winning Rain may get the first win under their belt somehow, but no, we can't separate these two teams. At least they get a point on the board for each team anyway. But every single game was very close, and it will be today as well.
Yeah, we saw some cracking games yesterday. The standout for me, I mean, we've talked about it. We talked about it a lot yesterday. It was this first game on Border, and it just goes to show the level of the competition that we've got now within the Premiership. It's been increasing slowly but surely as the seasons have been progressing. But you can see there the top teams just fighting it out even as hard as the bottom teams. So doing a really good job. Yeah,
it was a fantastic day. Those, as you say, I think the two opening games to begin with were a little bit of a surprise package for us. Really, we knew that the teams were going to go at each other, and go at each other they did. That first game, like you say, Sonny carries. What about that kayak? Defence from underneath on the smoke to stop the plant.
It was incredible.
We saw a really high level of play, and it just really goes to speak. We look at the league, and there is, a great differential when we come to have a look at the standings. We can see there's a top half and a bottom half to this league, but the quality down at the bottom half is certainly not short of excellent.
Yeah, we literally can't separate these teams until this week. They've been, like I mentioned before, it's very close stacked. The top, even with three of the teams, they were joint second at one stage, and as you can see there, Na'Vi, no shock there, top of the table with M&M slowly behind him, but they haven't had a loss either. But will they when they play against Na'Vi in our first game, which we'll talk a little bit about later, or make sure of. But look at those relegation spots. Three teams trying to stay out of that danger zone there, and it really is going to be close leading up to that final day, I reckon.
It's neck and neck for the three teams at the bottom there. We've got Exilium, Wind and Rain and Audacity, and you can see there's not a great deal separating them. Little bit of round difference, but aside from that, same points. They're all struggling. So they're on that home stretch now, and they need to get themselves out of that relegation spot.
I've been on edge all day waiting for tonight's games because I just know that they're going to be as good as they were yesterday. This is the thing. We're now in that spell where we commented on it last night. Top teams are playing top teams. Bottom teams are playing bottom teams. These games mean an awful lot, and we're seeing a really even matching quality, and that's what created great games yesterday, and it's going to do the same tonight. You mark my words, we'll have at least two 12-rounders again today.
Well, if it's you two, then I'm not really too much. I'm not really surprised there, in all fairness. But we definitely did know that this week and next week are going to be the most important games, but also the closest. But if you guys want to come down to the Manchester Bowler Exhibition Centre to see the Siege Prem finals, make sure you head over to esl.im/R6S finals. Make sure you get it before they're sold out, because if they are sold out, not my problem. I've given you plenty of opportunity, but make sure you try and get yourself down there. There's free play, watch all the best teams in the UK take part, and all the bits and bobs as well. Even some of the ESL shops as well, if you want to get some merchandise there. But now we have to get to the nitty-gritty, guys, I think, because soon when we have Na'Vi playing first against M&M, should be some cracking stuff. But before we head on, we've got our socials. Make sure you follow us at ESL UK, or you've got anything you want to tell us, or one of Tim's jazzy shirts, hashtag ESL Prem, and let us know what you think. But not only that, we have Facebook, we have Instagram, ESL UK, ESL.UK. But last but not least, we do have ESL UK on YouTube, and you head over to ESL.im/Rainbow6. But here we go, back to our first match. It isn't going to be the hot match, I think, to talk about, because we'll look at that later on. But this one is definitely going to be one to look forward to, because we have to see how well now M&M can do against Na'Vi.
Yeah, they're going to have a tough task tonight. We saw M&M playing yesterday, and there was a little bit of a question, really, as to could they have finished that a little bit stronger. They did really struggle out in those last couple of rounds, so they're going to want to change that up today, and they're going to have to bring their A-game against Na'Vi, because as we've seen so far, and as I think most people expect now, Na'Vi are looking very strong indeed.
I was so impressed with M&M yesterday. I've obviously seen them playing through the Prem so far. They seem to be going from strength to strength. There's new names there that we really haven't heard of that are bursting onto the scene. Darts, Drac, both spring to mind. Packbull as well had a fantastic game. But it's not fair to just pick those three out. They all did. The entire team did. And I think we're going to see more of the same tonight. I think what we've seen there is they've come up against a good team yesterday and they've raised the game. So they're coming up against a better team today. So what are they going to do? It's time to raise it even further, boys. And that's not to suggest that they're just, there might be a turnover, there might be a surprise. There always could be. It's Siege, there always could be. But even if there's not, maybe it's 7-4, maybe it's 7-5, maybe they're the team that start pushing them closer.
Well, you thought yesterday's games were ridiculous, then There's going to be no changes, actually. Every single game today is also going to be crazy, but the one to watch out for, the match to watch, is definitely going to be Fierce versus Arm with the Boys. Again, trying to battle for that second place spot. But don't forget that first one we mentioned a little bit earlier, but Audacity and Wind and Rain, will they get their first win?
Someone's got to do something in that game, because we've seen that the teams at the bottom of that table, they're really fighting for position. They're, you know, they're jostling shoulder to shoulder, if you will. And I think that'll be an equally as good game as well. But for me, Fierce Iron with the Boys, I think Iron with the Boys have got a heck of a lot to prove today after their performance yesterday. Definitely, because let's look at Fierce and Iron with the Boys anyway. This is the one we need to really pay attention to, because the top 4 are the ones banding out with each other for the next 3 play days. We saw the start of it yesterday, and with Fierce we saw, you know, a bit of potential here and there. They didn't have much of a good attack afterwards, but they took 3 rounds of Na'Vi. But against Iron with the Boys, this is the one. This is the game they really need to win, or the next 2 solidify that second place spot.
It was a funny one for Fierce yesterday. We know they're a good team. They've got some really solid players, and they really did look like they were stretching Na'Vi. They really were pushing them, and it just seemed like it dropped off at a point. We had that rush onto Garage. I think the best way I could describe it would be, it looked as if they had somewhere to be. You know, we just need to get this game done. Just start. You know, I didn't understand it yesterday. I think if they showed us more of what they did in the first half of that game, up to the point where they were 4-3, then I think, you know, it's going to be a rough night potentially for Arm with the Boys, because they really were very solid up to that point.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange one, but let's look at Arm with the Boys now. As you may have noticed yesterday, that was their first true test. They did lose 7-3 against M&M, and bit of a strange one, but we had a lot of potential with them as well. They did draw against Sonic Carries, which is a bit of a blip for them at that stage, but they have to beat Fierce here, and if they don't, they then have to play Na'Vi next week. It's a tall order, but if they get the win underneath their belt, it might give a little bit of momentum following the next week.
Yeah, now's not the time to be slacking for Iron with the Boys. They had a decent start, like you say, bit of a slip up against Sunny Carries going 6-6. That's a game we would have expected Iron with the Boys to win, but now they've got the 2 most difficult games coming up, and you know, they've really got to do something. They've got to bring their A game tonight, and I think a little bit of, you know, sort of mental triggering, if you will. They just seemed to lose their edge a little bit last night in Clubhouse, and I hope that tonight they're able to keep things together a little bit more.
I think what they need to remember as well is that finals is not guaranteed for them. You know, they're going to be going into the playoffs. There's a very good chance of that. There's only one team going to get that second spot, and as it stands, M&M have taken the lead in that race. So finals is not guaranteed. They're going to have to come through a playoff, so the better position they can get, the better seeding they get. Technically, you would suggest the easier match they're going to get. So it is still all to play for. Like you say, they need to make sure that they don't switch off. They need to apply their experience and do everything they can to get the wins.
Yeah, they want to try and avoid playoffs as much as they can, because at least even in the top 2, they don't have to worry about it. They can even save what needs to be done for the finals if they get straight through. But it's a very, very difficult task. But let's go to that first match, M&M versus Na'Vi. Now, M&M have been doing incredibly well throughout all the play days. Even yesterday against Iron with the Boys, we did not expect it. The only weaknesses I'd probably say right now is that the strategies they use, they repeat it again and again. Okay, fair enough, don't fix what ain't broken, but Na'Vi's going to pick up on that.
Na'Vi will pick up on that, and it's something that they're going to be more than prepared and more than happy, I think, to deal with. M&M are going to have to be bringing multiple strategies. We saw it in the interview yesterday, where they were talking, saying, you know, we have got plan B, we have got plan C, but if plan A is working, we're going to stick with that. Well, I think we're going to have to see a couple more plans today coming through from M&M, because, you know, once Na'Vi get a read of you and they figure out how you're playing, you're not going to be able to pull it off round after round.
No, I think you've hit the nail on the head there. That's the thing. You know, you've talked the talk. You know, do you walk the walk now?
Yeah. Open the book.
Unfortunately, boys, you know, you've come into the interview and, you know, I'm sure that you're right in what you're saying, and I'm sure that you have got multiple options. You're going to need to use them. What I'm going to tell you now, I'm going to give you this one for free. Just because...
Cheers, mate.
No, absolutely not a problem. Just because something works tonight, I'd suggest probably not trying it again, because it's not going to work the same, rinse and repeat. So they're not even in that situation where they can necessarily just think, if plan A is working, keep doing it, because the likelihood is Na'Vi are going to switch on to that very, very quickly.
If they have multiple strategies, Ollie, I kind of felt like with them, if you're going to do it from the start. Don't do it when there's 30 seconds left, because we saw that a numerous amount of times. And it's a little bit of a weird one, but they say they have some backups here and there, but they need to do it from the get-go and plan it before the round even starts, not towards the end.
Yeah, and timing is going to be a really crucial factor tonight for M&M. They don't want to be using that clock too much on attack. They want to be making good use of the early round, get all the drone work out of the way, figure out the execute, and then start to work towards site. Because if you start wasting time on the attack against a team like Navi, they're just going to punish you for it. You know, you can't afford to be wasting those vital seconds.
Especially, like you say, on attack. The last thing that you want to do, you know, we saw it happen yesterday, is have to rush a defensive side of Navi's, because you've got players like Nello in there who's an absolute expert in the objective, and he's going to, I'm not saying, you know, I know he's not necessarily RGLing, but what he is he's in control of those objectives. There's that much is clear. So as soon as that rush starts coming, a player like Nello is going to recognise very quickly, A, where it's coming from, and B, that it's happening, and that call out is going to go poof through the team very quickly, and you're going to come unstuck because all guns are going to be on you. So yeah, you're right, you've got to use your time wisely. You cannot be pushing in the last 15-20 seconds.
And this is the problem, you know, for M&M. With Navi, they are one of those teams where they can adapt so quickly, and even mid-game, sometimes with some teams, fair enough, like it takes them an overnight job to figure out what happened and then go through, but they'll figure out within the 1 or 2 rounds of the game. They don't muck around here. But let's look at the picks and bans anyway. I'm going to start with you, Tim, because you had such a great start yesterday. Hopefully you can continue this time.
3.9 out of 4, I believe.
Yes, it is, exactly. But tell me your first thoughts. Let me pick your brains a bit.
Well, we've got Consulate and Clubhouse off the table there. I discussed yesterday about Navi's map selections. They've been reasonably limited through the season, and I think there probably is an element of Pro League finals coming up there where they're avoiding playing, you know, maps maybe that they're looking to play there. Who knows? I'm sure that, you know, they may agree or disagree with that. I would suggest we might see Cafe or Coastline here. That'd be the two that I'd be looking towards. They've been the ones they haven't been tend to taking out of the rotation. Personally, I'd say Coastline.
I think it probably makes a bit more sense, because with Caf, Navi, you know, it's a good duo, and I'm pretty sure that M&M will try to avoid that at all costs. Yeah,
they'll probably try and avoid Cafe. My prediction gets a little bit easier now because we've got a bit more to go at as Bank.
I love it every time the bans come out.
Bank and Border there going to be getting removed. I can get behind a Coastline pick. I think that's a likely place that we're going to be going toward. Yeah, I think Coastline. I don't think we'll see a Cafe, but Navi on Cafe, it's just something that you don't want to do.
I'd be surprised if M&M didn't ban it out. I think
that's going to be their next ban.
No, there you go. They've allowed it through. So
we tried.
I'm still going for that's at least half a win.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're giving two predictions,
points coming from every week, it's like someone gets a half a point, someone gets half a point. Where's half a points coming from?
I'll give the points, Harry.
Okay, you can be the decider of your own matches.
I'll give myself the points. Okay.
just to make yourself feel better, because you are stat man, aren't you? You are the stat city, aren't you?
There's only me that's got to sleep. So as long as I can be happy with what I've scored, that's all fine.
Well, we've seen a lot of CAF during the first part of the week. We've seen Navi play a lot of CAF in Pro League as well. But how do you think M&M will do here? Because we've seen some weird attacks from Navi where they'll just go straight through into a crossfire, not care, get the even at the disadvantage, they'll still win it. How do you feel like M&M will actually do here, Ollie?
I think on the attack specifically, M&M need to be conscious of taking enough map control, because when you leave players like Citizen out there on the roam, unchecked, unchallenged, he's going to come back to bite you. Same goes for someone maybe like Save. Same goes for a number of the players over on Navi.
Any of the players.
Anyone other than Nello, because you know Nello's going to be in the site. But yeah, M&M need to thorough roam clear, and then on the defensive rounds, I'd suggest you play a little bit aggressively, because you know we've seen that Cafe can be quite prescribed in the way that it's attacked onto. So a bit of unpredictability could go a long way tonight for M&M.
Totally agree. I think it's very easy when talking about Navi in these sort of terms to get carried away with how they're just going to destroy everything and win everything, and you know they're going to win every gunfight. It's not necessarily the case. The game is there, rounds are there to be won, the game is there to be challenged. I think if, as you say, M&M can go in, the best thing they can do is not play scared. Don't play scared. As you said yesterday, and what Fierce started doing, play your game, know what you want to do, go in and do it, regardless of which, you know, just because you're coming up against Citizen, it doesn't matter. You're coming up against a Roma, pinch him, clear him out like you would do anybody else. And I think if they can do that, then they might have a little bit of joy.
One question that I want to think about with M&M as well, the difference between the other top 4 teams is the fact that as soon as they have an advantage or they can smell it in some way, they will take it, and they're very, very aggressive. I'm a little bit worried that if they don't play their own game, we see a little bit of more passive play, maybe a bit more strategical elements there, maybe slow and methodical. Will it be the same M&M? Do you reckon they'll play a little bit more cautious because they're playing against Na'Vi now? I hope they don't, but I'm just hoping they play their own game, Ollie.
I think it's something that we do talk about quite a lot when you see a team that's maybe going in at what appears to be a disadvantage against a team like Na'Vi who is expected to win the fixture. We always talk about playing your own game of Siege and playing your own version of Siege and not getting dragged into how Na'Vi want to play. And it is just so important because you can see a stark contrast as when teams actually play their own game and stick to what they know, stick to what they've practiced, as opposed to getting dragged in and then playing Navi's version a little bit too much. So yeah, for M&M, they really need to stick to the guns, stick to how they want to play tonight, because that's what they've practiced and that's what they've built up to. So it's the best strategy, I think, moving forward, as opposed to getting dragged into what Na'Vi want you to do, because they will drag you in and they will bait you, and they're going to catch you off guard.
In Siege, the aggressor often wins. If we look at it at a basic level, whoever challenges the angle, whoever pushes the staircase, whoever is on the front foot tends to win. So that's why I say M&M here, if they play shy, if they play timid, they'll probably lose, because without a doubt, Citizen, Saves, Kendrew will all play on the front foot and they will come at you. So you need to be meeting them. It needs to be essentially an unstoppable force, immovable object. You need to meet them with as much force as they meet you, otherwise you're going to lose probably 7, 8, 9 out of 10.
Yeah, I'd always find it's a little bit of an interesting question, because we see so many teams where if they're playing against a tier 1 squad in any game really, you just all of a sudden realise that their style of play just completely different. They're just play slow and methodical because they're just a little bit carefree of what's going on, and which is understandable in some respect, because there's such a big skill gap. Is there a big skill gap? We'll find out in a second. But M&M, will they be the first team, Tim, where someone might actually take more than 3 rounds off Na'Vi?
I think they could be. I think when you look at that skill gap there, as I say, these players that we're seeing for M&M are relatively new to the competitive arena for Siege at this level. But seeing them yesterday, very, very good. They were winning individual gunfights against good players. Make no mistake. And I'm not saying they made it look easy. They didn't make it look easy, but they were winning tough fights. So personally, yes, there is a skill gap there. There's no point saying that there's not. But is it as big as we think it is? I think it's considerably smaller than playing against me, for example. I think...
Well, we'll find out now anyway.
We'll find out in a minute.
But let us know who you think is going to win this match. Make sure you head over to @ESL UK and vote in our poll. But that's enough from me. We're going to get the first match underway, and I'm going to pass it over to Ollie and Tim with game number 1.
Thank you very much indeed, Harry. Let's get stuck into things tonight. We're going to be seeing M&M versus Na'Vi. Big fixture this evening, big fixture for M&M. We're going to be throwing down on Cafe, and as is the norm at this moment, something that we've been very used to seeing throughout Siege at every level, is Capital is going to be the first attacker band, with Nomad coming in as the second. A little bit interesting. Not something that we see all the time. Typically, you're going to want to try and remove 1 hard breacher, as 2 hard breachers, in my opinion, can be quite useful attacking onto Cafe. There's a good number of walls that you're going to want to get open, especially if you're going to be attacking onto that top floor. So having both hard breachers available could be a bit of an advantage for these attackers. Mirror coming out as the first defender ban, and I think at this moment in time, we're pretty confident this is going to be the Echo.
Interesting to see M&M come out and ban Nomad. Says 2 things to me.
Oh, I'm wrong.
One, it says they're not scared of allowing the roam game, which shows some confidence, which I like, but it also suggests that they are going to use a roam game. So again, we're not going to see turtle defences, and this is what I said coming into this. I want to see some aggression from them. I want to see them being prepared to get into this match, take fights and win them. And that to me suggests that that is the mentality that they've got by banning out that Nomad, because the rotations are going to largely be open and going to be free. We can see they're going to bring the Jackal in, so as much as, the rotations are possible, they're almost sort of encouraging people onto the roam by taking the Nomad off, but they're then going to bring the Jackal there, and I can see a knock pick coming in as well, which is an interesting one.
It's a bold lineup from M&M.
I'm excited so far.
That's the lineup you take if you want to say, we're going to roam clear this map in the first 40 seconds, and then just going to pressure the site, because they've got the Jackal, they've got the Dockerby, they've got the knock. they've got everything that they need there to really effectively roam clear. And if they're going to try and clear that bottom floor, get some flank drones in place, get some claymores knocking around, then they could be in a good place. My only criticism, if you're going to ban out the Nomad, it could be worth bringing the gridlock. We do see a lot of gridlock play here on Cafe. Just choking off those staircases, choking off that rotation back onto site can be very, very crucial, especially when you've got players that are more than willing to get out there and stretch the legs on their own.
10 seconds remaining.
Heading into the action phase there, we can see Citizen on the Mozzie. That is something that's going to need to be dealt with. I can guarantee almost that Citizen and Saves are going to be playing downstairs, and as I say that, Citizen is already heading in that direction. The likelihood is he's going to be playing around that wheel room and the train room, looking for the nitro toss, because all of the large piano room at the bottom left of your screen there has got a destructible floor, and it is very, very popular to get those nitro tosses onto the ceiling underneath and to just see if you can pick up a kill or two once the attackers get themselves lodged in there. Nello with an early kill there. We can see real aggression from Saves on the jump out there. I'm going to guess that that's a Valkyrie cam, and we even get to see the cam that fed him the information. That's going to be a harsh lesson learnt quickly for M&M, that they're going to have to be very, very cautious and aware of that sort of utility. But Nathan moves in and gets a great 2K onto Citizen and Saves, taking the roam game off the board. That now leaves us 3 versus 3. Navi back up on the top floor. What can M&M do from here?
It's an explosive minute of the round there, with kills going in either direction, and Nathan there managing to just grab his team back to an equal man count. He's now going to want to do a bit of drone work and just get themselves together as a team, start working in pairs if possible. He's going to be looking now to push onto these white stairs, but he is going to be greeted with a shotgun there. I do believe it's Nello that's going to be playing that close angle. It's not something that you're going to want to challenge onto all too aggressively, as we all know at this point how effective Nello can be. You can actually see the laser sight on the left-hand side of the wall, as he does know that Nello is going to be holding that angle. Dat's going to grab one in the meantime onto Kendrew, and well, it's looking pretty good for M&M at this moment in time. But this Mexican standoff that's going on the screen right now is going to really influence the round, because this is essentially still tying Nello up. So 2 of the M&M attackers are going to be able to go and pressure onto Pi. Dat's now making his way through that piano, just peeking onto the top of white stairs. The information is being traded between the M&M guys now, and they know that there's still Nello playing in on the white stairs. Peeks come through on both sides, but no shots are traded. This is where M&M just start to falter a little bit, and the double push comes up through white, and Pi's going to get that opening kill. Just getting this back to a 2 versus 2, and now it's very doable once again. Shots again exchanged in either direction. Nathan's on a triple. The diffuser has started to go down. Nathan thirsting for this last kill. He's going to get a 4K on the round. Huge moves coming out from M&M there to pick up round 1 against Navi.
Message sent. Message delivered. M&M coming out big there, taking 2 early deaths on the round. Early aggression from Saves on that Valkyrie, going for the jump out on the east side and being very successful with it. But how about that from Nathan? Comes in with a quad kill. This is what I said. They cannot play scared. They have to be willing to go into these gunfights. And I think it's fair to say Nathan wasn't scared during that round. He was more than willing to take them. He's gone and taken on single-handedly Saves and Citizen on the roam. That is 2 of the best roamers in Siege at the minute. And Nathan has gone and challenged both of them downstairs and taken them both off the board. What a message, and what a game we've potentially got on our hands.
The thing is, in the first 30 seconds of that round, when we saw Nathan with the jump out, I'm not sure where Nello got the shotgun kill onto. I can only think it was someone on Repel on the east side. But I just thought, here we go, Navi are here to play. Saves is already jumping out. It's 30 seconds into the game. You know, we're going to see a bit of a whitewash here, but Nathan just said enough is enough and got a quick 2K and just turned the entire ship around. You can see no real surprises there in the poll. Navi having quite a considerable following at 80% to take this game. But I'm sure that the first round, well, I don't think anyone was really expecting that to come out.
I think the 13% are going to be about as excited as I am at this minute in time. I mean, you all know how excited I get about Siege. I just love watching it, whatever the game, it really doesn't matter. But that first round going in favour of M&M in that fashion has absolutely fired me up for this fixture now. And I genuinely think I'm not going to go in too early here and say that we've got an upset on the cards, because that's still a long way away. The next couple of rounds are going to be very important, but if M&M can keep themselves in touch at least, and, you know, maybe win one of the next 2 rounds, or, you know, one of the next 3 rounds, that's a skinny angle, but Packbull will just not be able to make it round to get the shots on to the Navi player there. But yeah, if they can get themselves another round in the next couple, then I tell you what, it's game on. And who else but Nathan coming in and taking another one of those big Navi fraggers off the board. That's Pie taken down with a headshot. Kendrew will move in, one onto Drac, but meanwhile Jonker gets a kill onto Citizen. And that's the feeling that I'm getting here from M&M, is that they're just trading out every time, willing to just grind that man advantage.
How's Nathan got himself established inside of Freezer at this moment in time? The man is a machine. He's inside of Freezer. He's got angles for days. He doesn't. I don't think anybody on Navi even knows he's there at this moment in time. That's going to grab one. Nello trading that back out onto Jonker. But look at Nathan still moving on through. Finds one onto saves. They know that the last player for Navi is sat inside of the kitchen now, as Dats has just fallen. 2 versus 1. Nello in a very tough spot here. But who better on Navi to be in this situation? Nello very familiar with the site as that key anchor player. Packbull now raining those shots. The diffuser is on the ground, so it won't be planted at this moment in time. But look at how much time is available now for M&M to establish this push and this crossfire. It's going to be Nathan. He's going to whiff his shots for the first time this evening as Packbull comes in and gets the trade. Brilliant work there from M&M. Nathan, how did you get yourself inside of the freezer? I know Nox ability, you can hide yourself from cameras, but you can't hide yourself from players. Navi, what has gone on there?
I think he clearly did. Nello being absolutely run ragged there at the end. Again, great plays to finish things off from Packbull and Nathan. Not getting overexcited. They had Nello pinned in behind the bar, and they just used their positioning to get on either side of him so that it wasn't then a fight he could win, because up to that point, we had a really good view of it actually. He's in behind bar, he's got one through freezer, and he's got one on northeast balcony. And Nello was doing a really capable job of actually fighting both and fending them both off. But by separating and getting one in behind him, Nathan moving round on the knock, it just made it impossible for him.
I think we can see just how hyped up Nathan is, because we saw him miss a few shots there onto Nello. I'm not saying it's a kill that he should have got, but it was a kill that looked, you know, very possible, but you could just see it in his mouse movement. He's obviously really up for it tonight. 4 rounds will take 7. Is a bold message there coming out from M&M. And well, at this moment in time, it's ringing true. The 2-0 up. The 2-0 up. They're backing it up. It's big talk. I like big talk that can be backed up by action. 2-0, moving on into round number 3, and we're going to be going down into Bakery. Something else that I really like about this fixture, despite M&M's roster having, you know, been through various iterations at this point, it's, you know, that's where the majority of Navi came from, that organisation. Yep. So it's always a nice fixture to see. And I'm sure that Navi have got that in the back of their mind somewhere, and they're like, it'd be really nice to still be able to beat our old org, you know. Just,
there's a bit of professional pride there.
There's got to be, hasn't there?
Hasn't there just? It's always a difficult one to cast for me, because obviously we came through casting M&M, you know, right through the Premiership run and everything else into Pro League. So for me, when I see Citizen and I see Nell, it's so natural for me to think M&M. It's such a difficult one. But obviously, Navi just struggling a little bit so far here. They are going to move themselves down into the kitchen site this time. We can see Nathan on that knock. And this is something that we spoke about at the beginning, Ollie, was potentially M&M coming out and rinsing and repeating and doing the same things because they've worked. Yes, using the knock, got himself into freezer, worked a treat. Is it going to work again? I'd suggest maybe not. We'll see how it pans out. Citizen with an early kill. Headshot onto Dat. Second one onto Packbull. But Nathan on the knock will work again. Gets the kill onto Citizen and shuts it down. We are now 4 versus 3 in favour of Navi here. And Nathan just looking to clear out any remaining roamers before pushing down to site. Is he going to leave that pest in place? I think he is. He's just choosing to keep his camo instead rather than taking the pest out. But he's just going to push down now towards this cocktail area, see if he can get a view, and he will. Nathan with a kill onto Pie, and that was a beautiful view of Nathan and Drac actually double teaming Pie there and just getting him into a pinch and finishing him off. So that now leaves us 3 versus 3. And at the minute, it just seems like whatever Navi managed to do, M&M managed to better it. Yonka coming out with a kill onto Kendrew. Saves will trade that one straight back out, but that now leaves us in a 2 versus 2. Plenty of time left on the clock, and that is another one down in Kitchen, leaving us now effectively in a 2 versus 1. Saves has it all to do on the Bandit. If anybody can, I'm sure it Saves. He's going to look to move and pick up Nello. He will get the first kill that he needs onto Nathan. Will he get the second? Shots will come in from Drac, and he just dips away to approach from a different angle. You've got to push. You really need to push this. Saves using his head. They are now both on 20 health, both having picked up. This could be a really big win if Drac can finish this off.
You've got to be the aggressor in Siege, and Drac has missed out on a bit of an opportunity there. He's now not working on any information. He doesn't know where these last 2 Navi players are. He's going to find one onto Saves, making this a 1 versus 1, but he's still got Nello to deal with. 35 seconds left on the timer. Drac does have the diffuser. It's unlikely to be planted at this point, but he could go for a little bit of a bait. Nello not going to take that bait, however. Being the pro, he knows that pros don't fake, and Drac, well, he's not quite there just yet. He's going to fake the first one, but he's going to go for the second plant. 20 seconds left on the time, and Nello's left with little option but to try and push up, but Drat's still trying to bait him out into that plant. Shotgun gets drawn, Nello at close range with the shotgun. Surely you've got to close it out, but no, what a huge clutch coming out there from Drac in a 1 versus 2 situation, keeping M&M up on 3-0.
Absolutely unbelievable scenes here in the ESL Premiership as M&M come out huge so far, taking names here. Twice they have been at a man disadvantage. Did they lose the first 2? They lost the first two.
Yeah.
Again that round. Citizen in with a double kill. Nathan managed to then stem that flow by getting the kill back onto Citizen. But then it all came down to some sight play at the end. And again, Drac didn't panic. Just played it absolutely perfectly. Got in there, did a couple of bait plants, just moved Nello around until he knew exactly where he was, and then played him ring around the roses on the pillar before he could get the kill on him. Fantastic plays from Drac.
Drac played it really well. I don't want to say that he got a little bit lucky, but he could have closed it out. Oh, here we go. We are the OG M&M. These guys are just wannabes. I love this level of banter.
Well, I mean, it's not looking great when you're 3-0 down, though, is it?
No, it's not. It isn't looking great at all. You need to prove this to us now, Navi, because at the minute, the new M&M are reminding me very much of how you guys were. Ooh. Just saying it, throwing it out there. Throwing it out there.
Big words for big games. Into round number 4 now. We can see a very unexpected start here. M&M Gaming coming out and taking the first 3 rounds. Not just taking them, but taking them in convincing fashion. There's only the last round really that's come down to that one-on-one. And even then, Drac just felt like he was in control of it all the time. It was his move to make. It was him influencing Nello rather than the other way around. And he just played it fantastically. He just kept his head.
Weirdly, watching that, I've only just twigged now in what you just said, but Nello wasn't in the driving seat there, despite being on the defence with the clock ticking down in his favour. It really didn't seem, for whatever reason, that he was in the driver's seat. It seemed like Drac held all the cards then.
It was all down to Drac's actions each time. It was, I'm going to bait out the diffuser plant and I'm going to force you to move. It was all about the attackers. Again, we're just moving in so quickly towards this kitchen attack. Dats and Nathan with a double kill, and that now leaves us 4 versus 3. As Saves will get one back onto Nathan, but once again, it just puts M&M in the driving seat. Jonker with a kill onto Citizen, leaving us now 4 versus 2. And once again, it Saves in the objective. This time, he has Kendrew with him as his operative that's going to try to cover those angles and get any trades that they can. But this is going to be a long 1:50, make no mistake about it. Saves has already been drawn out. Drac's going to use that nade there, take a nice little bounce to try and get the bulletproof cam. I'll be interested to see whether he did get it off the wall or not. If not, then, you know, nice try. But if he did, then what a fantastic throw, and he has cleared it off. So great plays from him. Now pushing in numbers. They need to be careful here. Saves Saves moves in. Kill onto Dratz. Packbull does trade that back out, but Kendrew will get one onto Jonker, but he's now revealed his location. The plant is going down. And again, great presence of mind and game sense there from Packbull to know that that was the opportunity to get the diffuser down. So now Kendrew has to retake this site. He won't even get back inside before Drac takes his head off, and that will be round number 4 going to M&M. We wondered if they'd take 4. We wondered if anybody would take 4 from Navi this season. There's your answer. I tell you what, there's a win on the cards for M&M here. At this point, I'm happy to start calling that. At this point, I'm happy to say this is getting away from Navi.
I'm borderline speechless at what we've seen so far. I mean, we've seen Navi in the Pro League playing this map, and teams haven't been as dominating as this. We've not seen Navi struggle like this for a long, long time.
Let me hit you with some knowledge.
Hit me with some stats.
I'm pretty sure that if M&M win here, they secure themselves a land spot.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I mean, that's huge for the guys in M&M Gaming. They're going to be really thirsty for that, because we all know just how much fun it can be to play at LAN.
It won't quite be secure, but it'll be very, very... I'm just thinking, I'm like thinking off the top of my head as I'm doing it. So 3rd and 4th are both on 10 points, M&M are on 13 points. So it'll put them up onto 16, with the other two having 2 games each left to play, depending on the next fixture. So one of those teams would need to win both of their remaining fixtures. But I'm with the boys, I'm pretty sure I've still got Navi as a remaining fixture. So if they were to beat Fierce, it's unlikely that they get all 6 points. So it starts getting tricky for anybody to take them out a second at that point. And even then, they could only tie up with them. So then it comes down to other differentials.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
I mean, at this point, it's looking like I'm with the boys are looking pretty good against Navi.
Looking like our 5-stack might have a chance. I'm joking. It's really not that close.
Well, Navi now left with little option but to try and change things up yet again. They're going to go down into reading and dining room. Now, this could be a little bit more difficult for M&M, because they're going to have to do a bit more of a comprehensive roam clear as opposed to just pushing site and trying to get that first pick, which we've seen them do a good number of times. That being said, they've been confident on the roam clear, and they've been doing a really good job of working together as a team. You can see Nathan, he's already got himself inside of the bar. He's alongside Jonker, and he's just going to be looking to pressure onto white stairs. Very good knowledge of where all these cameras are. You know, it sounds quite basic, but he's using his ability at the right time and still not taking those cameras out. That's obviously going to be getting communicated to his team, as now he's in a position and Navi probably really don't know where he is. And just on that half landing at white stairs can be a really dangerous spot, because players will be looking to rotate down those white stairs back into sight, or perhaps even upstairs. So we could be cutting off quite a key rotation there. Kendrew, you can see now, he's going to be just making his way up those stairs. No doubt Nathan has heard that, and he's going to go and stretch his legs a little bit. A little bit of pressure coming in from the side. Some bullet holes in the ground at the foot level there are just making things a little bit uncertain for him. But M&M, much slower start into this round as we approach the halfway point. Nathan's going to come to blows there, and he is going to find the headshot onto Kendrew. Patience there really paying off. Now he can make his way up and start to assist with the roam clear and the rest of his team. I think he's got some information that somebody could be on the cocktail balcony, and he's going to get the freest kill of his life onto Pi. Jonker, meanwhile, grabs one onto saves, and well, M&M effectively 3 versus 2 now, as it does look as though both Dat and Drac are down. Not sure if those guys are in a position to be recovered at this moment in time, but Nathan is still searching for more. Citizen underneath the new hatch, very low health indeed, and well, Nello, where else is he going to be but on the side? But looks as though he's going to be seeing some pressure, as Nello is going to find that kill over onto Jonker, but going to lose a huge portion of health in the process. Less than a minute left now, and Citizen again getting caught looking the wrong way. Nathan, what is he doing today? He's on a triple kill once again. Nello going to find one onto Packbull, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. He's going to get the shotgun as well onto Drac. It's coming down to the wire. Nathan's got a good portion of health to challenge onto this, and the pinch came through from M&M. Dats will be the one that gets that final kill. 5 flawless rounds in a row for M&M.
Unbelievable scenes. I can't understand what I'm seeing. I keep thinking each round that Navi are surely going to start turning this round, but it's almost as if some of the M&M players are playing with that Halloween event special ability from the defenders, where they can just turn themselves invisible. It just seems like Navi aren't getting a grip on where any of these players are in the map. And yeah, you know, I know they might be limiting what they're doing in terms of defensive strats and stuff, but I don't want to chuck that out there as an excuse for them, because M&M are just playing really well here.
They're losing gunfights.
Yeah, they're playing unpredictably. How many players have you seen shot in the back it's not even a challenge. You know, they're just shooting in the back. Nathan there, we saw him get 2 kills without them even knowing that he was present before they died. You know, it's really, where was it sort of stuff.
Nearly all of his kills that round, no one knew where he was, because Kendrew peeked onto it, really wasn't expecting anyone to be on those white stairs because he just wide peeked it. I think he may have been in ADS, but Nathan was more than ready for it. Then being able to move upstairs and, like you say, just shooting players in the back. The information exchange on the side of M&M at the minute, those comms must be hectic, because those guys know everything at this moment in time. They've got a lot of information on the team anyway. Of course, they've got the Jackal and the Dockerby, so those calls and those footprints are going to be really helping things. But Navi, it's time to dig deep. We do not want to see you get whitewashed in this fixture. You know, we nearly built this as the game to watch tonight because we did think that it was going to be close.
We probably should have done.
Well,
you wouldn't have expected this.
It's still been an enjoyable game to watch because M&M have just systematically taken Navi apart round after round. At what point are those guys on Navi going to be saying, right, that's enough now? What are we going to do to change this? Are we just going to really, you know, stack site, or are we still going to be sending players out there on the roam?
Heading into round number 6 then, 5-0 in favour of M&M. I think we're all a little shocked, to be fair here. Jonker coming in on the Ash there with the entry, looking for those early frags that have been so indicative of this, you know, M&M attack, and it's really been a defining characteristic of it, really, you know, has been going in and getting those early kills. Nathan here playing the knock again, just on that reading door. Citizen is out there on the Mozzie. I think he's aware that he has got somebody out there that's looking for a potential challenge, and you certainly don't want to be looking to go head-to-head with Citizen. Nathan's going to look to possibly pick Jonker up. He just needs to be careful here. There is Nello in the position to possibly jump out, but I think he's just going to hold himself on white stairs there. We've seen him holding this position previously. Now, I don't like the looks of things for M&M as much here. I feel like Navi have got the number of where they're coming from, although we are going to see a great wallbang come in there from Nathan onto Pi. The Jackal track, the teamwork, the communication, right place, right time. Another fantastic play. And this is what I was saying about some of the individuals on M&M. I look at them and I don't think the skill gap is that huge. These guys really know how to play.
Citizen finding that as a bit of a late trade there, taking out Nathan. A good operator and a good player to take out at the moment. I think he's 13-3 at this moment in time, which is pretty ludicrous considering we've seen 5 rounds. Jonker holding that long angle onto the corner inside of Piano. But like you say, not a great deal of progress this round from M&M. They have just faltered ever so slightly, but they need to keep up the tempo and keep up the pace because they've got Navi under pressure at this moment in time. And that's probably the best that they could have hoped for moving into this fixture. Dats now looking to take over some Piano control. He's met there with Packbull as well. No doubt going to try and open up some lines of sight into Freezer and maybe even into Washroom. But so far the progress has been relatively slow, but Jonker getting that kill onto Nello. Those have been fighting a bit of a dance all round, and Jonker going to come out the victor in it. But what is this? Just walking in on into sight. Packbull will get taken down by Kendrew. No information there that time, so maybe could be doing a little bit more on the drone there for M&M. They're still looking pretty good as they do enter a 1 versus 2, but Navi are finally going to take their first round. A much better display. Kendrew there obviously really pleased himself that he was able to get that last kill. Not sure if it's player of the match material, but it's a round on the board for Navi nonetheless.
Much better from Navi that time. There was still a good couple of flashes from M&M. That early kill onto northeast balcony using the Jackal track to get the wall bang through the barricade was a really inspired play. But Navi, that's what I've been expecting to see from them a couple of rounds ago, really. I just felt like they got themselves locked into positions they were comfortable with. Kendrew in that washroom got himself 2 kills out of there and just really locked it down. Everything felt much slower, much calmer, and I feel like Navi have just got swept up a little bit over the last few rounds with this excitement and aggression that M&M have brought, and they've just sort of been swept along on this tide a little bit, and they've not been able to slow it down. But now they've settled things down. Onto the attack, we'll see what happens.
We spoke about it in the pre-game, where we were really hoping that M&M had come in and play their version of Siege. Not only have they played their version of Siege, but they've had Navi playing it as well. And Navi have played into it a treat. because M&M have taken that aggression, like you say, that really early man advantage, that early pick, every single time, clearing out those roamers, and it did them really well, because then all of a sudden it's Nello and Kendry left on site, and they can just pick them apart because they've got the advantage and start to get those trades. A little bit different when kills start to go in Navi's favour earlier on. Now at the change of the half, so it's Navi's turn to give us a go on attack. I mean, look at this for aggression. Bit of a vigil run out there. Why not? Dats, you've got a couple rounds in the bag there. Go for it. That's not something that you're going to be able to get away with every single time. Navi aren't the kind of team that are going to let you get away with that, even though you nearly take Citizen's head off at the bus stop. But now Navi know that there's going to be a bit of a roamer out there stretching his legs. Dats' days and minutes are probably quite numbered. Nathan out on there on the roam with him as well, seeing a good deal of pressure, and he's going to in fact be at half health. A little bit of damage taken early on the side of Navi, but nothing too much to worry about at this moment in time. M&M needs to try and maintain that momentum that they've achieved now, because the likelihood is that Navi are going to really try and set the pace of this attack now, and it's, you know, they're probably going to take a good deal of time over it, because why not? They're an experienced team. They know that taking a bit of time can really just sort of, you know, knock your opponents off guard a little bit and take them by surprise. So I think Navi could do worse than take this round nice and slow and steady. Does often win the race, and you know, this could be the start of the change. We've seen Navi get one round. Sure, M&M are on 5, but by no means am I expecting Navi to lose this 7-1.
Precisely the point there, X. I think M&M's success so far has come from that aggression and momentum that they've carried. It's been real blitzkrieg siege, just absolute speed and aggression, getting in there and winning rounds before Navi knew that they were in a fight almost. Now it's Navi's turn to dictate that pace, and that's going to be a real question to be asked of M&M here. And we can see, you know, the slow, methodical approach is benefiting Navi. They can't play with that same aggression. It's not their choice to. We've seen them try the vigil run out. It's not a surprise to see them try something like that. They're trying to keep that tempo up. Of course they are. It's working for them. But they're playing against a team who know exactly how to absorb that pressure and that intensity and slow things down. Citizen with a small peek there onto Jonker, but Dats will get that one traded out with a nice headshot onto the Ash. That leaves us 4 versus 3, and Navi still very much in control of this. A minute left on the clock. They've got the majority of map control that we need. They can see there they've got 3 established out in Piano. Dats is going to look to hassle. He's just going to hold himself short of these gridlocks at the minute. He doesn't want to give his position away, but the diffuser will start to go down. There is a hard ping. Shots will come out, and he will stop the diffuse going down with a kill onto Nello, but there was one in the opposite direction. Pi getting himself a frag at the same time. Saves onto Dats, now leaves Nathan in a 1 versus 3, and this really is going to be difficult for him. He's starting to get pinned in. Navi just circling around him. Sharks waiting to get that final kill, and that's exactly what they'll get. They smelt blood, and they knew that it was coming, and this is the difficult question for M&M now. How do we increase the intensity? How do we increase the pressure whilst on defence?
Well, the only way to do it is to keep doing things like the runouts and be unpredictable, because that's how M&M are obviously looking to try and win this fixture. Just be really unpredictable, get up in Navi's face, and not let them establish such powerful positions like they did. Navi at this point, they're probably not feeling too bad. They might like it when the back's up against the wall and they've got a bit of a challenge ahead of them. And we saw just how much their teamwork and coordination pulls through in the end. And the lineup of operators that they're taking is really assisting with that. Commented on it earlier, M&M not choosing to take the gridlock. It worked for them because they weren't going for that kind of a play. But Navi, straight onto the gridlock pick, and look how much hassle it caused in and around White Corridor. Getting the plant down, attempting that. It really was a good display there from Navi of how to work together as a team on attack and not get baited into these gunfights that M&M were trying to get them involved in. That being said, M&M have got a good number of bites of the cherry to try and convert this onto a match point and then onto, of course, a game-winning point. But Navi is still going to have a heck of a lot to say about it, because judging by that attack, they're not going to roll over.
I think M&M would be ecstatic with a draw here. You know, they will have expected to come in and take nothing away from this match. They, you know, are looking to probably come in and learn from this match and see where the holes are and see where they're easily exposed. So for them to come in and even get one more round here on the defence, I'm sure that's going to be a success in their book. to come and be the team that takes points off Navi during the season.
They got more than 4 rounds.
They've done better than anybody else
They did
has
say
so
they were
far.
going to get 7, though.
They did.
They did
We'll see it. They haven't not got 7 yet.
No,
we'll see how that pans out. To be honest with you, I think Navi seem to have woken up. I know I joked earlier about the fact that M&M were completely controlling things, and on top of it, it just seems like we're seeing a different Navi in this last round. We are still seeing an attempt at that aggression. We can see Packball just holding the view under the window there. A number of players have repelled up past him, and I think that's just a client-side debris thing that's stopped him seeing us.
But just look at how careful Navi are there at getting up onto the roof. They're choosing to go on the other side to repel. All of them are upside down, and it's not even giving him the option of getting any sort of peek onto it. That's just the level of care that they're taking in not losing out to this early aggression, because they know what M&M's strategy is at this point. They know that they're going to be trying to get these picks, trying to be in those unpredictable locations and get that early man advantage. Navi are just saying, you know what? We're not going to fall for it. We're not having any of that, and we're just going to play our version of Siege. Nello already got some gridlock mines out onto the red stairs as well, as the drones are starting to flood into Nathan. But what about that for a first pick onto Kendry? Drones or not, he may have had his location exposed, but that isn't going to matter a jot, as he does manage to remove Kendry. Real key player here as the hard breacher, and that will, of course, leave the diffuser down outside on the bakery roof.
That is a really big opening kill from Nathan there, and how many times have I said that so far tonight? He really has been delivering for his team. We can see the push coming towards Wheel now, increasing pressure being put onto Nathan there. He nearly gets a little wall bang. 2 quick kills come in, Dats and Jonker, and this is heading quickly towards a guaranteed draw, at least for M&M, as Dats gets Citizen, and that leaves Nello now 1 versus 4, 1 versus 5. It was flawless, in fact. Nathan with the final kill there. And that will be 6-2 now in favour of M&M. Guaranteed draw, 1 point from the match. And at this point, honestly, I wouldn't put my money against them winning it.
You can't do it at this point.
You can't.
Imagine their comms now. Imagine being in their chat.
They need to keep calm. That's the big thing now.
I'd say they can enjoy themselves for a round.
That's a dangerous mentality. That sounds like a loser's mentality to me.
15-4 for Nathan.
Yeah, they've got it. Like I said, they've just got to be careful not to get carried away with themselves, because 2 rounds will slip away quickly against Navi, and then all of a sudden you're 6-4, and then the pressure really does kick in. So I think just keep it calm, do what you're doing, play your game, keep that aggression, try and keep the tempo up, be willing to take the gunfights. Again, we saw Nathan, we saw the barricade knocked out. He could have just kept himself safe.
He's just reacting, though, isn't he? He's not even thinking.
That's
he's
it.
just
He could have kept himself
stuff.
safe, but no, I'm going to put shots onto that, and Kendry loses his head. And that's the sort of aggression that they need to keep, but they need to be careful that it doesn't go too far in trying to keep that sort of tempo up. But match point, 6-2 in favour of M&M. We're heading to round number 9 here. We know that Navi are capable of a reverse sweep. We know that.
10 seconds.
We'll go back to our earlier point, or M&M's earlier point, should I say. 4 rounds will take 7. It's looking more and more likely that they will do so. Nathan on the Vigil this round. Not sure if he's going to go for some sort of early aggression, as that does seem to be the norm with the Vigil. He is prepping the windows upstairs, and he is going to go for that spawn peak. Will he be rewarded? He is going to get a good visual there and put a heck of a lot of shots in onto Citizen, but Citizen now got the nice head glitch on the SWAT van. Nathan knows he doesn't need to pressure that all too much, because at this point Navi are probably sat there going, guys, we can't even get onto the roof. We can't even get onto the rappel. Nathan is just having us in every single which way. Valkyrie cameras outside as well are going to provide a bit of information for him to peek off, but we are looking toward a bakery objective. Navi now really have to do a lot of work to try and secure this round, because of course M&M Gaming are on match point, and Navi staring down the barrel of their first defeat inside of the Prem.
Drac just holding himself in there behind that bakery counter. Kendry really needs to get round and get a hole into that reinforced wall. That will move him along. We hear the X-Kairos pellets, exactly as suggested. Citizen will follow them in, but won't be able to. Oh, Drac just whiffing his shots there. Citizen switching to pistol and finishing things off, and that leaves us 5 versus 3 as we see Packball taken off the boards as well. But Nathan will get himself a down, I think it is, onto Citizen. He's playing vertically from upstairs. Citizen, no, he's down onto to 1 HP after taking some big damage there. So he really needs to think about the challengers before he makes them. Jonker just looking to push himself back towards site. This one does feel like it's going in the direction of Navi. It's going to be difficult from here. We can see Nathan's got an angle there. He's holding it. He just can't manage to make that one pay, but he's also about 10 seconds away from site, so that could be dangerous as well. He's not rushing back yet. Jonker with a double kill. Jonker with a triple kill inside. They just keep running onto him, and he's going to take them one at a time and say thank you very much. That now leaves us in a 2 versus 2. M&M here. It is theirs to lose. Nathan with a kill onto Nello. Citizen 1 HP and a dream, and the dream is complete for M&M. Who would have thought it? Coming in with a huge win for them. 7-2 on the day, and that is an upset. There is no two ways about it.
What a game we have just seen.
Okay. We were talking about what? Who's going to take more than 4 rounds and end up winning 7-2? Like, honestly, 16-4, because we always talked about Dats and Drac and Patbull, and then the first time we talk about Nathan, he absolutely demolished Navi. Guys, please tell me what's going on.
I'd love to be able to. M&M have come out this evening and they have brought their absolute A game.
I have no words. That was just absolutely ridiculous, to be said at least. But, okay, let's start from the beginning. So we saw them take the first couple of attack rounds and we were like, okay, they're feeling it a little bit, but some other teams in the past have done that, and then eventually they start losing the swing of things. They took the first 5 attack rounds on CAF. Even whilst you two were casting it, I was sitting there making notes, and I was just looking at you guys thinking, what on earth's going on?
It was strange to see. You know, they came out and won the first round. Great. You know, they're obviously feeling good about themselves. They might have come just out of a scrim. They might have all been playing T-on all day. I don't know how they prepare. But we're thinking, all right, okay, you've won the first round. That's great. And they go and win the second. And you're like, all right, okay, well, we can run with this for a little bit. Navi, I'm sure you're going to wake up pretty soon. And then they win the third and the fourth, and it just keeps going, and that momentum keeps building. Nathan, standout player for me. I mean, there's clips for days in there.
Nathan has had the game of his life there. He's come in, and this happens in Siege sometimes. He's come in, as you said, X, big first round, big second round. Actually, I'm feeling this.
Yeah.
My shot's on. I can't miss. And you almost start becoming invincible. It's like your skill increases as the game goes, as your confidence flows. And that's exactly what's happened to Nathan. And he was just an unstoppable force. I spoke about it before we got going. And he was exactly the unstoppable force that M&M needed.
Yeah, definitely. Like Drac in that 1v2 situation. Even Nathan, by round 5, he was going 12-2. With that knock, I can tell you what, some people might be playing knock in ranks now after seeing that, but it's just the way he was playing, the flanks he was getting behind him. A lot of them had their back turned on so many different situations. It was a weird thought to think about, just due to the fact that Navi were just a little bit unaware.
We don't often see Navi starving for information, but tonight it really looked on the defence like they were struggling to get an idea of what was going on. And I'm not sure if it was the knock play coming through and they were just really struggling to locate him on the cams, or what it was. Maybe the Maestro ban influenced that a little bit. We didn't see a great deal of Echo being played. We saw Kendry pick Echo a couple of rounds, but I think Navi really was starved of information tonight. And like you say, Nathan getting multiple kills in the back. And it wasn't just Nathan either, it was kind of all of them. The information exchange on M&M must have been second to none.
There's only, when you talk about Navi's performance there, you know, everybody knows I'm a big supporter of Navi. I really like them as a team. I've watched them come through, I've cast them come through, and it's been great to watch. That's not representative of their normal level of play, that's fair to say, but I am absolutely want to be very clear that I am taking nothing away from M&M there. They have come in and they have recognised weaknesses in Navi's game today, and they've exploited them. They couldn't get a handle on the knock, they brought him every round and made it pay every round. Used his ability to the full, shooting him in the back repeatedly. And they've just really played into that, and they've recognised that very quickly. And, you know, we both said before the game, coming into it, this is a team that shows a lot of promise. And what a message they've just sent there. What a message they've just sent.
It is, I still can't believe it. You know, just in general, like we spoke about, like how many times they played on CAF in Pro League and in Prem, and it just shows really, once you've done your research, this is sort of outcomes you can get depending on your gun skill. But vote for your player of the match. You could probably have a little bit of a guess who they could be. And is it they? No, it's just Nathan. It's fine because he absolutely did work against him from start to finish. And I feel bad in some ways. I've not spoke about Nathan that much throughout the course of the play days. It's always the usual faces like Dats and Co. But my goodness, he deserves it more than anything, no?
He really does deserve it. There was multiple standout plays, you know, a lot of kills that he was chaining together as well. It wasn't just one kill out there, he was getting 2 and 3 in very short succession. And that was something that, you know, he was put into really good effect. And you can imagine just how tilting that is on the side of Navi. They're going to be getting angry at that moment in time. And I really think that M&M did a good job of getting in the heads tonight.
As you say, Navi, you know, usually so strong on the information game. I tell you what, you go and find me a bunch of clips where they're getting shot in the back, because you won't find many of them. Because usually, yeah, they might lose gunfights, but they're not often getting crept up on and shot in the back like that. So that just speaks to Nathan's play tonight. You know, the couple of wall bangs that he got, and great plays.
Just speaks volumes, does it? Just his map knowledge in general. When you saw those wall bangs like that, it really shows how much work, especially him and from the incel and the rest of the team, put into work. But we do have an interview with Arkoof actually to see what he thought of that match. And my friend, we're still trying to... what's the best word to describe it? We're still in shock, I think, is the main thing. But how do you feel taking that such a dominating win over Na'Vi?
Pretty surprising, to be honest. I mean, we decided before the game, like, obviously Na'Vi is the top dog in UK Prem. And to be honest, like, look, first in the Pro League, we said to the boys, like, look, have fun, you know, play some ranks. And, I mean, it seemed to work out. So, yeah.
Yeah, we still can't believe it even now. And they didn't change their style. They weren't playing slow and methodical. They weren't being cautious. They played their game, and literally you could show during the game. And tell me a little bit more about your role with M&M.
I am the official M&M cheerleader. So I am there, you know, in the TeamSpeak channel, just going, woo, like that. And yeah, that's pretty much what I do. I mean, I have done a bit of like work with them I'm with the boys. But I mean, against Na'Vi, I said, like, look, just have fun. Like, this game doesn't really impact too much whether we make LAN. I think still the important game is Fierce, and that is still one that we're going to really have to prepare. But I mean, if we beat Fierce now, I think that's top spot, and that means we probably won't have to face Fierce or Na'Vi in the semi-finals. So I think we're in a really, really strong position right now.
However, you're assisting M&M right now. It's working. I'm not going to lie. It's doing a great job, of course, with the rest of the team. And final question was actually what you've already answered pretty much, but we'll elaborate a little bit further. Now, we will talk about most of these teams before we go lose against Na'Vi and then match against each other against the second place teams. How do you feel about your team now playing against Fierce next week? Because surely the momentum's there, the confidence surely after that 7-2 win.
I mean, the momentum's there. I think obviously it gives us confidence going into the next game, but I know Fierce, I know they're a very strong team. We definitely can't underestimate them. I mean, look at today. Like, I'm not saying we're a better team than Na'Vi. Na'Vi are an amazing team. We just maybe had a better day. Maybe they went in a bit, you know, overconfident. But there's lots of factors on the day. So Fierce, we're really going to prepare hard. Make sure we got all our bases covered. Because, I mean, I think it's going to be a close one.
Well, no matter what, you just made the Prem Finals a little bit more interesting after that game. But congratulations on the win, and we'll see you guys next week.
Thank you very much. See you next week.
Still can't believe it. I do know. It's one of those shocks will probably stay in my system for a good fortnight, I reckon. I
think everyone's going to be a bit shocked. A big upset result, but that's what we're here for. We talk about it all the time. Think crazy things happen in the Prem, and that's what makes it so beautiful. Yeah, a couple of things that Arkoof said there. You know, first of all, he's the cheerleader for M&M. I think his workload's going to be getting reduced a little bit because I think they're going to have a few additional cheerleaders after that one. I'm sure they're going to be picking up a few fans when they're going out and playing like that. And another interesting thing he said there, and it's something that we do here sometimes, is just go and play some ranked. And, you know, I'm much of the school that there's no such thing. If you do something in competitive play and it's working, you know what? It's in competitive play and it's working. And you know, you can chuck out there, oh, it's a ranked play all you want, but do you know what? You've just beaten one of the best teams in the world. And, you know, I'm not just applying that to this game. Yeah. We hear it a lot across the, you know, across the scene. And I'm very much of the train of thought that it doesn't matter what it is. if jumping out of a window gets you 2 kills and wins you a round, do it. It doesn't matter what it is. So, you know, great props to M&M for being willing to do that and for just, you know, grinding that one out as well. But, you know, as I said, I think mentally, I think that puts them on 16 now. So with Fierce and with the boys both on 10, if
they could be in Prem finals by the end of the night. If that one finishes a draw, then they won't be able to catch them. If it doesn't, then one of them will be able to, and obviously, you know, future fixtures will then matter. But looking great for M&M.
Yeah, looking fantastic. You know, they're almost securing their spot for Prem finals, but if you guys want to be at the Prem finals, it's going to be a lot more interesting than we expected. Make sure you head over to esl.am/R6S finals. Make sure you get your tickets. Like I said before, if they're sold out, not my fault, your problem. You know, you need to try and get them done as much as you can. But we've got a match to watch now. We thought the last one was, but this one is just going to be as good, if not better. So make sure you stay tuned between Fierce and I'm and the boys.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
And we're back with more Rainbow Six Siege ESL Premiership action powered by Intel. And Na'Vi, it's Halloween. They've had their first nightmare match, sadly for them, but we are now going to the match to watch. Now, the last one really was, but now we've got the next one with Fierce and I'm with the boys. The thing is just getting worse and worse. It really is Halloween today so far, isn't it, Ollie?
I think they're getting about as bad as your puns, Harry.
I think they are, mate. Yeah, my puns are pretty dreadful, but, you know, I'll try anyway. But let's talk about this next match anyway. The first one over and done with. We saw there earlier M&M with a dominating win, which shocked us all and pretty much shocked the world, really, in all fairness. But now, let's move on to the next one. Fierce versus I'm with the boys. Now, both these rosters very well stacked, as you can see there. We see some great players from Vex, and Yami definitely one to watch as well. And on the other side with Fierce, Keenan and Nathan, definitely some of the star players on that roster. But this is going to be so hard to call here, I think, Ollie.
It's going to be a difficult one. You know, I'm with the boys. We said it earlier. They've got a really big job tonight, and they've got to come out swinging. We didn't see them play their best Siege yesterday. I think that's fair to say. They probably admit that to you themselves. So they really need to come out fighting tonight. And, of course, they're going to be playing Navi as their next game as well. So a really tough end for the season for these guys, but I'm sure that they're going to be able to pull through.
This game has even more emphasis now with that previous result, because M&M have taken the 3 points there. One of these two teams to challenge for that second spot needs to win their last 2 remaining fixtures. I'm with the boys obviously has a much tougher run of that, having Navi to face yet. Fierce, slightly easier task. If they were to beat I'm with the boys today and then beat M&M, they will get the second spot. But what it does mean is that a draw here today guarantees both of them go into the mix that is playoffs. So neither of them are going to want that. They're both going to be coming out to win it, and that's when you start getting mistakes sometimes and you overstretch a little bit.
I can tell you what, if Fierce playing M&M next week, they won't be playing on Cap. But then again, M&M was so good on Clubhouse as well. It's like pick your poison, really. Which map do you want to play on? But we'll talk that a little bit later on. But let's talk about Fierce first. So, like I said before, you know, even from the get-go before the Prem started, you guys have a lot of experience on seeing how Fierce have been doing. They've been conquering teams and been getting better and better as the days have gone by. But now, this is the huge one. They need to win this, and especially with I'm with the boys as well, losing to M&M yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Fierce are arguably going up against Down with the boys at the best time, really. You know, after coming off that loss yesterday, I mean, it could be the best time, it could be the worst time, really, because that might have fired Down with the boys up a little bit to you know, really sort of prove themselves within the Premiership. But for Fierce, they just need to play their own version of Siege. I did have a chat with Prox earlier, and he were, you know, talking about a couple of the strategies that they were kind of pulling off yesterday against Navi, which to us seemed a little bit questionable. It seems like it was based off information, and they were really just genuinely trying to pick those rounds up, and they did just get caught a little bit short in the end. So I'm sure that they're going to come out with a very technical game tonight. We know that Fierce have got strategies. They do tend to make good use of things like deployable shields, and they're very aware of rushes and where the push is going to be coming from. So on defence, I've not really got too many worries about them. It's really on their attack where I'd be a little bit concerned, because I think I'm with the boys, they could just run them a little bit ragged.
Yeah, we've seen, you know, we've got a couple of big fraggers on there. Vex had a good day yesterday, but the rest of the team didn't really support him too much in that, and ultimately it really did make for a sticky fixture for them. It was very, very difficult come the end, and M&M really did come out, you know, strongly on top. So I'm with the boys really needing to hit that reset button in a big way and come back, you know, really, I think they need a bit of aggression. I think they need to do what M&M have just done. They need to come out and they need to have that game where they win in gunfights, where, you know, if they can have those first few rounds like that, then they'll grow into the match, I think.
And I'm with the boys now. They actually not only need to beat Fierce, they have to beat Na'Vi to potentially even have a chance to get into the top 2. It's a tall order here, but for what we've seen so far from M&M, there's always that potential.
There's always the potential. You can always beat a world beater. You're only as good as your last game of Siege. I know that's not what Navi want to hear right now, but it is the truth. So at the minute, M&M, they're looking pretty good. And for me, you know, it just shows that it is possible to take down the Titan. You know, David really can beat out onto Goliath. But I think, you know, I'm with the boys and Fierce, they really need to be focused firmly on this fixture, because this is the one at hand, and it does mean so much.
I'm going to defend Navi a little bit and say I think I do honestly think they are better than that last game. I do think they are.
I think they are, but it is, you know, it's a saying.
I will defend you a little bit there, boys.
That's fine, that's fine. But let's move to the picks and bans now, because Tim, you had half a point, so you gave it to yourself.
A solid half.
Okay, a solid half, not 3/4, not a quarter. It has to be a half.
Solid half.
I don't know where these half points are coming from, but I'm letting them off this time round anyway. Next season I won't be, but we'll have to see how things go. But let me pick your brains a little bit. To me, your first thoughts as we go into this.
Obviously, Clubhouse is already out because it was played yesterday, but I'm with the boys. Did struggle on that one a little bit. I think they're going to want to simplify things a bit if they can do here. Clubhouse can be a little bit more of a technical map when we look towards Gym Bedroom, look towards Cache CCTV. They are slightly more strat heavy, really, dependent on a number of factors. I think that they'll want to simplify that and cut down the possibility for mistakes and for advantages to be taken. So I think we're looking towards something like a border or a coastline, something a little bit more simplistic, a little bit more just gunfights. Go and win your fights, win your ones, and you'll come out with the round. I keep saying coastline, and I'm gonna take X's theory that it's got to come good. So I'm gonna go with coastline.
Ollie, I've got to ask your suggestions now because we know, anyways, I'm with the boys, they like to keep away from Villas. Sometimes they like to keep away from Clubhouse. I think after yesterday they definitely have done, but thank goodness for them it's already banned because they've already played it, so fair enough. But what's your thoughts on the ban so far?
No extravagant explanation, just a clean, simple border. A game of border is what we all need at this moment in time. I'm with the boys, want to take those gunfights and they really want to put that mechanical skill to work. Like you say, they did struggle yesterday on a more technical map, and Fierce are quite a technical team. They do have strategy and they have got a clear idea of how they want to hold things, so I think it's going to be a border.
And Fierce normally do actually ban border and bank, so okay, so bank and Caff are gone. But the thing is, though, with Fierce normally banning border, it's like bank's normally the #1 pick. Again, it's not a surprise there, and instead Fierce actually banned it. But now, do you reckon border will be banned, considering Fierce and what they're like? Because I know you reckon it could be a border pick, but do you think it could be changed too, Ollie?
I think it could be changed. I don't think it favours Fierce as much as it maybe favours I'm with the boys, so they've still got a ban left, so of course there is a potential for Fierce to ban that border out, but I'm still pretty confident. I'm going to stick to my guns. I've said border now multiple maps in a row, so it's got to come true at one point.
And what was it you said, Tim?
Coastline.
Coastline, right. I think we should have a look. Let's have a look and see what's going to be chosen. It is coastline, so there you go, 1.5 points, 2 more, and you'll be the best expert we've had so far in UK Stage in terms of predicting the map picks. But that is it. We are going to be going to coastline. And Tim, tell me a little bit more about how do you reckon it's going to pan out between these two teams on coastline. Is it going to be a massive slugfest?
Yeah, I think it is. I think they're going to go at each other. They both need to win. They cannot come away with a draw here. I don't think we see too many good draws on coastline generally. It tends to, because it's a gunfight map, it tends to be somebody tends to win it, somebody tends to run away with it on the day. So yeah, I think we're going to see two teams really toe-to-toe, slugging it out. I don't think we're going to see slow rounds. I don't think we're going to be waiting 2 minutes 30 until, you know, still 5 versus 5 and waiting for an execute. Don't think that's going to happen. I think we're going to see kills in the early round. We know players like Prox will often get out on the roam, have a little peek and, you know, do things like that. So yeah, I think it'll...
Well, I think we should get the match underway, I think, guys, as our match to watch. Make sure letting us know who you think is going to win at us at ESL UK and vote in our poll. But that's enough from me. We're still trying to recover from the first match, but no rest for the wicked, as we will be going to our second game between Fierce and I'm with the boys, but we will be doing a rehost, so we'll come back to that very shortly anyway. But, you know, we're right though, it is going to be a slugfest between these two teams. But with I'm with the boys, we know it means a lot more to them after what we saw yesterday. Yeah, they've got a lot to prove tonight, and I'm sure that they're going to be sort of raring to go and get themselves into this matchup. So I think that I'm with the boys, they're probably going to be in the right mindset for it. They're probably going to be ready for this game. And like we've talked about, it was always going to be a close call as to which map it was going to be, but we were kind of correct in the prediction. I think everyone gets a bit of a point there. I'm going to give myself a point for predicting that Fierce had ban out border. So just so that I'm at least keeping up, because there's still a couple of games left. There's still time for me to regain some of those points. But yeah, I think that they're going to be ready for this one, and they're not really going to want to leave anything to chance. I think they need to get an early advantage over Fierce as well. That could be really important, just to get those one or two couple of rounds, just to really, you know, sort of stamp down, we're really here to play, forget about what happened yesterday, and just go out all guns blazing. Everyone giving themselves points and gold stars here. I thought I was doing it. Clearly not. I'll let you guys crack on doing that.
I mean, to be fair, the map bans are giving me points, so can't argue with them, Harry.
Well, you are Ubisoft star players, of course, so you know you get a star for that one anyway. That won't add to the point of a tally. Just a heads up, though, like just in case you get a little bit too cheeky. But with the boys, as a team, like they're known for having a little bit of mentality issues here and there, but I think they've worked on that quite a lot since the beginning. I feel like. Yeah, you know, it's something that they're going to have to overcome as a team as well. I think, you know, they can't be letting themselves get down in the dumps when they do lose a couple of rounds, and it can be really important for teams to maintain that sort of mental state.
I mean, one thing that I do, I suppose I'm not sat wondering about it, but I look across the team and they're all familiar players. We've seen them season after season. Yeah. And I think of them more as individuals. I think of them more as a group of individuals. And I look at I'm with the boys and I think, how much is this a group of guys that thought, yeah, let's enter that competition, as opposed to a team that thinks, let's see where we can get here. What can we do together as a group? And I could be wrong, you know, or equally I could be right. And maybe that's how some of the best teams are formed. And, you know, they have a lot of fun doing this and play well, and then come away from it and think, right, you know, what can we do now? Let's really start pushing on as a team together. So, like I said, I don't really know the motivation there. I'm not saying it's one or the other, but when I look across, I know them all as individuals, so I just think, you know, is that what it is?
Do you feel like we need Nathan from Fierce and Nathan from M&M to have a 1v1 in the free play section, do you reckon?
Just what, 1v1 for the whole map?
Just for bats, yeah. Yeah, just for bats, just to see what happens.
Just for a bit of a warm-up, maybe. I think it'd be a bit of a stretch putting a whole game onto a 1v1. But I do really agree with what you say, Tim, in that I'm with the boys. It is a team stacked full of names. You know, and whilst that's really important and it can be, you know, a winning recipe, if you will, sometimes you just need that coordination, bit of backroom staff, a little bit of coaching and a little bit of strategy. And that's not to say that they've not got that. They've not got, you know, I'm not saying they've not got strats, but just having that, you know, constant working together as a team. I imagine that Fierce are playing together multiple nights in a row. And with the boys, I'm not sure if they're, you know, taking things as seriously. I could be entirely wrong, and I do apologise if I am wrong, boys.
Absolutely.
But that's just what it comes across as, and, you know, I think that it could ring quite true. But that being said, a map like Coastline, it kind of plays into that. You know, you get some gunners out there, you start winning those gunfights, and you really start to aggress onto things. We could see a very different game to yesterday, whereas Clubhouse is quite strategic.
It feels similar to when we had Vexed in the league.
Yeah, it does.
They were
really
a great team. They kept making the lands, and there was a reason for it. They were very, very good players, but they weren't going out and scrimming 5-6 nights a week together as a team either. And that, I think, is, you know, what we're questioning really. Is that something I'm with the boys are doing, or are they meeting up once a week to play Prem and they're just all very good players?
Do you know where people need to be right now? Well, not right now, but in a few weeks' time. They need to go to the Prem finals, don't they? They need to get their tickets. You need to head on to esl.im/R6S finals, because if you haven't, what are you doing? Get them now. They've been around for a while. Try and grab some and make sure that if they get sold out, I mentioned them before, I'm not going to mention it again. You know, we tried. But make sure you let us know who you think is going to win at ESL UK as well. I'm voting our poll. But that's enough from me chatting. I'm going to leave it to you guys for Fierce versus I'm with the boys.
Heading into our second game of the evening, then we're going to be seeing Fierce Esports take on I'm with the boys in what could be arguably the biggest fixture of the night now that M&M have pulled out that shock defeat of Navi and put themselves on 16 points. If this one ends a draw, that guarantees M&M at least second place, and those top 2 LAN spots will be decided at that point. If one of these teams comes away with the win, then not so much. They still have the opportunity to go on and beat them. That being said, I'm with the boys. If they win here, I don't believe they can actually get second place, because even if they beat M&M and go level on points with them, they will still lose on the basis that M&M had the better result against them, because we look to the head-to-head first of all. So it's all to play for, but certainly more so for Fierce, I think. Looking at the operator bans there, Nomad, Hibana, Mira, and I think the last one was Echo there. Not too much of a surprise. Nomad we've seen banned out already. Again, banned out. It just suggests we're going to have more of a roam game. Not so much of a surprise then to see Jackal brought along for the ride, because he does offer that option to deal with the roamers that Nomad would do as well. Gridlock being another option that you mentioned, Ollie. We're not seeing Gridlock come along again. Again, Gridlock can be very useful on Coastline.
We've seen a lot of Gridlock play on Coastline historically, and it is something that is very useful indeed. I think it's a really good ban from I'm with the boys, because it's just going to allow them to stretch the legs a little bit more. You know, we know that these guys are, you know, confident in the gun skill, confident taking those 1v1 engagements. So I'm pretty confident for these guys that they're going to be able to have a successful roam, all pending on how the Jackal is dealt with, of course, as that can just put a stop to most roams, or at least make it a lot more difficult to get away with it successfully. But into the preparation phase now, we're going to see a usual first bomb site choice coming out here, as Hooker and Billiards has been chosen. And a fairly standard setup as well for I'm with the boys. The good thing about Coastline for them is that the setups can be relatively simple. You're not going to be looking toward a much impact tricking, walls that are going to be getting opened. That's just something that you're going to have to sort of expect at this point. But Fierce not opting for any hard breach at all, which is interesting. Usually we'll see a Hibana brought, obviously Hibana being banned out there. Thermite is a good second choice as well, as you would maybe look to try and get that wall open from VIP to get that line of sight into Reese or any smoke player playing in on that lounge area. Jugger finding himself out, really trying to get in and amongst the gunfights in the early stage of the round. He's over in Sunrise Bar, and he can hear the footprints, or the footsteps, should I say, above him on the hooker deck.
Jugger then just going to be holding himself tight for the time being. He's down there really to waste time and prevent any sort of bottom floor control being gained. He doesn't have any real way of impacting the floor above him. He can obviously shoot up through it, but he doesn't have a nitro cell or anything like that. He will have Yami down there with him as well. The main purpose for these roamers obviously is to initially waste time down there, because the reason that they can't be ignored is because they can hit you so quickly on the flanks. That's the big problem with these roamers. So as and when you get established and start looking to get your take onto site, for example, if you get aquarium control and you look to push in to plant next to the pool table, it becomes very difficult because you might have somebody rushing up main stairs and through luggage who's going to flank onto you and get a couple of kills. We can also see that the floor had been opened up next to pool table in the common plant spots there, thank you Alex, to allow lines of sight for those operators that don't have the nitros. So it does still allow some denial, but generally you'd look to probably just plant on top of the pool table to avoid that. We can see Prox has made some quick progress there. You were suggesting X opening up a line of sight in that VIP wall. I'm not sure that that's been done yet, but I'm sure it is something that Prox will look to do. You don't want to do that until you're ready to use it, because obviously those lines of sight do work both ways, and if you open that up and you're not ready to attack, Prox is going to take shots there. I can only imagine that was from Reese just as he approached that VIP door. I'm not sure if Reese has an angle that wide or not, especially with the shield there, or did it come through the very small Maverick peak hole? As I was suggesting, they do work both ways, and you have to be ready to use it in reverse before you make that. So out comes the Toxic Babe, and we will see some smoke canisters deployed as well there, just to try and prevent a bit of confusion on the site there. Keenan just throwing in a drone, I think that was, just looking to get a bit more information. Penguin looking to push in with the diffuser. It is definitely an aquarium push here. Here comes the smoke grenade. Vex downstairs with the kill onto Penguin. And that is exactly what I was talking about, with those lines of sight already being pre-opened up with the shotgun there. Prox will get a kill onto Jugger. Traded back out by Tank. Alfie gets one of his own, and that leaves us in a 3 versus 3 now. 20 seconds to go, and this round is anybody's. I think this first round is becoming a very good view of what we're going to get for the rest of the game. Vex with a great headshot out onto Nathan. We'll see Vex downed now. 1 versus 2. Keenan has it all to do. 8 seconds. Vex is down. He's not going to know that. He will peek, and he'll get his head taken off from 90 corridor. Tank Ninja's on the Alder. That will finish things off for I'm with the boys. Round number 1 going in their favour.
Strong start there coming out from I'm with the boys, as they have a very good hold onto Billiards and Hooker. And well, Fierce, they just didn't seem to give themselves that opening. They couldn't find that opening kill. They couldn't find the entry frag or that early pressure. And I'm with the boys, they were just left to be able to operate in those pre-established angles. And as we all know, they're just powerful positions. You can't let players like Reese on the smoke just play inside a lounge for the entirety of the round. He's able to deny a ton of time with those Toxic Babe canisters. And we saw what happened with the rest of the players before I'm with the boys, peeking out aggressively onto Hooker deck and just doing the job in the end. Is the Capitale going to be brought? It is. That's something that we do like to see. It could be very useful for Fierce to deploy that, as we do see Capitale have an extremely high ban rate in not only the Prem but in Siege as a whole at the moment, just because of how powerful he is. And maybe one of those asphyxiating bolts would have been all it took to get those players from I'm with the boys moving around in the site and try and get some sort of rotation going on and then apply that pressure. But Fierce just really seemed to stall out there. Again, Prox going with this Maverick pick. It's not the end of the world. There's nothing really that you'd be looking to get open. You'd perhaps look to open up pool entrance into Sunrise. It's, you know, it's sort of pick your poison as to whether you're going to do that. Sometimes you're going to look to open up office as well into Blue Bar. I'm not sure why they're not bringing the Thermite at this moment in time, because those Maverick holes, whilst they're really good and they're really sneaky, as soon as you've just made one small hole, we saw how easy it is just to peek onto that and pre-fire it as a defender. You just get so much advantage, and unless you're using them instantly, they're almost a bit of a deficit for you.
They certainly can be. As I said, they work in both directions. We saw Prox quickly taking damage from that and having to dip away from it, and he just had no real impact on the round from VIP there, and ultimately the defence came from the 90 corridor, which is what that VIP hole is supposed to prevent. Alfie with a good first kill there onto Vex, headshot, and that will take the alibi off the board. So that now leaves us in a very quick 5 versus 4. Looks like Fierce are going to play things a little bit differently here. They completely ignored the bottom floor last time around as the objective was upstairs. This time it looks like they are going to go for a top floor clear. They don't have too much of a choice because the site can be much more directly defended from above rather than vice versa, so they need to clear out those 2 defenders. As it stands, they've got Jugger there in hooker, and it looks like they've got Tank Ninjas on the Alder just at the top of the stairs as well. Prox moving himself in slowly. How about that for a double nitro kill from Yami? Jugger with 1 onto Nathan. Prox will, however, trade 1 back out with a kill onto Tank Ninjas, taking the Maestro off the board, but that still leaves them very quickly in a very difficult 2 versus 3 situation. Half of the round remaining, so time not a huge factor yet, but those defenders now can just move themselves back to site and hold their angles.
Reese now just doesn't really need to do anything. I'm with the boys are going to be looking to try and waste as much of this clock as possible, as some drone work is going to come out from Fierce. They've got a lot of time to work with, but they need to use it effectively. Get the information out there on the drone, figure out how this push is going to come through. Keenan and Prox really ought to look to buddy up a little bit now as well, as I'm sure that I'm with the boys have still got a little bit of information dotted around there. Toxic Babe canisters are going to cut off Cool Vibes at about the minute mark, and Reese, I think he can hear somebody above him upstairs in hooker, and of course someone in billiards as well. Jugger still playing the tight angle at the bottom of Cool Vibe stairs. He's aware that someone could look to try and drop in onto courtyard, but as the time ticks down, it is getting more and more unlikely for Fierce that they're going to win this round out, and they could do with really trying to single out one of these defenders and just take that 2 versus 1 gunfight, get the man count back to even, and then really look to pressure on out. They're going to do exactly that as Prox manages to grab a good kill there onto Reese. Maybe a bit of good fortune there, should I say, for Prox, as he does get it on a bit of a wallbang, taking out the barricade. That could be the opening that is required at this moment in time. Keenan now going to come and join Prox as they are looking to enter through pool door. The push now going to have to come as the barricade is still intact, and Prox left with no option but to try and just hit that one open. Yami going to find a kill over onto Keenan. That could be huge. Prox now in a 2 versus 1. 10 seconds left on the clock, and Fierce haven't done enough with the time that they had available to them. Prox, he's going to full white flash himself, and well, easy kill there for Jugger to close out the round. I'm with the boys showing a great deal of patience there in round number 2. Not only are they able to get out there and get kills out on the roam, but they know when to play passively as well.
Yami going big for his team there when they needed him, opening things up and then getting the extra kill there at the end. And he's really had a good couple of rounds so far as Yami, not messing about at all and propelling I'm with the boys into a 2-0 lead. I tell you what, Eminem, I'm sure if they're watching, which I'm sure they are going to be sat at home pretty happy with this start, because as I said, if I'm with the boys are the ones that pick up the win, they can't go ahead of M&M because they've already lost that head-to-head.
I'm with the boys starting as they mean to go on, I'm sure, and picking up the first 2 rounds. That's only going to help propel them. We do see Coastline occasionally, or favour that defender side, or it's usually as even 50-50 split as we see within Siege. So for them to be able to come out here and to be picking up those first 2 rounds, it is pretty big indeed. It also, of course, means that they've got 2 sites that they're confident to go back onto as well, as now they're going to mix things up and take us down into Kitchen. A win down here would see them secure for the first 3 rounds, and then they've just got a nice easy rotation, rinse and repeat as to what they've previously done, because let's be honest, Fierce haven't really been anywhere close to dealing with the pressure that I'm with the boys have been putting on them. An interesting pickup here from Penguin. He's going to go for the IQ. I think that the Valkyrie cameras on Yami have just been providing so much information for I'm with the boys, but it's a bit too little too late, because this round Yami's going to find himself on the dock instead.
Attackers are heading out to the
Heading into the action phase there. We saw some early aggression last time from Vex, which did see him losing his life. It looks like he's going to be staying firmly away from those windows this time, keeping himself on that upstairs roam. The upstairs here, arguably the most important, and the most sought after of upstairs control of any site on this map. For Kitchen, they really do like the attackers to get in there to VIP. They've got the sledge on the board. They'll look to get Alfie safely in there and let him really start opening up that floor. There's not many angles that you can't cover from there. We can see Vex getting himself into another little bit of a window duel there, but he's going to keep his life a little bit better this time. Out onto main stairs, just keeping a really tight angle there in case that rappel turns upside down and moves across. But at the minute, he's just preventing Prox from making any real progress into site here. He's able to watch that rotate out onto theatre corridor, but not much more than that. Jugger will need to be careful that he doesn't move himself too far back. He's just waiting for Keenan to push through here from Penthouse. He knows that there's somebody in there, but he's not sure if that push is going to come or not. Shots will come through the drone hole. That will tell Jugger exactly where that player is at least, but he's not going to be able to do anything about it for the time being. He's just going to hold himself behind that reinforcement, but it'll be too long for him to do that. Penguin with a kill onto Jugger. Vex will get the repelling Prox though, and will have to dip away to the security room as Penguin has established himself firmly at the top of main stairs now. 1 minute 30 and a little bit of progress starting to be made by Fierce now. We can see they've got that top floor control. Alfie is in there on the sledge. He can get himself into VIP very soon. We've already got Keenan doing a job with breaching charges to open up those vertical angles, but they work both ways as Reese will show him with the shotgun. Nathan trades that straight back out with the headshot. 1 minute to go, 3 versus 3.
Difficult round coming here for Fierce. They are proving a bit of a struggle at the moment against I'm With The Boys. Yami now, he's going to be on the roam as the Docker sledge is making short work of the floor inside of Penthouse. Yami is going to have a bit of a rotate back if he wants to try and make his way onto site. He's effectively leaving his teammates in a 2 versus 3 at this moment in time, although Alfie is also upstairs, so it is pretty fair at this moment. Site almost completely empty as well, and I think Fierce could do worse than to gather that little bit of information on the drone, recognise that. They've obviously vacated site because of the vertical pressure that they have been seeing. Tank Ninja's there, finding that one onto Alfie. It's going to leave him very low health indeed, but Penguin's made his way all the way on into the site and is going to go for the plant in a very obscure location because he's almost certainly going to be able to be seen. Nathan, however, holding his flank inside of the Sunrise, and it looks as though the plant will be successful. Nathan's going to find one. Will he find 2? He does grab one onto Vex and one in the back onto Yami. All of a sudden, it's looking pretty good for Fierce. If the plant does go down, it's not even going to be necessary. Nathan going to make it a triple kill, taking out Tank Ninjas there with the pistol. And well, the plant spot that may have looked a little bit obscure worked perfectly because Nathan was able to cover the angle from Sunrise and assisting his team winning that round. Fierce finding their first round and slowly starting to get themselves into this fixture.
Really important flank watch there. Just allowing that planter to get in, as you say, unusual spot, but it didn't matter come the end. I just think I'm With The Boys had absolutely no idea where those shots were coming from. Even after Jaeger had lost his life, Doc still went running into Kitchen and was shot in the back, and it was just very, very difficult for them to get anywhere near site. They knew they had to challenge onto that planter, but Nathan in the right place at the right time with the perfect line of sight to deal with that. So that's going to leave us 2-1 now. It's still in favour of I'm With The Boys, but Fierce just getting themselves a little bit of a grip on this match before things get out of control. The last thing they needed was to go 3-0 down.
Oh, definitely. And, you know, Yami, he makes the right decision in that moment. I think despite getting shot in the back, he's got to try and go and aggress onto the guy that's planting, because if he's then able to get the diffuser down on the floor, Nathan's left with no option but to push onto it. So it was the right play to make. Just unfortunate that Nathan had been very good on his aim in the first couple of shots and not gone for that instant reload and was still able to challenge onto the angle. So good heads-up play there from Nathan and good game sense to try and chain those kills together. That being said, Fierce now have got to go and attack upstairs once again, and this is a site that we did see them struggle quite heavily on. Again, not opting to bring that hard breacher in form of Thermite and instead choosing to bring the Maverick. The downstairs roam was pretty successful as well, as I do believe we saw a double Nitro cell kill coming out. We've got Vex underneath this time. I'm not sure why we're not seeing the Valkyrie brought as much from I'm With The Boys. I understand that Penguin has moved now onto the IQ to try and counter that a little bit. I'm not sure if I'm With The Boys would, you know, still get away a bit with a Valkyrie pick, because it was what provided them oh so much information. But look at that for a good bit of drone work early on into the round. Prox just holding the window there onto security. Bit of an unexpected angle for an attacker to try and enter through into, and he's going to remove Yami. That's going to take a lot of goo mines out of the picture. Prox not doing as much thorough drone work as he perhaps could have done there, as he is going to find somebody in over by the courtyard as well. Aquarium control now being attempted to be gained as the drone work does come out in full force, but that early pick from Fierce could really fire them up in this match.
Much better from Fierce here than we saw last time they attacked Hooker. They didn't really pay any attention to the bottom floor at all. They left those roamers down there, as you say, suffered a nitro kill, suffered on the flanks with players moving back up towards site and just hitting them from the 90 corridor area. So yeah, absolutely essential that they cleared those roamers out a little bit more, which they have paid more attention to. We can see now Keenan has got that aquarium control. Reese is still in there as the smoke behind the bar, and we do still have Vex out there on their own, but it looks like Prox is aware of his location and may well be moving to challenge him. I'm not sure if he's going to come through main door or if he's pushed further round to come in through service entrance. Possibly he's actually going up onto the balcony. He's going to look to establish himself in VIP and get that play that we saw last time where he opens the angle through and has a line of sight into the bar area. Keenan, meanwhile, with a kill onto Reese and a second onto Tank Ninjas, opening things up, but this is the flank we were talking about. Jugger will get the first, but not the second. Penguin trades that one out. Penguin will now go for the defuse. Vex will get the kill and put the diffuser on the ground. Double kill with a headshot onto Nathan. As he peeks round the corner, he will unfortunately lose the fight with Alfie. That could have been a very, very good clutch. He had diffuser down on the floor. He'd got a second kill and brought it back to 1 versus 2, but unfortunately it was just too much to ask in the end, and that will be the second round on the board for Fierce. 2 apiece now.
Keenan really stepped up there for Fierce, and that's going to be a player that we're going to look to need to step up for Fierce, as he's been so key throughout this season of Premiership. As soon as Keenan starts to hit his shots, things do tend to go a little bit easier for Fierce, as they really sort of build off that momentum that he brings to the team. So him just getting a couple of kills there, getting that opening, it really added to their attack. And like you say, attempting to get the diffuser down, still doing the right thing with very little time left remaining despite a decent man advantage.
Heading into round number 5 then. Even spoils so far. We've seen a couple of very good rounds from each team. We've seen, you know, great players on both sides, controlling areas of the map, winning gunfights and really setting themselves up in this first half. It's no surprise to see this one being a close match. It really wouldn't surprise me that much, as much as they both don't want it, for it to end up a draw with them both fighting for the win so hard. Eminem, I'm sure, are sat watching, and I'm sure will be clinging to the hope that it is a draw and they can go to bed celebrating that Prem land spot.
Like you say, there's a lot on the line, and I love a game that affects another outcome as well, because it always makes it that little bit more interesting to watch. But and with the boys, they did get off to a good start. They now need to hit that mental reset button and really focus in on how Fierce are looking to attack onto these sites. They're going upstairs once again, and they were potentially only a couple of gunfights away from winning that last round. You know, I know that the kills came through pretty thick and fast, and Keenan got a nice 2K. But as soon as Keenan doesn't get that 2K, things really start to shift. Reese may be losing his life a little bit early as well, but how about that for some early aggression? Alfie is going to punish Jugger dearly for that aggression, though, as he's more than aware of that peak coming out from the bottom of Sunrise. And again, Fierce finding that opening kill, finding that first blood nice and early on into the round, just gives themselves that little bit more breathing room, and it's probably going to force some of the with the boys guys to rotate back onto site, because although we did it left in a 1 versus 2, that required Vex to get a 2K, and he was kind of off site for a majority of the round, and although he affected the push as it came in, he didn't have much influence on any of the attackers. He didn't get himself in any gunfights. I don't think he got any kills out there on that roam, so it could do worse. You can see there he's playing inside of Hooker, so he's recognising that losing the man early doors is going to be needed on the site. And well, he's going to be doing some work, as there's a 1-for-1 trade there going out. Nathan onto Fierce, but Keenan once again seeing good results inside of that aquarium, taking out Tank Ninjas 4-2 now. And again, I'm with the boys just being pressured on that site.
Fierce really starting to find the feet a little bit in this game. Slow start from them, but they are certainly looking the more effective and more aggressive team at this point. Reese just playing in behind the bar and deployable shield again. We saw him do this in the last round without too much success. He sort of stayed in there for about 2 minutes and then was taken out without too much of a challenge. We can see the Maverick call that Prox has made, but he's just got himself back into Hall of Fame, so he will be safe from that angle. He will see the approach of Legion and get the kill onto Yami. 4 versus 1 now. Reese had to make a move, and as he makes a move, Alfie will get the headshot onto him from the double window rappel, covering angles well, and that will be the round for Fierce, and that puts them into the lead for the first time here. 3 rounds in a row now.
Fierce now showing us why Coastline is typically a little bit more attacker-sided, slowly starting to chain some rounds together and really build onto that momentum. This next round is always very crucial. I think it's the most important round in any game of Siege. To win that last round before the change of the half can just do so much. It puts you in a good mindset, moving on to the attack or the defence, whichever side you're moving on to. And I'm sure that I'm with the boys really want to get out of this at an even 3-3 and then take things ahead on their attacks. Fierce, however, they've got the momentum. Everything's going in their favour at the minute. Nothing that they're doing is really causing much trouble for I'm with the boys, as they're just picking them apart and winning those 1v1 engagements. There's argument for the I'm with the boys are showing a little bit too much aggression, just peeking onto everything and really, you know, getting out there and getting in the fight. Whilst that worked for the first couple of rounds, Fierce have very quickly cottoned onto it.
The only match we've lost has been when Demo wasn't casting. Coincidence? I think not. So we'll see how that one goes. We'll see how that one goes. Demo's not casting tonight, and at the minute, Fierce are looking pretty good for this one, so they may well be able to break that little bit of a curse that they've made for themselves there.
It is Halloween.
Everybody loves a curse on Halloween.
Everyone loves a curse on Halloween.
So heading into round number 6 then, we're going to be 3-2 in favour of Fierce Esports, and they are looking pretty clinical so far. We've seen some excellent droning, which has forced the defensive roamers to move positions, but as they've done so, they've been moving into a line of sight that's been pre-set up. We've seen that being done very well, map control being gained reasonably swiftly and then used successfully as well. So Fierce here really looking to push forward. I'm sure if they can come out of this half 4-2 going on to the defence, they might just be able to carry a bit of that confidence then towards getting that win that they need. If they do get the win, it's going to bring it all down to the last week against M&M next week to see who will get that second place spot.
Juggler again opting to play in and around that 90 corridor, and we saw him removed from here quite effectively in the previous round when we saw Kitchen played. I'm not, you know, he did a good job of wasting some time, but he wasn't able to take anybody with him, and I think that's the real key important thing if you're going to look to play in a kind of exposed roam position like this, because Fierce, they're going to recognise this very early on that he's playing in pretty much the same exact spot, and they're going to be, you know, familiar with how they were able to deal with him last time. Vex is seeing increasing pressure over on main stairs as well, and he's not going to really want to try and challenge onto that all too much. Tank Ninjas, what have you been doing? He's gone for a bit of a run out, managed to crawl his way back in through service entrance. I'm not sure if Reese is going to go for the revive or if he's going to in fact bait his teammate. Looks as though he had no choice but to go for the bait. Reese goes for the run out as well. We'll get that out as a late trade, but 3 quick kills coming through in succession there for Fierce. Again, leaving us in a 4 versus 2. How many times are we going to see a 4 versus 2 with Reese left last alive on site? Yami also over at the bottom of Cool Vibe stairs. He's going to need to look to rotate in and really buddy up with Reese in these dying few seconds. But with over a minute left on the clock, the vertical pressure that these guys in sight are now going to be seeing is just going to be almost too much to handle.
And with the boys going to need something very close to a miracle to win this round from 1 versus 4 or even 2 versus 4 with a minute left on the clock. It's so difficult to withstand that sort of pressure against a double man count for that period of time. We've got Yami now deep in sight. We can see the diffuser is going down. Penguin's in there at the default spot. 2 seconds to go, and that will now be planted successfully. We won't get anywhere near to seeing a retake as Yami tries to move into bathroom and will be taken out from the vertical angle already established from Fierce. 4-2 on the attack. If they can keep this momentum into their defence, keep the aggression up, they're going to have a successful day here at Fierce. They are looking like the better side.
They really are looking like the better side, and I think, you know, I'm with the boys are probably left scratching their heads a little bit. We can see we've got a pretty aggressive lineup coming out from these guys. Tank Ninja's there. He baited the Lion in the first bit, but then switched onto the Sledge. I wouldn't be surprised to see him 6-pick out there onto the Lion and, you know, really sort of bring everything that they can to give them all the advantage. There it is. We are going to see the Lion-Dokkaebi combination in conjunction with Jackal, and it's not something that you fancy going up against.
Maybe you predict the operator bans. Maybe I get the map bans and you get the operator bans.
I feel like the operator bans are a bit easier, though.
Defenders, protect
you said it.
I feel like you're trying to give me something there that's just too easy. I don't want it. I want.
No, but I can't give you the map bans because you're wrong on it. That's the difficulty.
I'm going to get one right tonight.
You see my difficulty.
I'm going to
keep guessing boredom.
I'm going to take your notebook and I'm going to get one right tonight because I know you've got it all written down.
So heading into round number 7, 4-2 in favour of Fierce Esports. That's the half, so we will now switch sides. We'll see Fierce Esports with potentially 6 rounds on defence, but if they win it before that, we will obviously close the match out at that. They're going to be going to hooker first of all. They've got a couple of roamers downstairs as it stands at the minute. They've got Nathan over there on the pulse. Something that I'm with the boys didn't bring a pulse, and maybe it would have been effective because they were playing roamers downstairs. But to a degree, Fierce were reasonably happy to just sort of leave them be. Have a quick attempt at getting them cleared out. They did get 1 or 2 of them, but then if they leave somebody downstairs, it's not the end of the world because it's difficult to have such a direct impact, whereas Pulse, as we know, is somewhat of a different kettle of fish.
It really can be, and we saw what happened when I'm with the boys were bringing the Valkyrie, a very similar operator to the Pulse, and it was working for them. They won the first couple of rounds, and then for whatever reason, the switcheroo came around, and they started, to favour different operators, really just going for those gunfights, and it just didn't work all too well for them. Something I like about Fierce's setup here is look how many vertical angles they've created of their own. I mean, check this one out, through the drone hole in the back of the bar inside of Aquarium. Nice angle there down on into Office, multiple angles as well being opened in the floor as well, so it's just going to make their job a little bit easier in trying to stem that flow of attackers in through Office. But there we can see a Lion scan coming through. It is going to result in a kill for Vex, very quickly traded out however by Penguin. He did pay for it with a good portion of his health, but he is still in the fight, keeping this at an even 4 versus 4.
Great use of the Lion there, absolutely perfectly timed, as we can see. Now that that's been reduced so dramatically, it really does take some teamwork to use those scans to get a kill in that way. You really do have to push. I think the scan now lasts 2.5 seconds, is it? So you've really got to be ready to push, not just to push, but to be in a position to actually take the shots and get the line of sight within that space of time, and it's not a great deal of time at all. But we can see Vex has since been taken off the board, so we are now 4 versus 4 with 1 minute 20 left to go. And with the boys, don't seem to have made too much progress here in terms of getting into position to make and execute, or in terms of map control. We can see Jugger and Tank Ninjas have now finally got control over Aquarium. Minute left on the clock, so that has taken quite a long time. Just going to start pumping some of those lifelines to make sure there's nobody in behind the bar. I think they are considering going for a plant here. Yami with a great shot onto Penguin, taking his head off there, going big for his team when they need it. 4 versus 3 now, and we start to see the plant just baiting out that smoke utility. Alfie behind the bar. They've not really done anything as of yet to disrupt Alfie in that location. Nathan has just got himself back upstairs and is going to be holding that 90 corridor with the pulse. Out comes the second attempt at a plant there, and Jugger will get a great kill through onto Prox. 4 versus 2, and things starting to fall apart, but can Alfie hold on to this for long enough? He's managed to stop the diffuser going down so far. In comes the Lion charge. Tank Ninjas moves in once again to try and plant the diffuser. Will it be successful this time? He's taking damage. I'm not sure where the damage was coming from, but he did have to move away. He was downed during that. Alfie will finish him off with a Toxic Babe. 2 versus 2 now. Yami looks like he's downed as well, potentially. Jugger is going in and taking the diffuser and getting it planted. He will be successful. Nathan now in a 1 versus 2. He's got it all to do. Yami's actually on 1 HP, so he can still use his gun. That's the important factor. Nathan now scanning through sight to see if he can find either of these defenders. He will get on the heartbeat scanner briefly, but won't get any information as to a location. It's surely going to be on the Aquarium balcony. That's where the Zephyr is hidden. He's going to bait that out by going for the initial diffuse. Oh, if he hits more of those shots and gets the down, that could be a different story. He does get the first. He has got time. He knows where. He steps out but won't be able to hit the shots. Jugger just playing that exactly right and will wait to be pushed, get the kill, and that will be the round for I'm with the boys, showing they can attack just as well as Fierce.
It came right down to the wire there, though. 1 versus 1 situation isn't something that you want to rely on every time to win the round. I think player of the game, player of the match there, or player of the round, should I say, Yami.
Yep.
He was on 1 health, and all he cared about was surviving. He ran himself up those cool vibe stairs, he even turned around to throw a smoke grenade. It got caught by an ADS, unfortunately for him, but he had the right idea. All he was trying to do was stay alive. He was probably scanning furiously on the floor for goo mines, just anything that was going to trip him up at that moment in time, but he did manage to get away. And despite the fact that he lost that engagement inside of luggage, he still had a big importance in the round, because had that engagement not happened, more ammo would have been, you know, available, and there's potential for Nathan maybe to clutch that round out. As it stands, did a very good job. Last night we were beaten by the better team. Fierce will be tough, but we will try to overcome them. Tank is bad at impacts. That's a hashtag I can get behind. After Tank's performance yesterday on the impact trick, he had a nightmare.
Those walls kept getting open.
He had a nightmare.
They really did get open for fun, didn't they? The church wall we're talking about on Arsenal particularly, it was open successfully every time. I think it was that they went down there. But we will now head back to the fixture at hand. Round number 8. Fierce Esports currently winning 4-3, but this one really hangs in the balance. I'm with the boys on the attack now, which is where we saw Fierce Esports have the majority of their success. They haven't won a defensive round. They've only had one so far, so that's certainly not a criticism. There's time for them to get some in the books, but they do need to start sooner rather than later. What they don't want is to let I Am With The Boys get themselves on to that magical 6 points.
Definitely not, and I'm with the boys. They're going to start building that momentum. You can see they're bringing exactly the same operator lineup here, and they're going to be going for a bit more of a rinse and repeat strategy, keeping those lion scans to the right moment if possible, trying to feed Vex that information. As we all know, he's more than capable of getting the frags. Alfie going to be holding an angle now over on into office from upstairs. Fierce more than capable of making these vertical angles work for them. As you can see, nearly all of them are trying to play vertically at this moment in time, and why not? You know, there's a lot of powerful angles here on Coastline to take advantage of. Keenan inside of the Sunrise bar. He is getting tracked by Jackal, so his location is going to be known, and I wouldn't be surprised if the pinch comes through. There it is. We see the lion scan come out, but it is not going to result in a direct kill. Nathan now gathering some information for his team. Prox finding that one over there onto Jugger from Cool Vibe Stairs. The smoke grenade toss comes through, and it's going to blind him for a moment. Reese finding one in return over onto Keenan. These teams still going neck and neck, 4 men apiece, moving into the final half of the round.
Prox making a great decision there as that smoke grenade came in, if you notice, just taking the opportunity to reload the Alder. It is a lengthy process, so whilst the smoke was obscuring his line of sight, also it's obscuring any lines of sight onto him, so he took the opportunity to reload. Great snap decision there. Tank Ninjas is just going to get himself up onto that aquarium balcony on the rappel. He's going to look to hold a line of sight into the area behind the bar. Yami coming in, getting a kill. Reese with a nade as well. Tank Ninjas decides it's time to aggress forward as that nade was dropped down the hatch, and will clear out behind bar, taking shots from luggage, but will continue to push into sight. He's going to go for the plant, confident that Reese has got him covered, just looking to bait this out. Reese will get the final kill onto Penguin, who had absolutely no idea he was there. 3 quick kills going in either direction in the last couple of seconds of the round there, and that will be another one in the books for I'm With The Boys. This one is screaming towards a draw.
That's what I'm With The Boys are all about. Getting those couple of kills, and then Tank Ninjas, you could see it. He couldn't wait to get off that rappel and onto the balcony and in through aquarium. He was itching to get himself in there and to try and get that plant down. And they see an opportunity, and they're an aggressive set of guys. They're an aggressive team. They're going to take it with both hands and just run with it. That's what we saw Tank doing there, and it affected him winning the round because he was able to get himself in. He got a nice kill on the open, and Reese was already in position to watch his back in luggage. So doing a really good job there of tearing Fierce apart, because let's be honest, Fierce are putting a lot of effort into these setups. They're really taking the time with it. They've got loads of vertical angles. They've got, you know, different positions that they're going to play and then retreat back onto other positions when the push starts to come through. So for I'm With The Boys to see these opportunities, that's how they're going to win this game. They're going to have to take as many of these little opportunities as they can and really just try and catch Fierce out, because by all means they are a very well set up team at this moment in time, but it's just proving, you know, maybe too prescribed, a little bit too set up, and they're not willing to go with the flow as much as I'm With The Boys are.
Heading then into round number 9, 4 apiece, and nothing to separate these two at this point in time. I'm with the boys starting their attack very well. 2 successful rounds so far. We're going to head to Kitchen, which is going to be the second site that we'll see. Fierce happy to give Hooker a second attempt, but when they weren't successful down there, they've decided it is now time to change things up and head to Kitchen. I would agree with that. I think it's never a good idea to try and go back to a site for a 3rd time if you've already lost it twice, because then you're basically guaranteeing yourself, if you lose that one again, that you can't win the half. The best you can do is draw it. So Penguin now looking to push forward here. He's just looking to be that aggressive defender. I think he's getting himself back towards site, but he's got the heartbeat scanner out. He's around the front door. He's around the service door. He wants to know what's going on. He wants to feed that information. Is there anybody he can catch out? Is there anybody on a rappel? All those sorts of bits of information there. He's just throwing pings out as well to his team, just to say we've got them out on the VIP balcony here.
Slightly slower round coming out. Usually we're used to seeing a kill traded at least, in either direction in the first minute, but nothing just as of yet. There's going to be the first kill, and that will go unanswered as Penguin putting the heartbeat sensor to good use onto Vex there, just getting a bit aggressive inside of VIP. It's going to be answered as a slightly later trade than we're used to seeing, as Reese is going to be finding that one over onto Keenan. Still seeing a little bit of pressure upstairs, and I'm sure that Penguin does know his location, but with no C4 in hand, all he's going to be able to do is call out for his team, maybe take advantage of the hole that the Nitro cell will have made in the floor of VIP. But now the push just seems to slow a little bit as I'm with the boys want to try and gather a bit more information. Jugget there, going to find one onto Alfie, but Nathan really catching Yami off guard before Reese will trade that one straight back out. Cams now could be hacked as well. Reese has got that chance as there is a phone there on the floor, but he's going to be searching. He's not going to quite be able to see because of the bodies that are in his way, and maybe just going to look to try and push on down, but the man advantage firmly with I'm with the boys now as they move into this 3-2.
That would have been really interesting to see the hole created by the Nitro cell being used then as a reverse angle, opening up the vertical. But as you say, just unable, Reese, there to see down onto the Valkyrie, although I think he knows that she is there, so there will possibly be some pressure put on there. Tank Ninjas with the Lion scan, but can't get the barricade clear quickly enough to get in and take advantage of it. Penguin again just playing aggressively within the site, peeking that window, taking the fight to I'm with the boys, getting the kill there. Prox, and that is essential. That is a very important kill here, taking Reese off the board. It now leaves Jugger in a low HP, 1 versus 2. Prox will get the final shots, and that will be Fierce taking the lead again. This one really does yo-yo back and forth.
That was the latter stage of that round was a really good example of how, whilst Oakley calls and Lion scans are really powerful, it doesn't mean everything. You can see there the shots coming through. Oh, a C4 through the floor that then got shot mid-air by Reese. I'm not surprised we missed that, because that's a hell of a play.
Well, you can see it when it's slowed down.
Yeah.
When it's in the mix.
Yeah.
That's pretty...
Half speed, I can see that, yeah. But Reese proving that it is possible to shoot C4s out in mid-air in an online environment. But, as I was saying, it just goes to show, as powerful as Dokkaebi calls and Lion scans can be, they aren't the be-all and end-all within Siege. We saw Penguin getting a kill as his phone was ringing a few seconds after the Lion scan. You could see what they were trying to do with the Lion scan and the Dokkaebi call. They were really trying to flush Valkyrie out, who was Penguin, inside of Sunrise. But the call came through, the scan came through, but no push. Nothing really happened from Fierce, and then they were just left sort of peeking onto players that they already knew were in position.
Very, very difficult indeed, like you say. Really need just to think about that coordination and make sure that they're making the most of the opportunity that the use of that utility presents. So we're now going to be heading to Penthouse and Theatre now. This one really does interest me. It's a site that we don't see too often at a competitive level now. It does seem to have dropped off, especially with the mirror ban that's usually in place. She was a very popular operator and just made this site a little bit more viable. But that being said, we are going to see it from Fierce now. They are obviously happier to give this a try than going back to Hooker and Billiards, which I can't criticise them for. I think it's always a good idea if you've lost, lost pretty heavily twice on one site, then maybe it is time to have a look elsewhere. Good win on Kitchen, and just looking to carry that momentum now into the Penthouse Theatre side. Something that we also tend to see on what we would class as maybe off-sites that aren't used too commonly is sometimes people don't always know that well how to attack them. So sometimes you do just get a real stall from the attackers where they get to a point and it's sort of like, well, you know, what do we do now? I mean, they haven't brought a Thermite, they haven't brought a Hibana, they've no hard breach. Obviously, Hibana is banned out, but you know, how do they really start assaulting this site if they can't get theatre wall and they can't get VIP wall open?
It really does limit the potential, and you know, we've not seen much Capital play all evening from Arm with the boys. They're very set in the lineup that they're wanting to bring, and it is doing them some kills, but it isn't doing them maybe as much as they could do with a bit more utility. And when you're going to be looking to go up against a clash, a Capital is going to be your best friend. That being said, they've not even bothered to reinforce the wall there through into VIP. I would expect that maybe to be reinforced, but with the clash playing, they're looking to extend a little bit there into VIP and really just take this fight on the window and the door. 2 kills coming out fairly early on for I'm with the boys as well, so that is going to leave them in a good man advantage, especially when one of those remaining players is a Clash, because as we all know, Clash's strength is in the shield, not necessarily in the weaponry. Jugger coming to blows now as he does make that challenge onto the top of main stairs. Nathan didn't take a single point of damage there, but did manage to dish a bit out in return, and he is going to be able to retreat back on into sight. Some pressure coming in from the double window now as another Lion scan is going to ring true, but nobody on Fierce deciding to move. Now, I'm with the boys, they have got the man advantage, but they're going to have to do something with it at this moment in time. Alfie is going to look to draw out the pistol, but only for a second, as he's now going to start receiving some shots as they do start to fly on in from the rappel.
1 minute left to go. Pressure mounting on site. As you say, they've had man advantage for almost 2 minutes now. At least a minute and a half. They've had 2-man advantage and not really done too much with it yet. And with the boys, they are applying more pressure to site, but Fierce are withstanding very well. That said, Tank Ninjas with a kill onto Nathan there and looking to get the diffuser down. Tank Ninjas just in there. He will be planting. He won't need to as the kills come in, and that will be a flawless round for I'm with the boys. 5 apiece now. What did I say about a draw?
You did say that a draw was very possible, and you know, I really agreed with you. I'm with the boys there showing a really good example of how you can just hold angles and frustrate members on insight. Although they didn't even directly impact the site in any way, I think the only person to get in was it Tank Ninjas on the Lion was the only person to actually get himself into site, and even then he was doing the threshold plant where he's barely in and he's kind of actually planting inside of showers. So they didn't even need to step foot in the site. All they were able to do was create those crossfires and those angles and just force the players on Fierce to really move around, which is very commendable, especially going up against a Clash, to be able to force those defenders to have to rotate and to not be able to have the shield up and just block you off on one angle, seeing so much pressure that they had to make that rotation.
What I love most of all about this is that I am sure right now, and they'll probably comment in the chat if you're there, boys, I am sure that the M&M boys are watching this and celebrate. They're probably in a Discord call or a TeamSpeak call with each other, and they're going to be celebrating each and every round that goes. The thing is, they'll be celebrating for both teams. They'll be cheering them both on. They'll just be celebrating every round that gets won in each direction.
Oh, the dream for the M&M guys here is that I'm with the boys come in and win Hooker as they've done both times that they've attacked onto it, and then we'll see, you know, maybe them go downstairs onto Kitchen and Fierce will then win that one, or, you know, switch the sides, whatever. They're going to be really hoping for that draw, like you say, but I'm sure that both these teams now know that it really is do or die. They're going to want to take this next round and guarantee at least the draw, but the draw isn't going to be what these teams are looking for. They're going to be looking for outright wins. Now, I'm with the boys starting out on the attack. This is really their opportunity because they haven't lost here attacking onto this site. They just need to take the time and, well, Vex isn't going to take much time. He's going to get pretty aggressive early doors. He's going to find one onto Penguin. That could be a massive kill. Penguin, we've seen him playing on the Pulse. It has been working pretty well for him. Odd to see him this time on the Vigil. Vex is going to take a good few points of damage and in fact going to have to run out as well, as a Toxic Babe canister is going to be expended. It's going to be Alfie playing that hatch inside of luggage. And well, Vex left with not much option now but to just start pre-firing random angles as Alfie going to be playing the aggressive smoke. He is going to convert that kill over onto Vex. Just getting caught a little bit short there. I thought that Vex would have the peace of mind to sort of pressure onto those main stairs there and to stop that rotate coming through, because Alfie, he's seen an opportunity there and he's grabbed it with both hands. Another Lion scan coming through. It isn't going to matter a jot to Prox as he makes his way up the cool vibe stairs to return to his teammates.
Better defensive hooker so far than we've seen previously, but there's still a long time to go here. We've got 4 versus 4, and this round is just summing up this entire match nicely. 1 kill comes in early from I'm with the boys, and then it's traded straight back out by Fierce, and it's just neck and neck the whole way. That's what we've seen throughout the match. It really has been tight. I can't call who's going to win this. I think they both deserve something out of it. You know, you really can't call it. You really can't separate these two. Fierce now have got themselves turtled pretty much completely into sight and are going to look to hold things hard from there. Reese with a fantastic nade kill onto Alfie. That's the second nade kill that we've seen from Reese so far this game, putting that utility to maximum use to do everything he can. And what an important operator. We know that they play the smoke in behind the bar to try and throw the Toxic Babe canister over and prevent the defuse behind the bomb. As it is, Nathan's now going to have to expose himself more as the Legion in order to do that. And if they're watching those angles, they might just be able to pick up that kill onto him. 40 seconds to go and Tank Ninja starts to get the diffuser down. I'm sure he's being covered. Reese will get the kill onto Nathan, who I think tries to make the challenge. Yami onto Prox, and that leaves Keenan with it all to do. He'll get the first, but not the second, third or fourth, and that will be the round going to I'm with the boys. That will be guaranteeing them a draw. And please don't quote me on it yet, Eminem, without seeing the league table, but I think that pretty much is going to guarantee them second spot and a LAN place as well.
I will definitely take your word for it, as you are the stat guy, Tim. But match point nonetheless for I'm with the boys, and they're going to be looking to convert onto this pretty heavily. They're still going to be on the attacking side. As well, kitchen service is going to be the site of choice for Fierce. Now, those guys are going to be a little bit upset at this point because they're the best that Fierce can come out of this with is a draw. They did, however, win downstairs in kitchen back in round number 9, so they've got a pretty good track record on it. They didn't have a great track record up inside a hooker. I'm with the boys did manage to successfully attack onto that site all 3 rounds that it was played. Kitchen's a bit of a different kettle of fish, and I think I'm with the boys, they seem to be getting better at this sort of Lion-Dockerby combination, and the timing, as the rounds progress, is starting to improve. Now, I think something that we can really sort of comment on from I'm with the boys is just how good they are at forcing the players of Fierce back onto site and then still being in position to heavily apply pressure even when they're stuck behind reinforced walls, barricades, etc. We've not seen I'm with the boys bring a hard breacher once, yet they seem to have had all the opening that they've needed to be able to get these grenade kills in, to be able to force these players on site to rotate and pick up kills as the flanks are being watched.
They have indeed. So we're going to move into the action phase now here of round number 12. I did predict we'd be seeing at least 2 12-rounders tonight, and this is going to be our first. It's no surprise the teams and the fixtures that we've got lined up tonight are all so close in ability and have so much to play directly against each other. There's so much to gain from a win and so much to lose from a loss. So they are, of course, going to go as hard as they can for it. 6-5 in favour of I'm with the boys, guarantees them the draw. Fierce, I'm sure, are going to be keen to get this last round, get the point, and just keep themselves level with I'm with the boys now. That will leave them both on 11 points coming into the final week, and they can start to jostle for who gets that 3rd place and arguably the favourable draw in terms of the playoffs. Proxy are looking to get aggressive and shoot his team into an early advantage, but he won't manage to land any shots, but it does maybe just put I'm with the boys on the back foot a little, makes them think about the fact that they are playing an aggressive team here who are willing to take the gunfights. 1 minute in, no kills yet. Slow progress.
I think we're expecting to see a slightly slower round coming out here just because of how much is on the line for it. But Proxy's aggression and willingness to put his team on top is going to result in a kill. And Nathan making that 2 kills as he grabs one himself as well. This is one of the first times we've seen Fierce go up by a man advantage in the early stage of the round. Usually we're used to seeing teams trading 1 for 1. But Keenan going to back it up as well. All of a sudden Vex has got a heck of a lot of work to do alongside Reese. He's going to start the account for I'm with the boys. But is waited a bit too little too late. He does grab one onto Keenan. Keenan being a big fragging name that we are seeing for Fierce. Reese taking a heck of a lot of damage as he enters there in onto Penthouse. And well, he's going to be the last man standing as Nathan grabs yet another over onto Vex. Reese now left in a 1 versus 4 situation. It's not going to be the first time that Reese has had his back up against the wall this evening. He has got the diffuser, but he hasn't got a great deal of health. And well, the push is going to come up through there, and it's going to be Nathan grabbing yet another kill on the round. Fierce guaranteeing that draw.
A draw indeed, and only one winner there, and it's not even a team who played. M&M secure that second place spot. They're on 16 points. That now leaves Fierce and I'm with the boys on 11 apiece. 1 fixture to go. The best either of them can achieve now is 14. So we have our 2 guaranteed LAN finalists. We've got Navi and we have got M&M. So congratulations to both of those. Well done, boys. That's something that you can look forward to. And we've got it confirmed there on the screen. Thank you very much, production. We also see I'm with the boys and Fierce Esports coming in there and confirming playoffs as well. Sunny Carries, obviously, with 2 games to go, could get themselves onto 11, but don't have favourable results when it comes to the mini-league, I don't believe. So I'm with the boys and Fierce will be confirmed playoffs, but Sunny Carries, Exilium, still fighting for those places with Wind and Rain as well.
Yeah, congratulations to them, and what a great way to start things off. We're a little bit worried about I'm with the boys at one stage with that 4-2 start, and then all of a sudden they just completely changed. But you can see they were going for that W. There's a few things here and there they could have at least changed, but I think you said it yourself, Tim. It's going to be a draw at some stage with you two. See if it upsets or 12-round belters, and we got another one anyway.
Yeah, we definitely did. You know, I'm with the boys. They came out and gave a really good showing. I think the only criticism maybe is that the consistency just wasn't where they would want it to be tonight. Had they played consistently well throughout the fixture, which we did see flashes of brilliance, they would probably come away with a win there. But they just weren't able to operate in that consistent manner, and it did, hurt them dearly in the end.
Both teams wanted it so much. That's what it boiled down to. They were both fighting tooth and nail for it, and we just saw that momentum switch so many times. We'd see Fierce come out and have just a really clinical, excellent round, and then we'd see I'm with the boys answer it right back and just do fantastically as well. So, I'm sure that is a game that's absolutely rammed full of highlights if you're looking for individual plays, but like you say, neither of them able to just grab it by the scruff of the neck and take it over the line.
Yeah, we saw Nathan playing really well this game. Keenan was sleeping a little bit compared to most times. He still did quite well, but had a little bit of a slow start, I feel like. And even then with Penguin and Prox, they had a good round at one stage with the crossfire and that 2v3 as well, holding Kitchen. It was some good stuff on them. We don't really see too much from Prox and Penguin, but their teamwork there was just next to none in a couple of those rounds. Yeah, really good teamwork, like you say, and that's something that you're going to be looking toward from Fierce, because they are, quite a well-organised team, and that's something that they really need to use as one of their strengths, is their teamwork to get themselves through these tougher fixtures. Like you say, Keenan just had a little bit of a quieter day. We saw him go huge yesterday, but he just wasn't enough in the end. But, like you say, what is it about the name Nathan tonight? Nathan's just seemed to be doing the business tonight. Either gets 13 assists or 13 frags. It's always one of the two, isn't it? Always does the job well and everything like that. But vote for your player of the match. Let us know with the 3 players down below who you think should take it. We have Nathan, not too much of a surprise there. We have Yami and we have Jugger, the 2 movie star players. Not too much of a surprise again, but Yami, I've always told by Demo that he is one of the players to watch, but we've seen some of the other players like Vex who really stepped the game up, all 5 of them. But I'm with the boys, it's a little bit like, a bit deflated, but they won't guarantee a top 2 spot, but it's making sure they maintain that higher seed into the playoffs. Of course it is. I looked at that for a second and I honestly thought it was Nathan from M&M had crept into the vote again, just for how well he played in the last game. But no, you're absolutely right, Harry. It's all about now keeping that best seed in. You've got to stay professional about it. You've got to think about, what match are we going to face in the playoffs when it matters. You don't want to end up with a banana skin there and find yourself not at LAN. You've got to keep focused, got to keep your eyes on the prize. At the end of the day, there's 4 teams at LAN. Any one of them can win it. But how does it all begin, though? It is, of course, the promo series. If you want to try and find a way into the Premiership, and as you head down to esl.im/PS Cup 1. There is 4 cups, so you've got PS Cup 2, 3, 4 in the future weeks. So every week there is one. But the whole point of it is the fact that it's your entry into the Premiership. The top 4 from the promo series and the bottom 2 from the relegation on the Premiership have a chance and the opportunity to try and get into the Prem once more for next season. And there's going to be some interesting ways, because this season we've had a lot of new players, some new teams here and there, some mixing matches from the inner circle guys, you know, the usual veterans. But from what we've seen so far, it's nice to get a few more players in the Premiership compared to previous seasons, I feel like.
It's always good to get fresh blood into the Premiership. It is the breeding ground for the UK scene, and, you know, we see teams go on to do great things. I mean, we always harp on about Navi, but what they've done is truly unbelievable, and they all started in the Premiership. So, yeah, it really is a good place to get yourself involved and get down and start getting some games in, because things can change.
That's it. There's so much goes on, not just in the games, but around it as well. You get the opportunity to get more involved with the UK community, the community specifically around Premiership, as well as, you know, the wider community. You meet coaches, analysts, you meet all sorts of people that can help you out with your game, that are willing to offer advice, and you get to play against those teams as well.
And look at Navi and look at M&M now, like from what we've seen so far, just coming out of the woodwork, left, right, and centre, and making a name for themselves and an impact, but of course a statement. That's all we've got time for so far. For the first two games, we're past the halfway mark, but our next match between Audacity and Sonny Carries is going to be a belter. We'll see you soon.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Hidden within a dark castle lives a man whose strange experiments have unleashed unspeakable horrors. Now, within these walls, roam creatures more shocking, more brutal, and more terrifying than the human mind can comprehend. For each hammer, there is a trap, and for each trap, there is only death. This fall, 5 monsters, 5 hunters, 1 endless night of horror. Welcome to the Doctor's Curse.
And we're back with the Rainbow Six Siege ESL Premiership powered by Intel, and we have 2 cracking matches so far and 2 big ones now as we go to our next game between Audacity and Sonic Carries. I'm Lethal, back again with Ollie and Tim, and tonight's just been mad really, isn't it? It's been some great games, 12 rounds. Of course, you know, I'm not too surprised with you two. What happened to Navi earlier? You just can't make this stuff up, guys. It's been absolutely crazy but fantastic at the same time. But let's focus on our next match between Audacity and Sonic Carries. Now, Sonic Carries, you know, they've had little bit of blips here and there. They've had some really hard matches to start with, but they need to try and solidify that playoff spot now, Ollie.
Yeah, they need to be looking to get a win tonight. It isn't going to be an easy win to get, though, and I think they're going to see quite a bit of trouble this evening. I can imagine this one being another close game.
I think it will be, because, like you say, again, you know, I don't want to keep repeating myself, but there is so much to play for these teams. And coming into your first Premiership season and getting into playoffs, that's an achievement in itself. So they're both going to be very keen to do that. And what we tend to see then is a close game because they don't want to give too much away either. So, yeah, I think it's going to be another tight one. Again, wouldn't surprise me for this to be the second 12-rounder.
Well, it's you two, so I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest, Tim, as we look into the rosters and some of the players to mention there. And Sonic Carries, we've seen a lot from them. But even with the side of Audacity, we've seen players like Searcher come out here and there to do some bits and pieces. But this is going to be a close one, and Audacity, they need to get their first win on the board. If not, relegation could be where they're staying, Ollie.
It really could be, and you know, it's not somewhere that anyone really wants to be at this point. It would be a shame for them to stay in relegation, but at the end of the day, someone's got to be in that spot, and the best team will get through on the night. You can see they've got a pretty tricky fixture coming up as well against Exilium. As we've seen from this, you know, from the table, all these players and all these teams at this sort of lower half of the table are very well matched, and that just makes things that little bit more difficult.
Yeah, we saw a great game from Audacity yesterday against Wind and Rain. Wind and Rain got themselves 6-2 up, and then Audacity really showed the mettle, dug in and fought the way back to get a draw out of it. So, you know, there's absolutely a result in them here. I know that there is a win in them. Is it going to be today against Sonic Carries? I'm not too sure. It is a very good side.
I hope so, because if not, we'll be saying see you later to them unless they come back from the promo series and manage to qualify again to get back into the Premiership. But you're right, though, with Audacity, you can't sleep on them, can you, Ollie?
No, you definitely can't, because we saw what they were capable of doing yesterday. It was a fixture that, you know, it really looked very tricky for them, and, you know, it got brought back to a very close draw. So I think this team's got a lot of promise, and I think, again, we're going to go on to it again. The most important thing for both these sides moving into tonight, play your own version of Siege and don't get dragged into how your opponent wants to play, because that can very quickly spell disaster.
Yeah, it really can, and we saw it run away from teams yesterday. They both managed to bring it back, but it's just about how often can you disrupt that? If you're 6-2 down, how often can you come back from that? How often can you stop somebody doing what they want to do? And the answer is probably not really that often. They've both got away with it yesterday. I don't think they want to be in that position again today. Definitely
not. And just to clarify as well, the bottom two from relegation, what will happen is they'll go into the promo series, but they don't need to re-qualify. They'll need to play the top 4 from the promo series. And it's going to be some tough matches there if that does happen. They want to try and avoid that at all costs. But the main goal is still to get into the Prem finals, but it's looking pretty bleak for them right now.
It is looking tricky, and that's just, you know, a testament, I guess, to the teams that we've got in the higher part of the table, that they are just so good, and, you know, they are just that little step above the rest. But like you say, maintaining the spot within the promo series and then only having to play a couple of qualifiers to then get back into the Premiership, it is a good position nonetheless. And it just goes to show that, you know, it's not about getting into the finals in the first run of Premiership. There's always that option to come through next season.
Of course there is. You've got to keep trying. That's the point. You can't you know, I think sometimes it's you want to put a team together and just go and have all this success and be amazing. And there's a process. There's a process to get in there. So don't be downbeaten by it. You've competed in the Premiership. You've made it this season. That's your achievement. Go away, make it again, and then try make the playoffs. That can be your next achievement, and just try to build on it each time. But as you say, Harry, it's tough in the promo series. You look at some of the players in the community that aren't in the Premiership this time, and if they start getting onto teams, there's people like Lackey who haven't been, you know, since D3H, haven't really been playing so much in the competitive. If players like that start cropping up, then matches aren't easy.
I think Audacity were the team where they tried to qualify in the summer. Sadly, they failed, and this is their first time getting into it. But Tim, do you know what it's time for? It is the picks and bans. Yes,
I just feel it's really pressured now. You're
putting the pressure on yourself. At the
I'm
half
not,
point,
to be fair, because I've got loads of points now, so it's fine. It's fine.
Your ego, mate. Don't want to be as big as Demos. I'm pretty sure of that. But tell me your first thoughts anyway, Tim.
Not much of a risk of that. We love you, really, Demo. Border and Consulate are obviously the default bans. Border is one that I would have picked again for the same reasons that I did yesterday. It's important results for them. Sunny Carry's having such a good result on there. I'm sure they would have been keen to see more of it. I think they will want to go to a similar map, you know, somewhere with a bit of space that you can just play your strategy and sort of lock yourselves in. And for that reason, I say Clubhouse.
Oh, going for the neutral game now. I'm interested in your opinion, Ollie, because Audacity, they've been keeping away from CAF almost every single time. Do you reckon it's going to be one of the first bans coming up?
I think Tim's read my mind there. I was going to say Clubhouse. Honestly, I was. I'm not just looking to chase his points. But it's interesting that you do bring Cafe up, because Cafe was going to be my second pick. I know that it's a map that's been avoided, but it does just allow that little more space. I'm going to stick to my guns, go with my first pick. Always the first pick. Club is where we are going to throw down. So that means I get a good number of points there, as I did have to go second. So I think second place pick gets double the points.
Do I get a point for predicting Audacity to ban CAF?
Yeah, you can have a point for that.
Oh, do you know what? You guys have been giving yourselves points. I'll give myself one for that. But Tim, again, I love how when it came up with Clubhouse, Tim just looked at me and just went, yeah, I got it. I got it again. Don't worry about it. But you could be going for the 3.5 later on. But I'm not going to jinx it now, because knowing my luck, it probably will. But let's head into the game anyway. Let us know who you think is going to win at ESL UK and vote in our poll. That's enough for me. And going to pass it to you two once again for match number 3.
Thank you very much indeed, Harry. Clubhouse is going to be the playground for this match number 3.
How do I do it? That's the question. How do I do it? And as I said yesterday, it genuinely comes down to nothing more than watching an obsessive amount of Siege. That's all it boils down to.
I think you're going to start getting DMs from these players and maybe some coaches and stuff that just like, come on, we're playing this team. Where do you think it's going to end up?
Come on.
We know you've got a bit of stat knowledge behind you. Start dishing it out.
They just need to watch several hundred hours more Siege a week. That's all it boils down to. So, looking at the match at hand then, we are going to be heading to Germany and on to Clubhouse. We will see Sunny Carries take on Audacity Esports in what is a very big fixture towards the bottom end of the Premiership table when we talk about deciding relegations and indeed the playoff spots as well. Sunny Carries coming through with a great result yesterday for them on Border. They will play against an Audacity who fought their way back from 6-2 down to get a draw with Wind and Rain. So both teams that showed really good mental fortitude yesterday to keep themselves in the fixtures. Operator bans wise, we're looking at Maverick, Capitan, Mirror and Echo. No great surprises there. I didn't interrupt myself to go into them because they were all coming out largely as expected. But no hard breach. I know you like to see a hard breach, Ollie.
I'm pulling a face as Hibana hasn't been banned, and I know that we tend to see either Hibana banned or Maverick. Maverick often looked toward as the more sort of technical pick. It does require a lot more skill to get those hatches open efficiently and make sure you've got enough blowtorch to get, you know, a couple open if possible, or at least something left for a bit of line of sight, maybe in onto church wall. So no hard breach ban coming out there, which is going to give a little bit of an easier ride to the attackers moving on into this, which of course Sunny carries. They're going to be starting out on the attack and opting to bring both hard breaches from the get-go. This is something that I really like to see, because now they've got a good decision on their hands. They're not only going to be able to open up that east wall with a good bit of ease, because they're going to be able to place Hibana pellets on one side, thermite charge on the other, and hopefully not get bandit tricks, but it also means that they're going to be able to pressure on through construction as well, which is a very popular pick. They've also got the option to get some control over garage by opening up a line of sight on the left-hand side, the right-hand side of the garage panel as you're looking outside in, and you're going to be able to see onto the window. So 2 hard breaches being available just opens up so many options on this map.
It really does, and we'll see how they get put to use. We can see Sunny carries, as you say, X, bringing both of those hard breaches. We've got the Thatcher as well, so I think we're going to see a largely standard take here, which is going to be focusing initially on getting the east wall open. I'd like to see them maybe open the bottom of garage as well. They've got plenty of hard breach utility in order to be able to do that, so I'd like to see them get both open and just really force that Maestro to move off the catwalk. The last thing they want to do is let him stay in position. Now here comes the first battle. We can see Kayak going for the thermite charge plant. Fabia will not be able to get the bandit battery on there in time, and that will be, we can see he was stunned out by the Zofia then, which prevented him doing it. We've also got the Hibana, as I suggested, has opened up a line of sight at the bottom of garage there, so pressure is being applied. Fabia gets himself down on the ground and looks to pressure the door here. I don't know if he's got any information. I don't think he has. He will drop oil pit and join Dowit down on the bottom floor, who I think has been droned, as we're going to see a little bit of pressure coming in from blue stairs here. Hatch is opened and he will be dispatched, but I don't think Harris is aware that there was a second man down there. He needs to be careful, because Fabia is about to rotate on top of him with the bandit. He's just holding himself back at the minute, and it looks like Harris is going to dip out, so that is a confrontation that won't now happen. But I think if Fabia had just been a little bit more aggressive there, he probably could have got the refrag for his team and just levelled things out. As it is, Astro will get a second for Sunny carries, coming out with some early dominance here, and that now leaves us 5 versus 3, and they start to work on clearing the garage out. As soon as this Maestro is gone, I'm going to have to say that it is good night.
Going to be very difficult as soon as that Maestro loses the power position on inside a garage. Tyrant going to be the one to aggress onto that. He hasn't got any nades left. The peak's going to come through, but it is not going to be successful. Despite the barbed wire, Tyrant is still going to win out on that engagement. And just look at how much ground these attackers have been able to gain because of both hard breaches being available. They've got every line of sight that they could wish for at this moment in time, and 45 seconds left on the clock. Sachua, he's now inside of Cash, and he's left trying to deal with some of these players that are going to be flooding in from garage, as we see 3 bodies from Sunny carries all in and around that garage area, and the plant has to be imminent. There it is. Kayak's going to start getting it down. C4 toss comes through, but it is being covered, and that means that Sachua is going to lose his life. 5-1. A danger here of losing a flawless round here, as Saprons is going to try and deny the plant, but it's a bit too little too late. He peeks on out. He's going to find one onto Kayak, but at that point, every angle's being held, and Sunny carries are going to take round 1 with ease.
1-0 then to Sunny carries. It was a grace that they did not have yesterday. Obviously just struggling to get themselves ahead in the early phases, so we're going to see a slightly different team here, one playing from in front. I'm sure they're going to be keen, and they've got a great opportunity to get a second round in the bag here, going down to Church and Arsenal. If they can work in the same way that they did then, very organised, get themselves down, get that Church wall open nice and early. I was impressed with how quickly they had garage, at least a line of sight opened, and also had the east wall opened. If that's something that they can replicate here down on Church and Arsenal, then it's going to be difficult. Again, they can get all the hatches that they want with the Hibana. We're going to see the Cade brought, so that's going to limit them somewhat, but if the Thatcher works in close proximity, they should be able to get at least maybe kitchen and mortar hatch that they need, allowing an EMP for Church wall to then enable Thatcher to get down and get that open.
Yeah, like you say, I mean, yesterday when we saw Clubhouse played, all the focus was in on that church wall with impact tricks galore, albeit not very many successful ones coming out from I'm With The Boys, as I think it was Tank that was struggling there, particularly with the impact tricks. But it is still doable. It is still something that's very possible. We're going to see Mozzie early on just inside of Strip Club. I'm not sure if he's going to make his way back down onto site after he's finished. Maybe just hang at the top of those main stairs area, as we often see a player doing on Clubhouse, as it does just give you the opportunity for a bit of an early pick if the attackers are particularly careless, or at least just to remove some of that drone information as it comes out. I think that the Moto hatch is going to be pre-caded there, so provided that Harris is able to work in good conjunction with Astro, that should be opened not too much trouble. No roam presence, as is to be expected really, attacking onto this site. It is possible to roam onto this site, but usually we do see it be very stacked onto site, and as we always talk about, a bit of a bloodbath as the clock ticks down to those final few seconds. Tyrant going to look to get Jacuzzi wall open and start the top floor clear, as it were, but the drone work now should really be done, and I think that, you know, Sunny Carries maybe just spending a little bit too much time checking every nook and cranny here as we do approach around the minute mark, and they need to start really looking to try and progress on and just give themselves enough time to bait this utility out, just so that they're not dropping in those final few seconds.
Like you say, very cautious so far from Sunny Carries, making sure that they've covered every potential roam location there, so they know they're not going to get flanked onto. We can see now Astro moving towards that kitchen hatch potentially, but we also notice that the Moto hatch isn't open yet, so with 1 minute 30 getting towards that point at least, coming off the clock, we really need to start thinking about getting these hatches open, and we don't want Kayak really having to waste too many thermite charges. We can see the Thatcher grenade coming in there. There is an attempt to Cade trick, I think, the Thatcher, but it sounds, sorry, the thermite, but it sounds like that won't have been successful. There was a considerable explosion in the background, but that is now going to potentially limit what they can do with the church wall. If thermite only has the one remaining exothermic charge, then an impact trick, a successful Cade trick, it starts to get very, very possible to defend that church wall from here.
Yeah, the drone work going out. Unusual that Astro has still got two X-Kairos pellets left, as usually we'd expect to see the thermite in that position, but it looks as though they're going to go for it in conjunction, just making it even more difficult to impact trick on. But the guess was correct by Dowie, and he was able to identify that the left-hand side was the one he should go for, because that's the exothermic. That's going to make the bigger hole, and now it's going to be Sunny Carries that are struggling with just a crouch hole at their disposal. And with only 35 seconds left, it's a heck of a funnel to get yourself stuck in. Dowie might be on short health, but he is in more than a powerful position to try and deal with this push as it comes on through. As it stands, still all 5 members alive for both sides. You can hear the Toxic Babe canisters going off in the distance. Fabia going to be the one to open up the kills for Audacity as he does take out Harris. Harris's job done at this moment in time, but another gun is always a good thing. Kills coming in quickly now for both sides as we approach a 3-3. Make that a 3-2 as Kicks there grabs that one. And well, multiple kills in the last second. Audacity managing to funnel those attackers and able to close it out when it counts.
It's not often that we can pin things down to one mistake in a round. It's usually a number of factors that will impact, but I think it's reasonable to say that I think the choice to use the thermite on the Moto hatch there has definitely had quite a large impact on that round there, because inevitably we then saw, as I suggested we might, the impact trick was successful, taking the one remaining exothermic off the wall. It left them with no realistic option with the time remaining to them to extend that Hibana hole and get themselves into a planting position. They weren't able to challenge properly onto anybody in the church site, and it just really left them at an impasse at that point. They were having to push doors, and Audacity did very well, did everything they needed to do, and picked up the gunfights and got the kills. Really, the question I've got to ask there is, why use the thermite on that location?
Yeah, you know, it's easy for us to sit and question that, and you know, when you've got a bird's eye view of everything and you can see where players are, you know, it is easy for us to sit here and question it. There's obviously a reason as to why it happened. That reason ranges from as much as a mistake and some miscommunication to they thought that that was the best option for that moment in time. And you know, it really looked like they were banking on being able to use X-Kairos on one side, Exothermic on the other, and one of them would work. It just so happens that Dowie was thinking a little bit ahead of that game, recognised the Exothermic charge going off, and managed to target that one and get the successful impact trick off. had, you know, 2 exothermic charges been available at that point, you get another bite at the cherry and you get to give that another go. So it could have ended a little bit differently. So unfortunate there for Sunny Carries. They had all the tools at their disposal. They had all the ingredients for the recipe, if you will, but just weren't able to clutch it out. Now, in contrast, we saw CCTV and Cash, a bit of a landslide win for Sunny Carries over in round number 1. I'm sure they're going to look to try and repeat that success once again. We've got Fabia in place, ready to get the bandit tricks off. He's already got 1 bandit pre-placed, and you can see Thatcher there, Harris, just waiting to get an EMP off as the drone information does come through. Quadsy going to be a key player here as well. He's looking to try and stun out that bandit so that he's not able to effectively place down the battery, and well, the wall then will be open. But a bit slower progress this time. I think Sunny Carries had the wall open within the first minute or so in round number 1, and they just seem to be taking a little bit more time about it now, which isn't too much of a bad thing, just so long as they guarantee that wall being open when the time matters. Kayak there, I think he went for a placement in the middle, which gave Fabio the option of, you know, it didn't really matter which side he put the bandit battery on, because he was going to get it either way. So a bit confusing there as to the drone information that's coming through, as obviously they know that Fabio is going to be playing in that location, and Hibana not having much of an impact or not coming to help get that wall open. Audacity, good adaptation here, just trusting in their process, and they know that they can keep that wall closed.
It's always a strange choice when a thermite goes for the middle of the wall across both reinforcers. As you say, it literally then doesn't matter which bandit picks. Ultimately, bandit's only got time to trick one side of that wall. He can try and judge it with sound the best that he can, but let me tell you, it's very, very difficult to accurately do that. As they've opened up the floor underneath him, Quadsy getting in there with the Zephyr, that's going to allow the thermite charge to be successful this time, and the east wall to be to be opened. But yeah, ultimately that's something that maybe Kayak just needs to have a look at for future. I know that you want to open as much of that wall as possible, but if you're just going to get bandit tricked every time, it's not really helping the cause at all. So don't put it on the middle, put it far left, far right, so that you at least giving bandit a 50-50 chance of not getting it. Kicks with a good kill onto the door there, dropping the diffuser as well. Quadsy moving in, Tyrant will be present as well. He's just going to look to get a shot, and he's just a little bit slow on the trigger there, so that'll allow Kicks to get a second, but Astro will move in and now trade that out. But with 3 versus 4, this is becoming increasingly difficult for Sunny Carries here. Only 30 seconds left on the board, so they are going to have to start rushing things very shortly. They need to think about getting into sight. That's the first Toxic Babe I've seen as well, so if there's 2 more to come, he can actually burn the rest of this clock at 10 seconds apiece. So that is the plant spot that is likely going to be smoked off for the entire time, although Harris will have something to say about that with a great headshot onto the smoke that is allowing Quadsy in to try and get the diffuser down. That won't happen, however, as Fabia and Situa come in and just clean things up for Audacity. Too much to be done in too short a space of time for Sunny Carries there. I think a little bit of messing with the wall just really slowed them down. Losing the first exothermic charge was just left them too much to do in too short a space of time.
Yeah, a bit of a shame there really for Sunny Carries. Like we said, they had everything that they needed to do what they needed to do, and they just wasted a little bit too much time in doing so. I think had Harris had all of the diffuser there, he could have probably got a plant off just in the doorway with his teammates covering from window and garage, and it could have been successful. Maybe a bit of juggling of the diffuser a little bit earlier on could have been a good thing there, but as you say, hindsight is 20/20, and it's difficult to make those decisions in the heat of the moment. Sunny Carries just getting caught out a little bit on time, but Audacity once again digging deep and just doing what needs to be done, doing the simple things very well, which is often all you need to do in Siege.
Round number 4 then, 2-1 in favour of Audacity Esports here. Not too much of a surprise. We do tend to see Clubhouse being a more defender-sided map. So coming out, you want to be looking for a 4-2 win on your defence at least, realistically. But Audacity doing very well so far to put themselves in that direction. Now we're going to see them go into the more difficult third site that we tend to see, gym and bedroom. They've got everything in place that I can see. They've got the castle barricade. I'm not sure if they've got a deployable shield behind that or not. I can't quite see from this angle, but you would usually find, thank you Alex, I think he's going to rotate and give us a little bit of a look there. If he just goes north, then we might be able to see. They don't have a bandit on the board, so they're not going to be playing with a bandit trick. They don't have a deployable shield there behind the castle. So if they allow anybody onto the single windows, Quadzy should be able to open that up pretty quickly and just expose. But that being said, if they're playing with a Cade trick instead, he doesn't need to be in the corridor, so that doesn't really matter too much. He can play it from further back and throw his gadget from a distance. As it stands, the wall isn't electrified. Cade isn't within range to put anything on there, so at the minute, the Jacuzzi wall is largely being given up. Mistake?
It's really odd to see this, because typically if you're going to play a Cade, you play the Cade inside the bathroom, you leave the left-hand panel open and rotated, and Cade just tricks from the bathroom. As it stands, Sunny Carries, they've seen an opportunity, they've taken it with both hands. This time, Kayak placing it in the middle. It doesn't matter, because Cade is nowhere near to try and affect the outcome of this.
What has Cade done?
I'm a little bit baffled. I think Cade is perhaps, he was over there inside.
Because the East wall's soft.
Cash. Just a bit of a strange strategy there, and Sunny Carries really just identifying, look, you might have invested a load of utility over there, but we've already got the wall open, so it doesn't really matter. And well, there's nothing really stopping them at this moment in time, trying to take control of bathroom, which they're going to do now by opening that wall as well. And that leaves Supronce in a really tough spot on the stairs, as he's pretty much the last line of defense. Yeah, sure, Satua, he's going to have a good time, but he's going to get taken out straight away, so a gym plant could be imminent here.
I'm just a bit baffled by the... I don't want to keep coming back to the Cade choice. He's basically done nothing that round. He's sat on the cams. He could have been Mozzie, capturing drones, doing the same job on the cams.
C4 from below.
His electrical hasn't been used. C4 from below. All he's done is sit in cash and get shot. That's literally what the Cade has done. So, you know, definite lesson to be learnt there for Audacity, I think. Every operator that you bring, you have to make the most of your utility. They have to be there for a reason. Tyrant getting in and getting a good kill, and this one is going swiftly in the direction of Sunny Carries. 5 versus 2 now. Dowie looking to hold an angle from below, so he's going to look to prevent that gym plant potentially, but it's going to be a very tricky job for him. He's got a long way to go to get back to site. Kayak is going to start getting a plant down, and it's nowhere near where Dowie could affect at that moment in time. He is going to move himself away and go for a plant on top of the bed. Instead, he will be taken out by Dowie. As that happens, he must have a peek from downstairs that he can just see onto the bed. He's getting a hard ping so that he can shoot through, and he will get a second with that. Dowie having a great impact here with a kill onto Quadzy as well. I think Sunny Carries need to realise that, mix things up and go for a different plant spot. It looks like they're doing it on the same spot again. Tyrant will this time, however, make that stick. Harris gets the kill onto Supronce, and now Dowie finds himself in a 1 versus 3 diffuser down. He has it all to do. He does have full health, but he's going to make some noise coming through the barbed wire. That will alert the team to his presence, but he will get the first kill onto Astro, leaving himself now at 25 health. He's got it all to do. He knows that there's one out on the Jacuzzi balcony. He won't be able to connect with shots. Harris will keep himself just shielded enough to get the final kill, watching the rotate there, and that will be the round to Sunny Carries. Some real questions to be asked there of Audacity's defence of of Gym and Bedroom.
And it's a big shame, because Dowie had a great round. We've seen Dowie, he had a decent game yesterday as well, and he's kind of just on the edge of like really sort of breaking through and making these really big plays. To be able to get 2 kills vertically, there was still a ton of information on the site. We could see that because hard pings were coming out as well. So Sunny Carries again, maybe just rushing things a little bit in those final few seconds when they had the man advantage, and just not taking as much time as they maybe should have done to clear out any of that remaining utility, so that no one like Dowie can just play from below and deny the plant twice. And making that rotation back up the main stairs, it wasn't through lack of trying. His shots were perfect. The reinforcement there just saving Harris's life in the dying few seconds. It still would have been a hell of a clutch, but it was very, very doable. Now we see ourselves level at 2 apiece. Not a great deal separating these teams, and you know, I don't want to take anything away from Sunny Carries there, but I feel like Audacity certainly made a bit of a mistake in the way that they tried to hold on to Jim.
Yeah, I'll come back to it again. I just don't understand the purpose for the Cade. I didn't see a single electrical get put out. I'm not saying that they weren't, but I couldn't see where they were being used. Certainly not on East Wall, certainly not on Jacuzzi Wall. And he was just sat out in the cache area, CCTV, just waiting to be picked off, essentially, on cams. And as we said, there's more valuable operators that could have been there. As it happens, we do have a Mozzie this time.
We do have a Mozzie this time, but we don't have a Cade. The hatches are going to get open for free. Dowie's going to have a tough job trying to bandit trick onto the triple wall, because as we all know, triple walls are even harder to bandit trick onto, especially when 2 hard breaches are available. You can put 1 on the left, 1 on the far right. All of a sudden he's left with a really big decision as to which one he goes for. It is a strange one. 3 points ensure playoffs. We need to be firing from all cylinders this evening. Well, Sunny Carries, this is your chance because the hatches, they're going to be free for the taking. The bandit batches have been pre-placed. Dowie's only got 1 left in his pocket. Get in there, get your drone work done, get that opening pick, and start pressuring onto that church wall because it's all there on the table in this round.
Dowie is out on the roam again, as we can see. He was doing this in the last round, but will just retreat back this time. We do tend to see more of a turtle defence down here on the basement. There is the possibility to have some men holding upstairs and just really try and waste a bit of time, but that's not something that Audacity are going to try here. They're happier to get everybody down on site and just have all that utility to hand that they might need. Shots coming from Moto there towards Tyrant on main stairs, but none will connect, and the player will dip away from that engagement. So that's just going to leave Tyrant now with a bit of drawing to do. Just try and get some information, build a picture for Sunny Carries, whilst they then think about maybe getting the rest of the operators down here that they're going to need. But the first thing they need to do is make sure that Moto hatch is open so that they can move the defender who seems to be wanting to play down there.
It should be a free kill onto the player inside of Moto now. He shouldn't be allowed to operate in the last half of the round in Moto. That hatch should be open really early. There's no roam presence coming out here from Audacity. So I think Sunny Carries just need to move a little bit more confidently when they know that they've got that map control and start getting the hatches open early, and that's going to really restrict players' movement because Tyrant could have quite easily lost his life there onto main stairs, and that would have been a heck of a blow to take in the first couple minutes, or the first minute should I say, of the round. As it stands, Ash Rush spot will be in full force. Dowie's going to put some shots down but will not connect and receive a good few points of damage in return, but Fabia, he's got a free kill there onto Tyrant from the rotate hole, and he's going to be going back for more. Crossfire established as well as Kix grabs one. Supronta there now challenging in and around the dirt tunnel as he's fighting off with Kayak. Kayak being the thermite, he's breached his way through, but the push is going to change direction now. Quadsy going to try and get this man count back in favour of Sunny Carries. He's going to get downed in the process. Harris is going to pick one up as well, but all of a sudden we do enter a 2 versus 2. As it has been a pretty scrappy round up to this point. Kayak there, just holding the angle onto boxes. He's going to punish Fabia for his rotate, and well, I've no idea what happened there. I don't think that Sunny Carries were on track to win that round with how much stuff that they got open, but they managed to win the gunfights nonetheless, proving that if you win your ones, you're still going to win the round, but it was a bit scrappier than it needed to be with the setup coming out from Audacity.
It was a bit scrappy. To be fair, the Ash Rush was just put in place too soon. You can't really achieve that with 5 defenders still on the board, because inevitably you've got 1 or 2 in Arsenal. You've usually got 1 or 2 in Church that can affect that area, as we saw a few free kills there coming through for Fabia from the double door of Church just as they pushed into the plant site. So just a little bit too eager from Sunny Carries. I think they just got to a point whereby they just rushed in there and just thought, right, let's just go for it. And it does work sometimes. It's not to say that it never does, but I just think that one is always a risky one if you're trying to get onto the Arsenal site there. So we're going to be heading back to Church and Arsenal again. What will the defenders learn from last time? They haven't brought a Cade again, but to be fair, that didn't really do them too much of a detriment last time. It was just losing gunfights in sight. I would like to see Sunny Carries get themselves into the map quickly and get those hatches open this time. Don't allow a man to play in Moto. Get a cheap kill, like you said, X. Just absolutely mix them up and just make them aware that they cannot play in that area, and then get down and think about getting that wall open rather than the risky play through the Ash Rush spot.
Yeah, it's a good chance for us to have another bite at the cherry down here. They're going to set up very similarly. And there's nothing really too wrong with that. Sunny Carries did a good job of winning gunfights and had a few gunfights gone in their favour. Would have been sat here and it would have been 3-2 to Audacity. So it is a bit of a tough one to gauge. Dowie going to be playing pretty aggressively once again. I'm not sure about the pre-placed bandits then preparing for the impact trick and then Dowie playing pretty aggressive. I don't know how much sort of value that sort of adds. You can see he's got a pre-placed C4 there just into the corridor, I think, outside of kitchen. Maybe just waiting for a bit of information to come through as to whether anybody's going to be pushing up there, or just trying to audibly hear that to see if you can kind of snag a quick cheeky C4 kill with it. But it is going to be a C4 that's non-recoverable, and it would have been maybe better to keep that in your pocket until the later portion of the round.
Well, this is it. We've seen Nitros even used as an impact trick, essentially, when needs be. You know, there is an option there. It is more difficult, but if you can get it right, it can work. Dawit just looking to apply pressure to the main stairs there, let them know that they can't just walk down there for free, but with the floor being opened up above him, he's going to have to dip away from there, and he's not going to be able to move anywhere near the bottom of those main stairs to add any pressure now. We've got Sachua out in the typical blue corridor area, just looking to hold his position and prevent any push down there. It's very rare that we see too much pressure on the blue corridor anymore. It tends to all be onto that church wall, but you can get some real joy if you can get down there and get that cleared out. You can certainly work from that side. As we can see, I think the Molotov hatch, yes, it must be open. We've just had a player drop down there. I think it is the Thermite. He's going to be looking to get in there, his kayak, and get that church wall open, but will there be a response in terms of a bandit trick? He will get the Hibana pellets. Very easy to pick up with the bandits given how long they take to detonate. We've got kayak still on the drones there. Tyrant will get a great kill onto the Legion, and that could potentially open things up for the Thermite now, because there are no impact nades available in sight, so that will not be an option to stop the Thermite charge. Dowie now going to have to go for a best out of 3 choice. He's not going to make it. The Thermite charge will go off and successfully open up the black box's plant spot. 30 seconds to go, but Dowie will take a more direct approach to the defence of that wall and get a kill onto Astro. That now leaves Kayak wondering if he can get into that plant spot, and as it stands, he cannot, because Astro is defending it. Astro will be killed from the bottom of main stairs, I think it was, though, as we have pushing into blue corridor as well. Harris with a kill onto Kicks. Kayak getting the plant down. It's all going on in the last 10 seconds. Tyrant onto Sachua, but he will be downed and killed by Sopronsi. That leaves us in a 1 versus 3, and he has to retake the site now. He really does have it all to do. Out goes the Toxic Babe just to move some of those attackers around and maybe just shift them from their post-plant positions. We've got shots coming into Moto. That's 1 versus 2 now. He's got 1 at main stairs and 1 blue corridor. He's going to move first of all to try and deal with main stairs. I don't think he's completely aware of Thermite's presence. He's just checking the corners. He's going to move in and see if he can get a defuse. He's going to come off it there, but Kayak will be prepared. Get the shots onto Sopronsi and finish things off for Sunny Carries. Big round for them.
Yeah, really big round coming out. I loved the view that we got of the bit of a bait and switch there between Dowie and the wall being opened. It was, you know, one of those things that's really nice to see where players are just making those in-game decisions, and you can see how small things really do affect onto the round. Dowie, like you say, it's a very difficult choice. You're almost drawing straws at that point to see which side of the wall is going to be the one that you need to sort of focus on. But Sunny Carries are going to be really pleased with themselves there, coming out at 4-2. They had a very good showing on attack, and I think that last round really showed us what they were capable of. We saw them struggle in round number 5. They won the round, but they won the round in a scrappy fashion. It was all based on kills. There wasn't a lot of focus on getting anything open. They didn't get Church Wall open. They were just fortunate in the way that the trades played out. In contrast, that last round, round number 6, they did a great job of baiting out all the utility. We had the pressure coming in from blue later on. We had the pressure from main stairs. We had the wall being open. Everything just worked really well as a team. Sure, they used a heck of a lot of time in doing so, but it wasn't left to chance. They were able to do a very good job of using that clock to set themselves up in position, and I think Audacity just got caught a little bit short. Now it's, of course, time to switch things around. It's going to be Sunny Carries on the defence, and 4-2 coming out of Clubhouse. You're going to be pretty happy with that moving on to the defence. There's rounds here that Sunny Carries are going to be expecting to win, you know, downstairs being one of them, although Audacity did seem to struggle. They've got the same benefit now of having 2 hard breaches, so this really is where you see Clubhouse sort of balanced out a little bit, if you will. When there's multiple hard breaches available, it does become a bit easier for those attackers.
There are multiple hard breaches, but in response to that, Sunny Carries will bring multiple electricity operators. So we've got Bandit and Cade on the board. By contrast, Audacity choosing to only bring one of them on the 2 times that they struggled to defend Church in the last couple of rounds. So We're going to see the hatches defended by Cade. We're going to more than likely see Tyrant coming round here and placing some batteries on the triple wall as well. Really, this is just about burning some of that hard breach utility. If you can only get even one successful trick off, it just means that maybe one of those walls, one of those hatches is just going to remain intact. Tyrant doing a great job in the drone war there and just getting a couple of those down and just denying that information to the attackers. We can see that he has moved back towards site now. He's going to be heading all the way out to blue by the looks of it, or at least that area for Tyrant as it stands. Early progress into the kitchen. We can see the EMP grenade coming in to deal with the Cade that's on the kitchen hatch, but again, that's one EMP grenade that has been burnt. Two, I think, as the second one went off there to prevent any trick onto that hatch. So that's going to leave Thatcher with only one EMP grenade left. Again, if they are clever about this on the defence, they're going to start getting Bandit in a position to start denying access to that triple wall, because they're going to be limited, are the attackers, in just exactly how they can deal with that. It looks like Dowie now moving down main stairs is going to be trying to secure that 90 area, but we can see Thermite is actually avoiding Church Wall and is looking to move in from Dirt Tunnel, I think.
Dowie now just getting himself in at the bottom of main stairs, trying to hold that angle and that rotation between Church and Arsenal, as it is a popular spot for defenders at the last minute just to start trying to push and to figure out where their final position may be. He's not really looking to aggress onto this all too much. He's waiting for his team to be able to back him up, but Quadzy is going to find the opener over onto Satura. I mean, a lot of the floor's been opened at this point, but it's still a big kill nonetheless. I think that Satura still had a couple of nades left, and what about this? Not in ADS is going to be punished for it, as Kix is able to grab one. He is going to get traded out, however, as Kayak does come through in the end as the smoke, but that's a heavy loss over inside of the Dirt Tunnel. It's not going to make things any easier for Audacity in these final few seconds. Two impact grenades get tossed out, but no! Astro kind of blocks Dowie's sight there, Quadzy's sight, sorry, a little bit, and will get the trade. Could have been a flawless trade though, and it maybe not so much need to lose the man in that situation, but I'm sure Sunny Carries aren't going to be too upset. They are still 3 men to 1, and well, Supronsa, despite having a good number of hit points left, with only 15 seconds left, he hasn't got a great deal of option at this moment in time, and Audacity are going to be getting ready to see him drop through one of the hatches very shortly. Kayak lying in wait in a perfect spot here. He's probably already heard him drop and maybe just forcing him to get that plant off, as he is going to run around and try and find some of the defenders. A plant's very unlikely at that moment in time, and Kayak just playing the patient game.
I've got to question the dirt push there. We don't often see that successful at all. If it is going, when it used to work, it was with a Monty and a Glaz, and they just were two very different operators at the time when they were used, and it was, you know, done in a different way. I think pushing Thermite and Hibana down there is always going to be a big ask. For me, get yourself down to Church Wall and get it open. It's popular for a reason.
It is. I've not got a problem necessarily pushing Dirt Tunnel. It's just who you use to do it. Using your two hard breaches to do it does just seem like a bit of a waste at that moment in time. Maybe send your Book after the floor's been open, because he's got that shotgun for that closer quarter environment. You're likely to be greeted by a smoke or a mute playing in there anyway. So yeah, there was still work to be done in and around the Church Wall in terms of getting that open and starting to look to go for a plant. So there is a question there to be asked of Audacity, and are they using the right operator for the right job? Again, going upstairs to CCTV and Cash, they're going to be, they're going to have a little bit of an easier time of this, as they are going to be able to open that wall, or they should at least be able to open the wall with relative ease, having two hard breaches at their disposal. But I really want to see them squeeze every last drop out of both those hard breaches, get the garage open, and maybe even look to get construction open as well, because we've seen what happens when you're able to get both construction and east wall open. There is just nowhere for those defenders to go.
Oh, it's a nightmare. It becomes an absolute coffin at that point, because there's just nowhere that you can move. Like you say, east wall gives you a view that completely cuts off all of CCTV, open construction, and with the door as well, there's very little space to move around in there. So where do you go? There's absolutely nowhere, and there's no way of dropping away from this site without using the rotate and going down the stairs, which if you've got somebody on garage as well, it's just absolute good night at that point. We can see early progress being made towards east wall. It is going to be a priority. In go the drones. They're going to see that Astro is there and ready to trick. They've got the shield in place to prevent those Zephyr charges, or at least try and stop them having the same impact. I think we'll get the EMP grenade coming in now. The shield will be cleared out. kicks, by contrast, will choose to go for a hard left-hand side. Astro not in a position to even attempt and put one battery down there with the barrage that was coming in through the drone hole there, with the lifelines particularly coming in and stunning him. So that will be East Wall open very quickly by Audacity. Very well done. This is the important point, as you say now, X, to start applying pressure elsewhere as well. If they just try to do everything through this East Wall breach, it could well become a long round for them.
Yeah, they've got it open in good time, but now it's about what they're going to look to do next. You only really need to leave one person watching onto that East Wall breach for the rotate, ready to run in and plant if the opportunity does present itself. Now you need to be looking at gaining that garage control. We saw that was so good for Sunny Carries when they were able to establish that control, then get the lines of sight on into both CCTV and Cash. As it stands, the attack is stalling out just ever so slightly. Sopronsa there, he's looking to try and find that Maestro, but Maestro has got no real need to try and move or peek on. In fact, sorry, I think it is the Jaeger inside at the top of Garage Catwalk. So Jaeger needs to be removed there ideally, as that is going to provide a good opening. Alternatively, construction is always an option. Astro going to grab that kill over onto Dowie, so losing out on the Zephyr. And was that a bit of team damage maybe? Not sure exactly what happened there. I think Satura's looking around as if it wasn't. Maybe Harris peeking out from the pool window. I mean, he would have had a field day there. If he'd have hit a few more shots, he could have had a number of Audacity attackers, as they were all bunched up fairly well. Tyrant there going to make good use of the shotgun, finding one before getting traded out as 2 quick kills come in for Sunny Carries.
That is Garage now clear, I think, but with only 25 seconds to go, this is going to become a big rush. I think the problem here is East Wall was opened, but then it was as if Audacity didn't really know what to do with it beyond that point. Harris just looking to get to that single garage door and slow things down again, just make Audacity think that they are going to be hassled on the flanks. Kick on the Thermite does seem to be down, or at least on very low HP. Harris will get the kill onto Sopronsi. Fabia down, and the Thermite will have his last hit point taken away by Astro, and that will be another round going to Sunny Carries. Good defense from them. I think, again, Audacity, good initial progress. I don't want to take that away. They got the wall open very well and very quickly, but they just didn't really seem to know what to do after that.
It's such a shame as well, because I even wrote down in my notes, East Wall 4 operators. The 4 of them working together to get that East Wall open. It was really good to see. We saw the EMP come through, which burns the ADS. The nade come through from the Book, which gets rid of the shield. Then the Zephyr comes through with the lifeline so no one can trick. Finally, the last piece of the puzzle, Thermite opens the wall. That was done very quickly, very efficiently. That kind of teamwork, that kind of coordination is something that you get through practice, through dry running, through knowing exactly what your job is at that moment. There was no downtime in between. It was bang, 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 and it happened. Great stuff. But from there on out, they just seemed very lost, and the attack just seemed to falter. It's like the main focus was getting that wall open. Once it was open, they didn't really know what else to do in that round, and they just started to get caught out. Sunny Carries did a really good job of holding on as well, because when you lose the wall so early, it can be really difficult. But managing to hassle inside a garage on the catwalk and just staying alive for as long as possible, and then playing back inside of CCTV and Cash, it just made it really easy for them, because no pressure was put on those remaining defenders. That's now putting Sunny Carries on a match point. Sure, they've got to go into gym and bedroom, but it's looking pretty good for them at this moment in time.
It is indeed. We've got, again, double electricity on gym bedroom. This was something that we picked up on for Audacity. They chose to only bring Cade and then played him in a position where he couldn't have any impact on Jacuzzi Wall being opened or not. As it is, we've got Tyrant over this time. We've got Castle for Quadzi, so he's going to have closed off that gym door, I'm sure, which is going to allow Tyrant to remain in place and just work on that Jacuzzi Wall and trick for as long as he can to prevent it being opened. As you said, they've already shown a really good ability to deal with that bandit tricking, so is that something that Audacity can repeat here in order to get that Jacuzzi Wall open or not? As it stands, we've got Satua playing on the gym window there. We've got 3 operators over there trying to get this gym wall open. Tyrant is still in position, but I think the Thermite charge has been successful. So once again, within the first minute, the important wall on the site has been opened. The question now is, compared to last round, what are they going to do with it?
And it shows good teamwork. There's no reason why they can't get the wall open so quickly. It doesn't really matter which wall you're opening. You've got the teamwork to do it. It's pretty much rinse and repeat at that point. Harris this time going to be playing in and around the cache area, but we did see what happened to Audacity when they focused on defending cache. It just wasn't attacked at all. Audacity now really should recognise that and see that, you know, we don't really need to push that guy. We can just kind of catch him out on a rotate. So Chua there going to be finding a really big kill in onto Astro. That's going to remove him out of the bathroom. It's such a powerful position, and now Quadzy has got a bit of a job on his hands because he's now the guy that's going to be looking to pressure onto the windows and pressure on into Jim. And if that bathroom wall gets opened, well, it could be very difficult indeed for Sunny Carries to try and keep a hold on this round.
I think Quadzy needs to trust this kid a little bit here and let Harris deal with that cache angle. He needs to keep himself tight to the wall and watch the windows for those players jumping in. Unfortunately, Harris will not be able to keep that clear as Fabio gets in with an excellent kill, and that in itself is going to open things up for Audacity here, potentially. Tyrant, however, will have something to say about the round. Headshot onto Dowie brings us to 4 versus 3 now in favour of Audacity. And again, it just feels like they were making good progress with Fabio to potentially come through construction and put the challenge on. He moved away from it and now moves downstairs, does get the kill onto the Bandit Tyrant down there and will be able to move up main stairs. Quads it with a kill onto Sachua. 35 seconds to go. The attackers need to start thinking about how and where this diffuser is going to go down.
Big focus now inside of the showers, as it does look as though Kayak is going to be the last man standing to try and stop this push from coming through. But it looks as though we maybe got an unfortunate disconnect there from Sopronsa, but we are going to continue the round nonetheless. One down will come through. Will he be able to get the second? It's essentially a 1 versus 1 at this point. He does manage to clutch out of the round with a double kill, and well, he's just going to let the time tick down. The diffuser is on the floor, and that looks like it's going to be game for Sunny Carries. An unfortunate way to lose out for Audacity, but that is just how the cookie crumbles.
It is unfortunate when we have things like disconnects like that partway through the round is finished and a rehost would follow onto the next round if there were to be one. As it stands, unfortunately, that means that Sunny Carries will clutch that one out and finish things off 7-2, but I think it's reasonable to say that really it looked like that was the direction the match was heading there anyway. Sunny Carries certainly the better team of the two on the night. They just seemed to have a better handle on what they were trying to achieve, and they were more structured in doing so.
If there was any time to not have a disconnect, it was definitely then. I felt so sorry for in a 1v3 situation. I think their mentality kind of went downhill from there as well, especially with the last one. You pointed it out straight away. We just knew it was pretty much a done deal from there, but what a shame. It just couldn't have happened to any other team. It just Audacity, you know, it's like they just can't get a win no matter what they do here.
I mean, let's be honest, it didn't look as though they were going to get a win this evening.
Yeah.
It was pretty, you know, pretty decisive result there coming through from Sunny Carries, and you know that's hard to hear. It's hard to say, but you know that last disconnect really, I don't think it has that much bearing in the result of the night as a whole, because they really did have a massive mountain to climb there. But very good game for Sunny Carries. They certainly came out and showed us their A game. I think they had a little bit of a lower third earlier that was saying, you know, they really recognised that they messed up yesterday and they came out here to win, and they did exactly that.
They did, and they were clinical in a lot of ways, both on the attack and the defence. You know, it's not to say that Audacity didn't have the good moments, they did, but shots like that from Harris, the defence there, you know, that was a great one from Dowie underneath, to be honest, just getting those shots through the bed and then moving back up the stairs. He was unfortunate not to finish that one out. But again, it all just came down to good plays from Sunny Carries. No matter what was thrown against them, they got themselves into solid positions, held good crossfires, and again, you know, just did very, very well.
They adapted well as well. You know, there were a couple of rounds on attack where we were really questioning the use of utility and how they were sort of going about things. And I think that's just to be expected with a developing team. Is, you know, they're not always going to recognise instantly the most efficient way or the most effective way of doing the job at hand. But they did a very good job of, you know, making sure that they didn't repeat those mistakes. And they were kind of few and far between. So it was really good to see from them.
Yeah, we've seen Audacity with some comebacks, especially yesterday, but it seemed like it just wasn't going to happen. You even saw at one stage with Cash and CCTV, they had the wall open early, they got garage control, but they just did not do anything with it. I just felt like they tried to find an answer, they kind of lost out on the opportunity here and there, but the defence was just way too good.
Yeah, and the defence from Sunny Carries, it was good. They didn't really give too much away, and if they didn't, if they lost the wall early or they weren't in a position, they didn't really peek out onto it as much as necessarily some teams might do. So it was good to see from them. I think they played their own version of Siege, which is what we've been talking about all night.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird one, wasn't it, Tim?
It was a little bit, yeah. As you said, you've summed it up really well there, X. They just, compared to Audacity, who were maybe over-peaking a little bit, who were just, pushing angles they didn't necessarily need to without having areas in control and open that they did need to. Sunny Carries were just much calmer, much more steady. Walls were opened, and they were still just happy to hold their angles and be confident in the line of sight they had and wait for them to push in on it.
That is it. But let us know who you think your player of the match was from the three gentlemen down below, as you can see now. Will it be either Harris, Quadzy or Kayak? Well, now I'm interviewing Quadzy soon, he'll probably tell it should be him just to bump himself up a little bit in the popularity contest. But every member there did their job. Harris has been really impressing me throughout the entire season. Even when he played against Na'Vi before, quite early on, he's just doing some cracking stuff.
Yeah, just a really solid player, and doesn't make all too many of those small micro mistakes that we often see. Gets himself in good positions, and like we've always talked about, doesn't overexpose himself on the peaks all too often. Wins his ones. Can't really ask for much more than that.
No, absolutely not. He's a name that we know really well around Siege and the Premiership. Plenty of experience, and he's obviously passing that on to the team as well.
Well, let's find out what Quadzy had to say. The man, the myth, the legends, who managed to get a second win on the board. Hello, my friends. Another win. Can't be bad, can it?
Yeah, finally we got a win. That took way too long. We're really unlucky this season, but finally we managed to get those points. So I'm gassed and happy that we actually got a couple of points in.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how close you are from securing a playoff spot, but I know you are pretty much anyway. But pretty soon you've locked it in, but we'll double check and make sure later on. But how do you feel about that anyway? Because your defense rounds were just ridiculous. Even in round 8, I spoke about before with Cash and CCTV. Even at one stage, they had an early advantage getting the wall open. They managed to get garage control, but they just didn't seem to do anything with it. Was it just how good your defense was, or just that they attacked a little bit too slowly?
I mean, their attacks were kind of not timed at the right time, that they didn't push in together, so we got some individual picks off, and that's basically how we managed to keep control. And obviously we scrimmed it and did it so much, so we're used to it and we adapted it pretty well. So it turned out to be good, and we could hold our objective, and that's how we want to do it every time.
Yeah, it became natural for you guys at one, so you can see the scrims did actually pay off at one stage. And your last match, now, are you worried about that at all in any way? Because you pretty much secured the spot anyway, but seeding's going to be very important compared to you play between 3rd and 4th.
We're just going for the next win, to be honest. If I'm calling it correct, I think Blur is back next week to play with us, so that's the original roster. And yeah, we're ready for it, and I can't wait for the last game to secure the LAN spot, because obviously it's my first Prem LAN if we go, and for the other boys it's not. So I'm gassed and I want to win. So.
Well, I hope you do win anyway, but we'll have to see how the time comes when you do have that playoff spot secured, and you will play in it, of course. But congratulations anyway, and we'll see you again next week.
All right, thank you.
I think that is the big talking point as well. Their defense was really good, but the question was it just Audacity just not taking so many of the opportunities, or was it just due to the fact that they held them back so well? Because some of their delaying tactics were just next to none.
Yeah, and you can really tell that they've scrimmed that and spent a lot of time in trying to establish how they're going to hold on to that. And he talked about mid-round adaptation there as well a little bit, which I think was really important. And it did show that they were well practiced in what they were doing.
Yeah, when they lost a couple of men, it didn't impact on them too much. They managed to change around what they were doing, and pushed on and got the win. That's, as you said, Harry, it has secured them in playoffs. That puts them on 8 points now. The other guys around them are only on 1, so even if they win both of their remaining matches, they're on 7, so they can't go ahead of them. So they're locked into those playoffs now. We've got 3 of our teams for the playoffs, so it's now all about that fourth spot.
This is it. It's the last match of the evening, and we know it's going to be a cracker between Exilium and Win the Rain. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for the last game.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Rainbow Six Siege ESL Premiership powered by Intel. We're on our last match of the evening between Exilium and Wind and Rain. Back again with Ollie and Tim, and this is going to be a doozy because let's have a quick look at the standings just to see where everyone is so far, because we got members, the bottom three of the table have still got 1 point, but Exilium versus Wind and Rain, they're on the same so far. Round difference is very similar. It may come to head, we'll have to see what happens. But my goodness, one of these two teams may be a little bit disappointed tonight, but that win is absolutely vital.
Oh, the win is crucial, make no mistake. You know, these standings at the bottom, there's not a great deal separating these three teams, and, you know, one of them needs to go ahead tonight and really get this win.
There's a lot of permutations there of what can happen. If one of the teams comes away with a win here, it's also going to then depend on the final fixture next week as to whether anybody else ends up on 4 points, whether they end up on 7 points then, or 5 points if they get a draw. If two teams do end up on 4 points, it'll come down to head-to-head between the two. If that was, for example, Wind and Rain and Audacity who got a draw, it would then come down to the round difference between the two. It just, there's still a lot to be played for 6th position.
And you thought the previous matches were absolutely insane. You wait till this one, because let's have a look at the rosters anyway. Both these teams have had some players that really stood out, and especially for me, on the Exilium side, Sloth and Turtle have been an absolute tear, especially with Sloth's roam game. It's been next to none. And if you look on the other side, Omos and Mini, they again teared it up yesterday to pull back that draw.
Yeah, big names in both of these rosters. Like you say, Sloth and Turtle particularly coming up yesterday and having a really good showing for themselves. Someone that maybe you want to look for a little bit more of is perhaps Rendy. I think he's got a bit more in his locker to give, and if he starts to ramp things up tonight, that could just be the difference.
Certainly could. As you say, we saw some great players from both teams yesterday. This is, I think there's going to be fireworks. I think they're going to go at each other. I've been saying that every game, and I've been right every game. You know, we've had fantastic matches I just mean that we've had fantastic matches over the last couple of days. There hasn't been any that have been, you know, like a bow draw or anything, where we've not seen teams going 2 minutes without getting a kill, and we haven't seen any of that. They've just been really going after those wins. It's going to be no different, and there's definitely gunners on both sides.
You two just always come in for the best weeks, don't you? We don't even plan it. It just seems to be a bit of a coincidence now. But let's have a little picks and bans anyway. Tim, you know what I'm going to do. Of course I am going to throw it to you, because he wants his 3.5 points. He wants to get the full whack, so to speak. But tell me your thoughts.
It's going to be a tough one to call, is this, because they've both played, obviously, Border for Wind and Rain wasn't that great. They did have a very good start there, though, so I'm thinking another map where they can play those sort of simple strategies. Consulate, obviously Exilium, you know, having a bit of a rough day on there, but I think we're looking towards, I said before, on Clubhouse or Coastline again. I think we're going to see a map for the second time tonight, and I'm probably going to edge it to Clubhouse.
Oh, see, I'm going to have to disagree with you there. I know you want that last point, but I feel like both teams have tried to stay away from Clubhouse as much as possible all season. I'm probably wrong saying that now, I've predicted it, but Ollie, what are you thinking about the maps?
I'm going to go in with a Coastline pick. I think that it's going to favour Wind and Rain. I think it's going to favour both teams. Yeah, I think it's going to be a map we've seen before this evening. I'm going to go for a Coastline pick, and I would like to say, no, I'm not going to say it now. Doesn't matter. It genuinely doesn't matter.
There's a bit of me niggling. There's a bit of me niggling towards Cafe. I'm going to stick with Clubhouse. I think that's where we'll end up. But there is a bit of me niggling towards Cafe if it's going to go anywhere else. But
do you know what? It's going to annoy me the fact that both these teams are trying to stay away from Clubhouse the entire time. And now I've said that, I've gone through it all, and I don't think it's going to be. But no, my luck is probably going to be right. But can we have a quick look at the map to see what's going to be on? The Clubhouse has been banned, but Kath, you were right as your second choice. But Yeah, I think it's just a bit mind games, really. I think they were just trying to decide who wants to ban it first. I think both teams knew they both didn't really enjoy playing that map, but yeah, this is one of those things.
Yeah, like you say, when it comes down to a best of one, it can be very difficult to get the map that you're after because your opponent's obviously got a good number of bans in there as well. So, Cafe, don't think that's a bad map for either team. It can be very gunfight heavy as well, so it could favour both sides. Not too much in terms of technical skill required on Cafe. You're not going to be looking at impact tricking and stuff like that. You're more going to be looking just to play together well as a team on attack.
It's map control, really. It's about the areas that you dominate and keeping the attackers out of the right areas for as long as possible.
Yeah, and do you feel like any one of these two teams, Ollie, actually favours one of them? Because I'm not too sure if I've actually played on CAF in the past, but it can be quite a complicated map, especially with the roamers. Sloth could be having a field day here. Yeah,
I think if it's going to favour either team, it could edge Exilium, especially on their defence. They've got a good chance there to really start to stretch the legs. We see what happens when those players get out there, get on the roam. So yeah, I think it could edge Exilium.
I agree. I think if I'm looking for either team to win here after what we saw from Wind and Rain yesterday, where they just got a little bit shaky when they got themselves in front, I think if Exilium, it's all ifs and buts, it's always the same with Siege, but if they come out and they play the game that we know that they can, then yeah, I think they probably have a better showing than they did yesterday, and they should take the win away. I mean, the important thing is that I've got another half a point, and we can call
I'll have you.
Yeah.
I'll have you.
we can probably call that 6.9 out of 8. Yeah. I think that's a good effort.
Yeah, we'll just annoy Sternab with that, just to let him know anyway. But you have to see what Omos and Mini can do as well for Wind and Rain, because they've been playing really well, especially yesterday. This is Matt will close out that match. But let us know who you think is going to win. Make sure you let us know at ESL UK. But last match of the evening, I'm going to throw it over to Ollie and Tim one last time to see who will win for last game.
Heading into game number 4 then, Wind and Rain versus Exilium. It could be a long one. We could head for midnight. We could see something evil lurking in the dark, X. He's just rolled his eyes at me.
It is Halloween, so we've got to get spooky at some point.
It could be a thriller.
Just stop.
Should I stop?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm even getting the laugh sound effects. I don't think I should stop. There we go. Thank you, production. See, they appreciate a good pun. I feel like you just need to get more involved in the...
I'm not a Halloween guy. Halloween.
I know you pretty well, X, and I know that you are not a Halloween sort of guy. You're not a dressing up sort of guy. You're not a fun sort of guy. So, moving into game 4. Cafe Dostoevsky is where these two teams will throw down. Let's focus at the matter at hand. Operator bands Capito, Nomad, Maestro, and the last one will be Mirror, as we would have expected more than likely. It does leave Echo on the board for the first time tonight. I think we've seen him banned out apart from this one, so it'll be interesting to see if we get any Echo play. It's always something that intrigues me. It's something that I try to do myself. I occasionally do try to play Echo. He's such a valuable operator, but it's just so tricky to get right.
You spend too much time having fun, that's why. You need to spend more time learning how to play Echo effectively. Echo is it's a largely team-based operator though, because if you've not got the room and the space to be able to get into your yokai drones, you're often not left with much of an option to try and affect onto the round anyway. As if on cue, Misery is going to choose the Echo and just show us what he's capable of on that operator. As Grizzly is going to 6-pick off the Ying. Always love seeing a bit of Ying, but just an operator that's a bit underrated at this moment in time. Other operators do provide a great deal more utility. We are going to be looking toward the top floor for the first round, as is the norm. Let's see what Exilium have got for us in this setup. We've already seen Rendy and Sloth both looking to get out there on that roam. Rendy on his trademark pick at this point on the Mozzie. He's going to be wanting to stretch his legs and really try and hassle this attack as it comes through. Turtle choosing the Cade. It is an interesting one. You don't often see an electronic operator on this top floor, but maybe is he going to look to try and keep control of the wall into Piano and really frustrate the defenders in getting that one open?
Maybe it's more of a weapon choice. Maybe it's that they just didn't... You know what it's like? Sometimes you feel like you've got all the utility you need, so then it's pretty much just bring, a weapon of choice on that 5th man. And maybe that's what they've gone for, but I'm sure we'll see as things progress, like you say, maybe the opportunity there to actually... Nobody ever seems to really try to keep that piano wall closed. It's such a focus, but there's very rarely any bandit tricking, very rarely any sort of utility placed on there to prevent it being opened. So maybe we're going to start seeing a little bit more of that.
I mean, the window doesn't help matters if you're going to play it with a bandit, but you can play it with a Cade and really hide that Electroclaw away right in the corner, and you can't actually get an angle to it on the window. Yep. Of course, you're going to be able to see it from the south window, but you could look to maybe defend onto that from the bottom of White Stairs. So, as with everything in Siege, there's always usually an answer. It's just about figuring it out, but it doesn't seem to be Electroclawed at this moment in time. Sloth instead inside of Cigar, and he's got the option to drop down. Rendy playing below him as well, so you can see those guys already working as a bit of a duo, ready to back each other up if the time comes. Rendy, of course, having a C4 downstairs as well, so if the push does come through pretty heavy, he is going to be able to get involved. But what about that for an early exchange? Sloth missing his shots and IV punishing him dearly for it. That's piano control all but gone at this moment in time, as IV's now just going to be left holding the angle, onto White Stairs.
Looks like Rendy has been forced out from the underneath as well with those drones. That has been a very important step for Wind and Rain. They couldn't allow him to stay down there on the Mozzie with a Nitro. We're going to see challengers coming in from that deployable shield. I think the Zofia of Minimysteri just looking to put lifelines in there. I'd like to see one of those explosive charges from Zofia's weapon just used to clear that deployable shield out. They can't allow that Boogie on the smoke there to just stay in behind that deployable shield, because he's going to cause mayhem if he does. We've got Turtle back here, as we said, just playing the Electroclaw onto that double wall. He's going to go for the trick now. He needs to be throwing it very, very soon. He's going to get it on there, but the Thermite won't actually look to apply the charge. Yes, he does, and it's just unfortunate timing for the Cade there. The Thermite just seemed to change and check an angle. Turtle with a great kill onto IV. The Thermite just changed and checked an angle or checked a door as he applied that Electroclaw, and it just meant that the electrification kicked in just before he put the charge on. If he doesn't turn away from the wall and go straight for it, I think he gets that one. But he's going to give it another try, but this time he's going to have Minimysteri right up in his face with a double kill onto Boogie as well, an R-kick, one for himself, and that now leaves Rendy with it all to do. 1 versus 4, he needs to get back upstairs and get onto site. I'm not sure they know where he's coming from at this point, but that pre-fire will tell them everything they need to know as he moves around the corner. The wall is still reinforced and electrified, so that's going to be no help to him whatsoever. And in come the shots from the holes that I believe had been made by the defenders. Minimysteri, 3 kills on the round. I was going to comment on Mini after yesterday's performance. We saw him covering every inch of Consulate for Wind and Rain. He was up and down, absolutely all over the place yesterday.
He really was, you know, he was getting himself out there, stretching his legs like a good midfielder, I think is the comparison you gave if we were looking to more traditional sport or football, for example. You know, really getting out there and just covering every inch of the map. And today, not really any different, getting himself in and amongst the fight, but just thirsting after those kills.
I'm interested to see him when he gets on the defence, because it is a map where he can do that again. We've got multiple staircases, we've got hatches that can be opened and just allow that vertical movement. That was one thing he certainly wasn't shy about, was dropping down a level and then coming back up another set of stairs, or vice versa. And I'm really interested to see him get on the roam, but coming out and showing he can do it on the attack as well. We can see the vote from Twitter there, very, very close. You guys can't even really tell which way this is going to go. A slight edge in favour of Exilium, but it really is anybody's game, is this one.
Yeah, it's probably one of the closer polls that we've seen in recent time. And, I mean, it's a close game. We couldn't really call much in between these teams. There's a lot of variables on really who really steps up and stands out today. Of course, we've already commented just then on Mini. He's going to be the guy that we're looking toward on Wind and Rain to really step up and have a good game. And then on the side of Exilium, Sloth, Rendy, Turtle, you're going to be looking toward those guys to sort of step things up and start chaining the kills together a little bit more. And I think if Exilium can keep a bit more control over Piano a bit further on into the round, it could yield them some better result. But Wind and Rain, that first round, they just got given far too much map control, and they were able to aggressively push on in. Turtle getting caught out inside of that freezer area with an electrical in his hand. I think he was still hoping to try and trick onto the wall, and Mini was having none of it. He got himself straight in onto the action and just slaying out for his team. So a bit of a slower start coming out this round. I think that could do some favours toward Exilium, because they really want to get themselves established and try and get that early pick. We are going to see an Electroclaw this time placed onto the wall at the top of red stairs, but Thatcher being in play is just going to allow that to be removed relatively quickly. Pre-fire shots coming out from Mini. You can see how much he wants to find these kills.
He really does. He's absolutely itching for it. He's forwards, backwards, forwards, backwards. He wants to get himself into Cigar. He was the first one to drop the hatch. He's got his Claymore out. He's absolutely not messing about. He is going to push back down the stairs. I think he is concerned with the roamers. There's a pest there that will be taken out. They know that the likelihood is that there's somebody in there in train. Mini using his gadget there just to open up that line of sight. The drone will go in ahead of him and it will force who I believe will be Rendy out of trains. We saw that happen last time, so again that's good use of drone utility there from Wind and Rain just to move those defenders around and not allow them to play where they want to play. Rendy has to move because he knows that a challenge is going to follow behind that drone in a matter of seconds if he doesn't. Omar's looking to make a very similar push to the one that Mini made by the looks of things, looking to potentially get in there to Freezer, and this is something they're going to have to do if they want Cade to be able to play in there and trick onto that wall. They have to have lines of sight onto that Cigar door to prevent anybody just rushing in there and taking the shots on him.
Rendy there finding some success on the roam, taking out IV. As we did see almost there getting a good bit of drone information for him and his team, but those players are moving and they are active. It isn't going to matter for Olmos as he will find one onto Rendy, get traded out pretty much straight away by Misery, but a flood of the sight comes through now and Mini has got his sights firmly trained on that Freezer and he is going to see a kill for his troubles. Misery grabbing one in return onto Anarchic, and well, we are now left in a 3 versus 1. Grizzly, a lot of work to do from the rappel there, and Boogie going to take the initiative, go for the run out and grab that final kill. Things neck and neck between these two teams.
Not really too much progress onto site that time from Exilium. They didn't really, in 2 rounds, they haven't opened up the main focus wall that they would want to into Freezer. They've ended up pushing through the doors. They suffered for it this time. I think they were just a little bit more ready for it, were Exilium. They just, you know, they expected it a little bit more. Wind and Rain just stuck through those single doors and just got picked off as they did so. Better plays from Exilium on the defence that time around. So 1 apiece. Very even, as expected. There's been good kills going in both directions. Heading into round number 3 now, we're going to see our second site. We've seen top floor twice. We're going to see kitchen and service this time around. I think really Exilium need to be putting a good focus onto keeping hold of Bakery here. I get a feeling that there's going to be a strong Bakery push.
Very likely that we're going to see a strong Bakery push, but don't forget we're going to see Sloth and Rendy wanting to get out there on the roam. Maybe not so much Rendy this round as he is on the castle, but certainly Turtle on that Mozzie will want to start to get upstairs and be able to pressure on vertically later on into the round, or try and alleviate some of that early vertical pressure if it does come through. Wind and Rain need to take a little bit more time in this round. They had a really good first round, and I feel like in round number 2 they just rushed things a little bit and got a bit kill hungry. There wasn't any plan to go for a plant in that round. We couldn't see it. They were just going all out and out for kills. That's not a terrible idea, but you've got to get those kills and you've got to be really confident that you're going to achieve them, because it's quite easy to flip the clock onto the defenders and look to get that plant down. I think Wind and Rain just need to take a little bit of a step back here. It seems as though they got that first round and then they really started to rush the second, and they were like, oh, we know what they're going to do. We're just going to go and get the kills again like we did in round number 1, but that didn't really work out for them. So bit of a slower and steadier approach here required from Wind and Rain. Get that top floor roam clear. You can already see Ivy and Omos upstairs inside a fireplace, and they're going to look to start pressuring on vertically, but if flank drones aren't in place, they will get rotated on at some point.
2 minutes left to go then, and as you say, good progress being made upstairs, but they do need to be careful because these defenders will take any opportunity given to them to get onto the flanks. We can see now the top 2 levels of the map are pretty much completely in the control of Wind and Rain here, but what are they going to do with it? We've seen this a number of times across all of the games tonight, and that is teams taking control of areas of the map and then not knowing what to do with it, opening certain walls and not knowing how to progress from there. It looks like we're going to see a bit more of a focus going towards Bakery now, with a couple of those attackers dropping down to the west side of the building there and looking to get themselves into the Bakery areas. They could do with getting that wall open in some fashion to allow the Bakery counter to be cleared out. Sloth with a great double kill there. You did comment, I'd be interested to see where that came in. You commented about him potentially getting out there on the flank and just being able to take advantage advantage of that. Rend it from the position that I commented on behind Bakery counter. Nothing has been done to affect him, to disrupt him in there. Really, you need Thermite or Hibana. Hibana banned out, of course, but no, she's not actually. So potentially you need to be bringing her, getting her on that window, opening up the reinforced wall and just getting a line of sight behind Bakery counter so that that player has to move out. You can't allow Rendy to peek that double door from there and get that kill. And then obviously the final two just following in very quickly behind that. And that will leave us 2-1 in favour of Exilium on the defence now.
Like you say, Sloth, I'm pretty convinced that that was a bit of a late roam or a late flank that he pulled off there, because it was IV and Omos playing in and around that upstairs area, in and around train, mining, and of course fireplace. So I'm sure that he got his legs stretched there and just got himself up and rewarded with a good couple of kills. And that's what we need to see from Exilium this evening. You know, we've noticed before, they're quite a momentum-based team, and if they start to get these kills and some of these players, you know, really get carried away, they're going to be able to pick up some rounds, and that's what they really rely on, especially on the defense. Rendy, like you commented on, in that power position behind the Bakery counter, it's just not something that you can be affording to waste all of your Zephyr Grismot mines and lifelines on to try and root out. You've really got to do something else in terms of burning that ADS and then look to try and progress onto it, because it was just too little too late at that point with ADSs still in place, just allowing him to hold up there. Going to see a bit of an extended hold, as is the norm really when when defending onto a reading room and fireplace. Going to be seeing players upstairs getting some reinforcements down and really forcing Wind and Rain to work vertically. But Omos recognising there the potential for these roams and the potential for these flanks and just how much it hurt them back in round number 3. He's going to be bringing the gridlock, and that could make the job of the Exilium roamers that little bit more difficult.
As you say, a great alternative to Nomad, who we have seen banned out here. So it just helps to protect those flanks and just slow things down. The best option the attackers have got then, the defenders on the rotate, is to shoot those out. But then that's a really great sound cue for the attackers there to signal that a flank is coming. So we can see Sloth and Misery up on that top floor looking to defend that as roamers. They're going to try to hold on to that for as long as they can. If they can get a kill along the way, then that'll be fantastic. But we can see IV making some quick progress through that soft wall into Piano and getting control of that. We've got Mini now in and established in Cigar Shop as well. The pressure is going to start coming onto the Exilium defenders very, very quickly. We've got Misery in there in Freezer. He's going to get droned out very soon. We've got Turtle on a sort of a semi-roam here, just sort of trying to defend and assist from the top of White Stairs, but able to just dip away if needs be. This is all about time wasting here. Rendy just coming to have a look as well, but then will move away. Shots will be exchanged, but no damage done as of yet. 1.5 minutes to go, and this has been quite a good time-wasting exercise so far for Exilium.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of burning the clock down, and that's the most important thing, because they're still going to be able to rotate back down onto site and affect how this round outcomes. You can, of course, drop the balcony for a really easy rotation. The wall will be open now. C4 toss comes through, but I do not believe it will be successful. But what about that for a shot coming out from Misery onto Mini there? A snapshot there with the SMG-11. Things that you do genuinely love to see as the push now is coming through from Wind and Rain, but they don't seem to be working off all too much information. You can see Mozzie has captured a great number of drones. Another 2 quick kills come in. Turtle's getting a bit thirsty there and will pay for it dearly with his life as 2 kills get traded out in return for Wind and Rain. And now we enter a 3 versus 2. So the man count that Exilium did have isn't quite as large as previously, but IV and Grizzly still got a heck of a job to do in these final 40 seconds, as most of the defenders now have made that rotation back down onto site. And you can see Grizzly there just being denied that last little bit of information. Rendy going to play this really well and get himself in on the White Stairs. He's going to get taken down by Grizzly, and that's not what you want to see at this moment in time, because now that man count is even at 2-2. Boogie, I'm sure, has got a good number of Toxic Babe canisters left to try and stem this push, as we only have 18 seconds left. He's going to want to start deploying those now. IV finding another onto Misery. Could this be a round here for Wind and Rain? It's now all down to Boogie. The plant will start to go down, and he's left with little option but to try and retake onto it. He does find one. The plant is only to his left. He's not seen him. He's actually behind him. You just got to look around. What is going on? Grizzly, how did you miss out on that kill? Boogie, that's the freest 1v2 of your life. He's going to have loads of time to get the defuse off. Wind and Rain are going to be asking a lot of questions there.
I think Yeah, I think Grizzly's got some answers to provide. He's come off the diffuser there. He is in behind the bookcase, I'll give him that. There's a fallen bookcase there, and he is in behind that. That could potentially obscure his view, depending how deep that diffuser is into the corner there. But as you come off that, you have to be aware that there is another defender still on the cards.
You want to come out of that pre-firing.
Yeah.
Because at that point, you've got to expect that they know where you are. Because there could be information on inside. There was a Valkyrie camera that was in the corridor. I'm not sure if it had an angle to it. It obviously didn't because Boogie went in.
It was lighting up, so somebody was watching it.
But Boogie went in looking the wrong way, so that information either wasn't there or wasn't being exchanged. So for Grizzly there, the best bet you've got is to just come out pre-firing the door and then the corner and then just to take a bit of stock from there and see if you can start to win that 1v1. I mean, you're against the smoke anyway, so it's going to be a tricky one. But Boogie just, you know, he played it well. He had little left to do. You know, he had to push in, he had to try and find that diffuser player. So he did a very good job of clutching it out, but Grizzly got to be asking some questions there. What is this? Standstill Misery from Kendry. Some sort of lion reference, or is a meme that we're not into? Are we too old?
I think it's not. Yeah.
We're too old for this.
I think we might be too old for this stuff. So heading into round number 5 then, we are 3-1 in favour of Exilium. They are starting just to run away with things a little bit. That last one did come down to a 1 versus 2, but at the point where you're going to start picking those up, it usually signals that the other team is in a little bit of trouble, especially given the circumstances of it, with Grizzly getting the plant down, but coming off that plant and having a good couple of seconds where he should have been able to get a view onto Boogie's back, and Boogie had time to turn around. Sloth coming in with a good first kill onto IV there, firing things up for his team in the first 20 seconds.
This is a dangerous position for Exilium to be in. They're a momentum-based team. We've talked about it before. Boogie's just had a great clutch. The rest of the team are going to be fired up now. Sloth saying, you know what, Boogie, you got a great clutch. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to get first pick for us and just make this even easier. He's now playing in and around the cigar really, really confidently as well. And it's nice to see him playing that angle there on the stage, because typically we've seen cigar and piano control just left, and Wind and Rain have been able to take that pretty much for free. I think Sloth could be rewarded with a kill here, and we've got Rendy below with the Nitro, so if the information exchange can come through, I think that Exilium could pick up another couple of kills as that wall gets opened.
2 minutes left to go, and some good progress there as Mini moves in and gets the kill onto Sloth, so that will start freeing things up in Piano, but will suffer a Nitro kill from below. Rendy has played down there every round so far on Bar and Cocktail, and they have moved him out previously. This time, for whatever reason, they've chosen to leave him down there, and guess what? He hits the Nitro shot without a problem, so that will now leave us 4 versus 3 for Exilium. And as you say, X, I'm sure those comms are bouncing up and down at the minute. I'm sure there's high energy in there. I think Turtle has just managed to successfully Cade trick that wall as well, and that will be an exothermic charge loss. Misery following that up with a kill from the Echo. 2 versus 4 now, and it feels like there's not much can go right for Wind and Rain at this stage. And maybe that's how they felt yesterday when they were 6-2 up, and then they just let it slip away to a 6-0 draw. It's almost as if they've carried on with that same mentality, and a great flank from Rendy there to finish on a 3k for the round. A great Nitro toss followed by 2 beautiful kills at the top of White Stairs, and I'm afraid, Wind and Rain, you were just caught in no man's land there.
Caught very short indeed. We asked for it earlier. We said if Exilium are going to see success tonight, it's going to be on Rendy to really step things up. We've seen what he's able to do as a player. He had a quieter game yesterday, but today he's coming out firing on all cylinders, picking up that 3k, and, well, doing as much as he can for his team. The Nitro cell from below, it's something that we've seen Exilium do multiple times, and I kind of like how they've waited until the 3rd time they've defended up there to really sort of throw that one out there, because Rendy's seen a lot of pressure early on. It's almost like Wind and Rain forget that Mozzie's got the Nitro cell in that circumstance, and they're just like, we're not going to push him out. We've done all right up here. We've won 1, lost 1. You know, we're just going to try and focus site and do us. Oh, Sloth's playing inside, onside a platform. Let's get rid of him. It doesn't matter, because Rendy from below, big kill, and then still not challenged at all, because at that point Wind and Rain are at too big of a man deficit to start chasing roamers, so they've got no option but to push the site. Quick rotate at White Stairs, last 2 kills, Rendy making it look easy there.
Easy, easy, easy indeed. So heading into round number 6 then, 4-1 in favour of Exilium. This will be their last defending round, and I'm sure they will be very keen to take this 5-1 and put themselves at a strong advantage going into the attacking phase. We do often see, of course, maps behave in similar ways for the other team. Once it switches onto the defence, we may see Wind and Rain just gather some momentum, get the wind in the sails, so to speak, and push forward for some defensive wins.
And then look at Cafe as a map tonight. So far, we've seen it heavily favour the attackers when M&M played against Navi. They managed to pick up a good number of rounds on attack. In contrast, Exilium, very similar bans coming out as well, it's worth mentioning. They've come out and they've managed to pick up a load of rounds on the defence. It just shows how much work has been done with this map and how good it is at this moment in time. Sloth there doesn't know how close he was to alerting Mini of his presence as he just quickly double hits the barricade out onto Bakery. But Sloth going to take his time to make that rotation down as Mini aggressively pushes in onto Wheel Room. Grizzly as well is looking to join up with him as he pushes in through Reading Room door as Ivy also drops. So a good roam clear there has come through for the side of Wind and Rain, and that's forced all the Exilium players now back down onto site, but they're all holding off angles and little bit like sneaky spots next to the stairs. And if Wind and Rain don't do some due diligence in terms of drone work, they could get caught a little bit short here.
Turtle on the Mozzie this time around. Rendy going to relinquish that as his castle was required. We've seen him do some good work from in behind Bakery counter so far. I noticed Wind and Rain still haven't brought the Hibana with them. That Thermite needs to get in behind Rendy and open up the reinforce that is behind him. That's how you clear a man from Bakery counter. I'm not sure whether they're aware of that or not, but we can see that wall just in front of us. You have to clear red stairs first of all, which Grizzly will begin to do, but then will cease doing as Turtle will remove his head with a headshot. Rendy now is going to be able to just pressure onto the double door. First kill onto Mini. 4 versus 3 now. He's going to have to be careful. He did take some damage, but he can continue to have an impact here. They're trying to get the Thermite in to open the Bakery kitchen wall, but whilst Rendy is in place, that is just not going to be possible. Turtle will get a kill of his own, but Rendy will now be cleared with a quick 3k from Ormoz there, leaving us 2 versus 1. He's really swung the tide for Wind and Rain, but Boogie, we've already seen him do it once. Can he do it again? He gets the first onto Ivy. He won't get the second this time as Ormoz comes in on a 4k and gets the final kill for Wind and Rain. 4-2, and not as bad as they might have been thinking it could end up there through that attacking phase.
I think Wind and Rain have managed to clutch something out of that attacking phase at least. Coming out 4-2 is a heck of a lot better than coming out at a 5-1 disadvantage. Boogie there couldn't quite repeat the 2 1v2s, but it wasn't through lack of trying. Ormoz stepping it up for his team. It's a player that yesterday we saw do very well in the frag department, and you know that round, no real different. Maybe just stepping it up. I think he's the team captain, isn't he? So just leading from the front and going, you know what, guys, I'm going to come through and I'm going to clutch this round out. We've been playing, you know, we've not been playing our best siege. Let's get this round, and we've talked about it multiple times. That last round of the first phase can be so crucial as to how the rest of the game plays out, because Wind and Rain now are going to be feeling a little bit better about themselves. They've still got a heck of a mountain to climb, and if Exilium get one round here, it's going to be really difficult to keep this to less than a draw for Wind and Rain.
It is indeed. They can't let this get too far ahead of them. They're going to be thinking, you know, I'm sure it probably got mentioned in the comms, it is possible. They were at 6-2 yesterday. They've experienced the team come back and do that, and I'm sure that that will at least give them a little bit of confidence to think that, you know, it is possible and that they can do that as well. But those results do tend to be, you know, they stand out because they're unusual, not because they're happening week after week after week. So like you say, if Exilium get themselves up to 5, it starts to become a big problem then. Really interested to see what they can do with the first attacking phase here. More interested to see what Mini Mysteri can do. We saw him have a fantastic roam game yesterday. As it stands, he's at the top of White Stairs corridor. That is not his strength at the minute. No. He'll probably get an ace from there now that I've said that.
Of course he will.
it's not a strength that we've seen him play to.
Typically, you'd be looking maybe to stick an ACOG in that position, maybe even a Doc, because it is somewhere that's going to get grenaded out, and the Doc can, of course, juice himself up if he does manage to keep alive from the grenade. But Mini, I think it's fair to say, had a pretty quiet attacking phase. We didn't see him have a great impact aside from that first round, and then as soon as he started to fall off, the rounds flooded in Exilium's favour. So he's going to be a player that Wind and Rain really need to step up now and to get these kills and to get in amongst Exilium and to really make them start doubting themselves, because Exilium are probably pretty confident now moving on to this attacking phase. They've all but got Piano and Cigar control. It's just whether they want to choose to take it or not. I think that's the wall getting opened as well, and you can see already Mini doubting himself. Grizzly, is he going to go for the C4 toss from below? Maybe just trying to line two of them up here, and I think he could be rewarded with a double there if he does get back onto it. It is only in fact going to be a single, but a big kill nonetheless as Misery is taken out.
1 minute 40 left to go. We've got one attacker off the board. That will be the book. Not the end of the world. They still have the thermite, the hard breach that can get in through that piano wall, which has already been opened, in fact, by the looks of things. So that will allow them now to start thinking about getting control of that freezer area and then being able to look to move forward and push. We've still got Minute playing in the washroom. He can rotate back if he needs to, but he's just going to hold this position for the time being. And if he's not dealt with, he could pop out of that door at any moment and just put shots onto the flank in Piano. But at the minute, Turtle is going to open that washroom door. That's going to force Mini all the way back into the deep freezer there. He's just going to have to hold an angle. He will ultimately be challenged, I'm sure, but I'm not sure Exilium have got much of a plan of how to uproot him from here. It is difficult. There's no vertical options in there. There's only one challenge, and that's through double door. So you have to be ready to move around there pre-firing, but there are other angles that you need to worry about at the same time. Sloth obviously very aware of that. He's looking to just hold him in there. As he moves around, he will get the shots. Mini Mysteri will manage to fight his way back. He will lose his life ultimately to Boogie. Omos will trade that back out though, and we are now in a 4 versus 2. Turtle brings it back to 3 versus 2. Diffuser was in hand until Anarchic managed to get the kill. Rendy doing the best he can, but it just won't be enough as Anarchic comes in with a good double for himself to finish things off. Wind and Rain get themselves back into this 4-3 now.
I can tell you now what Sloth's saying. Why wasn't that a headshot?
Why was that not a headshot?
Why was that
he was prone.
Not a headshot? And I can tell you it's because he was prone, and you more than likely, unfortunately for you, hit his neck. But it did look like it should have been a headshot, and I'd have been screaming exactly the same thing. A good round coming out from there from Wind and Rain, showing that they do have what it takes to hold on dearly to this fixture. Will it be enough? They've managed to bring it back to 4-3. Now, this starts to look a lot better now. 4-2 can start looking a bit dodgy, especially if you lose the first one and end up 5-2, and all of a sudden it looks like quite a big mountain to climb. But both teams fighting to stay in this, keeping it at an even 4-2. Going to go down to Kitchen again once again. As we've seen this go both ways so far. We've seen both teams win it. What do you think we're going to see here, Tim?
I want to see that wall opened at the north side of the map there. The single wall that gets reinforced, not that one, Alex, one to the left, is just, there we go, that one. So the man plays in behind bakery counter and that wall gets reinforced, and usually the other one gets opened as a rotate. The problem is that bakery counter is such a powerful spot to deny the double door push to open the bakery kitchen wall, which we can see at the bottom of our screen at the minute. So what you want to do is get thermite in through double door, open bakery kitchen wall. That allows you access into bakery kitchen. You can get through there, and that prevents then any further tricking onto the triple wall that is behind the bakery counter. If you're still with me, that then allows you to open bakery counter wall, and that technically should be all the access to site that you need to get your diffuser down. So the man in behind bakery counter will prevent all of that happening. Now, I'm not sure that the defenders here are actually playing a man in behind there, which I think could be a bit of a misstep if we see the bakery push. But the wall that's reinforced just to the north of that, which Alex showed us, is the one that you need to be opening up, usually with a Hibana. Just a line of sight will do, because it prevents then people playing in behind the bakery counter and gets them moved out of there. As we can see, we've got some early progress into the top floor. Exilium wanting to do a complete top floor clearance all the way down. Not a bad idea when you've got players like Minimysteri against you, who you know are going to be out on the roam. We can see Grizzly just holding an angle here on White Stairs as well. So he's going to look to impact this round at some point, but really, I think he wants to just hold his life for a little bit longer. He's moving back towards the site. It looks like he's actually bailed off the roam at this point. So he's not going to be able to make a challenge. We are nearly a minute and a half into the round and no major progress made yet. The Echo drone's pretty much just being used for information at this stage.
I always love when an Echo drone's spotting out an IQ, because I just think it's something that it definitely happens all the time, but the IQ is not going to check every single nook and cranny. You don't really expect an Echo drone to be out there just gathering that kind of an information. Misery going to be making short work of the floor inside of Fireplace, as he's now going to look to apply this vertical pressure, and with the lack of roam game that's come out here from Wind and Rain, it could spell disaster, because that pressure is only going to increase as the minutes tick off the clock. Rendy now looking to push on down the new stairs, as he's pretty much aware that somebody is playing in and around the bottom of White, but maybe looking for Boogie just to push down and get that pincer movement going. Boogie now getting himself onto the bottom of White Stairs as well. We'll call the corridor as clear. So now they're able to deduce that the player is more than likely in and around the new bar area. There is going to be a player, of course, behind the bar, but look at this, 45 seconds left on the timer, and there's still 10 people alive. Some sort of push is going to have to come through fairly quickly here from Exilium, as we still have multiple members of Wind and Rain playing in off-site locations. There's going to be the first two coming out. Rendy and Sloth, the duo, making sure that they stamp their mark down on this round, but Omoz with one in return, followed quickly by a kill from IV. The diffuser, has started to go down from Turtle, and well, now we're left in a 2 versus 1, as Omoz is going to be the last man standing. The diffuser did not get planted. Effective 1 versus 1, as we do have it down. Omoz, can you grab this last kill and clutch the round out? What happened there? That was so messy, but Omoz gonna get the panic knife in the last second, and Wind and Rain really trying to hold on to this one.
I think they both went in for the melee there, and I think the gridlocks was just slightly mistimed. It was just a little bit soon, and it just allowed Omoz to step in, take advantage of that, juke around it, and then give him the old pop, Mr. Clean, and just finish things off for the round. So that will be Wind and Rain dragging themselves back level, and we are definitely seeing a defender bias here on Cafe between these two teams. 4 apiece now, and Wind and Rain looking good to potentially stretch the legs and extend this into a lead.
Exilium just moving really slowly. You know, they've spent a lot of time drawing out the top floor and getting that control, which is fine, but when you've got a gridlock, you don't need to worry about that all too much. It should be a simple fact of getting your drones up there in the prep phase, pre-placing them to finish off the drone as, you know, the first few seconds of the attack phase come through. Right, top floor's now clear. Let's get 3 sets of tracks out. Each of the staircases, all of a sudden, right, listen out for the staircases. Are the tracks getting shot? Yes, people are going to start pushing up onto us then. Let's start to open up the floor, work vertically, and pressure the angles down onto site. That just didn't happen there from Exilium. They just seemed to spend a lot, well, it was the mid part of the round really, where they were just doing nothing and just holding angles. And when you're holding an angle against the defender, the only person winning is the defender, because the time's ticking down. If you get the kill, brilliant, but you need to get it quickly.
You do. You need it's the absolute Siege 101. It's the basics of Siege. The attackers have to aggress and have to make something happen. If they don't and the clock ticks away, the defenders win. It is as simple as that. And like you say, sometimes they just need to be making sure that that's in their mind and that they're not just holding their angles. So heading into round number 9 then, 4 apiece. We've got the defence all set up here in Reading. This is the tertiary site usually. A bit more difficult being a split site, and I mean, on the face of it, there's no real reason for that. It's the same as any other site. You've got 2 rooms with a bomb in each, and it should pretty much be the same process. But I think by having that corridor in the middle, there's 2 things that happen. It just increases the number of walls that you need to try and manage and deal with. So do you reinforce? Do you not reinforce? Where do you open? Where do you not open? There's a lot more options there in terms of walls, but it also just creates that extra space and just that difficulty of movement and lines of sight for rotations and things like that. So we're going to see some top floor pressure being applied here. IV looking to hold off as long as he can, but he won't hold them off at all as Sloth moves in and gets a good opening kill. That leaves one man up on the top floor, I think, now to be cleared out. IQ just using that gadget just to see if there's any electronics that they need to be aware of. The Valkyrie is off the board, but of course those black eye cameras could still be feeding the information back to them. They will find one and take that out, so that's going to deny some information to the defence of Wind and Rain here, but there is still the man. I think he might have just jumped over the balcony there to try and get himself away. Grizzly will get the kill onto Turtle with a headshot, so that now leaves us in a 4 versus 4. 1 minute 20 left to go, and not much progress directly considering the site here. All the work here is going into clearing this top floor.
Yeah, you can't really afford to spend that time clearing that top floor. You need to really spend the time opening up the floor and forcing those defenders to move off site and to try and catch them then on the rotate. Mini in a dangerous spot there at the top of White Stairs, and Grizzly as well looking maybe to get up back onto the top floor and really start to hassle these attackers in these dying few seconds. It's all going to come down to where Rendy has placed those gridlock tracks though, because if they're in position it could be very difficult to make progress back up onto site. You can see there White Stairs is pretty much clear, and Red Stairs is clear as well, so Exilium really leaving themselves open here for this flank, and Grizzly, he's going to take full advantage of it. Look at that, 1 kill there onto Misery, 2 kills as he gets Sloth. Almost grabbing one in between, 4 versus 1 now. It's all of a sudden a heck of a mountain for Rendy to climb with only 25 seconds left on the clock. He may have the diffuser in hand, but look at all this pressure. Grizzly there, the peace of mind to drop and really just frustrate the clock now, and Rendy, he's not got a great deal of option. He's going to try and peek on, but there's multiple angles being held against him there. Minimysteri going to grab that final kill of the round, and well, what a masterclass from Wind and Rain.
I don't know if that was purposeful from Grizzly there, but a nice bit of style going over that balcony. Hits the Mozzie reload, which is the best looking in the game. Drops a 180, just so casual, so casual. Well played, Grizzly. So heading into round number 10, we're going to be 5-4 in favour of Wind and Rain now. They are starting to take a little bit of a command here. You just get the feeling on the defence that Exilium don't really have answers to the questions that are being asked of them. I'm not sure that they've got anything really that has shown me they've a sign that they can just tweak that, change that a little bit, and then they might have been successful. I don't feel like they've been particularly close on these attacks.
They've been nowhere near, and I mean that in the politest possible way, but it hasn't been a close attacking phase for Exilium at all. Wind and Rain have just had far too many ideas and far too many options. And let's make no mistake of this. IV's a sub. He's coming in this week as, just a temporary stand-in. He's not even part of the full roster.
Very true. It's very true. Bashed, obviously, unfortunately, unable to play. If you didn't see yesterday, we haven't actually mentioned Bash today. Don't read anything into it. He's not been removed from the roster or anything. He's just got some unfortunate personal circumstances that has kept him away from the game this week, so he's not been able to join his team. IV has very kindly stepped up and played both of the play days for them, and I believe Bashed will be back with us next week, or at least that's the intention. So, and obviously, thoughts go out to Bashed and his family as well. So, we're all one big community. Hopefully everything's okay with them, and he can come back strong next week, 'cause he's been a great player so far, and it'd be nice to see him back and getting some kills. Round number 10, 30 seconds in, we can see some good progress. We've got the Clash play coming out for Omos. That is a big call at this stage. That's what I'm going to call it.
It's a bold strategy.
It's a bold strategy, X. They're doing really well. They've got them. I don't know why they needed to change this defence up so drastically. They defended this site very well last time around. They've got themselves to 5-4. They're at the advantage. One more round gets them the win, and they've turned up with a Clash.
It's probably not going to be a problem, and I like how he's playing it, because to play a Clash in that position means you don't necessarily need to play a Shield in that position, which you would usually, but just play the ACOG there, play the Doc. And, you've got a bit of a chance of then attacking onto whoever is looking to push on through. Instead, Ivy's going to find himself at Yellow Stairs, so he's ready to join the fight, if you will. And Clash could do a good job here of wasting time. It's all going to be about at what moment that Clash then chooses to push on back. You can see Clash has just lost the ADS device, and the grenade toss is going to come through. But there's another behind the sofa. I love this double failure planning here from Wind and Rain. They know that one of the ADSs is going to get burnt, but there's a backup behind the sofa and a drone as well, Glitch is also caught in a mute jammer, so that's going to actually remove the ability to try and drone that out. So Grizzly's going to see a little bit of safety there inside of the washroom area. I'm not sure if that mute jammer is going to get found at this point. They may actually mistake it for being behind the other side of the wall and then struggle to open the wall up as well. That would be quite hilarious if that was to be the case, but Omos has got himself in a bit of a different position now in and around the freezer area, but Grizzly doing good work from the washroom, manages to take out Sloth. It's going to be a big operator to lose for Exilium, but look at the time left, less than a minute and only just getting control of Piano. C4 toss comes through, but I don't think it will be successful.
They are going to clear the mute jammer, but they could have shot it. I'm not sure that they did see that one, X. I think you were right on the call there. Rendy will get a kill to bring this back to 4 versus 4. Grizzly having shots put onto him, but giving an absolute masterclass of how to play the washroom at the minute. He's just got himself stuck. It looks like a potential disconnect there. He will leave the game. We'll see if he rejoins us before the start of the next round. I'm sure he'll be trying to do that. We've got Omos just working his best on the clash here, and that could be a very unfortunately timed disconnect. It leaves us now 4 versus 3. Exilium will juggle the diffuser around a little bit. Shots going onto the gridlock, but Anarchic won't be able to make them stick. He won't as they come through. He will be defended by IV, who gets a kill onto Rendy. Everything's going wild at the minute. Turtle with a kill of his own, and IV now in a 1 versus 3. Can he impact the planter? No, the plant is going to stick. He will get 2 down though. He'll get the kill onto Turtle. That's all he needed.
He doesn't know at this point that both members are down. He's still looking to try and find these kills.
He's being very cautious.
IV, everything's there for you, ready to take. They've got no time left. Look at all the time that he's wasting. It'd be a travesty if this round goes in the wrong direction now. Please, you need to know that they're both down. IV's going to confirm the triple kill, and Omos is going to find the last. Look, there's no one left alive. Just run through the tracks and get this defuse down. Fortunately for IV, he's going to have enough time, but I tell you what, on a different round, that could have quite easily gone the other way.
It really could. Honestly, that just seems like the sort of thing that I would do. And I'd have you screaming at me that they were they were all down, and I've let the timer run out because I've not gone for the diffuser. That is likely what would happen.
Well, we are on match point now, of course, and it does look as though Grizzly has made his way back into the game.
Maybe that is what IV was maybe just being generous to us. And he was just avoiding a rehost.
Giving a bit more time.
Give him a bit more time. Let him get himself back in. He's in the comms. He's saying, I'm on my way. My game's booting up. I'm just rejoining. And maybe he's just done it so that we don't have to ramble on through a rehost and keep everybody entertained. This game is quite entertaining enough in itself. It's been very exciting so far, back and forward. Who is going to finish things off? That's the question. Are we going to have a win for Wind and Rain? Are we going to have a draw from Exilium? Do they have what it takes in the locker to get anything here? Personally, at this moment in time, I have to say I don't think they do. They've not, or if they do, they've certainly not shown it to us.
No, you know, going off what's happened so far, Wind and Rain going flawless on defense. There's no reason why that should change. Attacking onto Kitchen was something that Exilium found very difficult. They spent a heck of a lot of time getting map control, and they were left short of time in the dying moments of the round. They weren't able to get the clutch out. They weren't able to get the execute out as they would have wanted to. Exilium, they just need to move quicker on attack, I think. I'm not sure what it is that's slowing them down. But Wind and Rain are doing a really good job of winning those engagements, and I like how they're playing. They've got multiple ideas of how they want to try and hold things. Bring the clash, give it a go. This is the environment to learn these sort of things and to develop these sort of strategies.
To be fair, it's Wind and Rain that are slowing them down. That's the answer. It's like you say, bringing the clash, giving it a try. Grizzly in the washroom did a great job there until he disconnected. It was a masterclass of how to play washroom. You know, he got a kill from there. He just really affected the round massively, and that has been the story of Wind and Rain's defences. Very solid play from them. Let's, you know, sort of I hope for them. I'm obviously not biased to either team. I'm happy to see how the result plays out, but I do hope for them that they don't have that issue to close this out like they did yesterday. We do see teams that will get themselves on to that 6th round and then just struggle to take themselves over the line, and hopefully that's not going to be something that we see becoming a trait of this new Wind and Rain roster, but I'm sure it won't be. The defences have been very good. We're back down on the Kitchen.
They were pretty solid down there last time. They held their angles well. They just allowed Exilium again to play into them. 1 minute 30. We're still clearing those top 2 floors. We're still drawn in at this point. So Exilium again are going to come down to that situation where they're having to start rushing things.
And Wind and Rain just happy to wait as well. And that's the most important thing as a defender. If the attackers are spending a load of time drawing out the top floor, let them do it, because it's only ticking down in your favour, and IV's more than happy to sit at the bottom of those red stairs. He's going to go up a little bit now and see if he can aggress on. He's probably heard something going on there. Maybe he heard Rendy. Obviously Gridlock, the heavy operator. C4 toss comes through. That could be pretty big indeed, as Olmoz is going to put that C4 to good use yet again in this round. Grizzly will fall, however, as Olmoz now on the site. He's going to see a little bit of pressure, as it looks as though we may be seeing the wall into Freezer be open, but Rendy hassling out there, finding that kill onto Mini. I think it's fair to say Mini's had a much quieter day today. It hasn't affected Wind and Rain all too much just yet, as other members have started to step up, but this could be a bit of an opening for Exilium here, as they are going to look to open that Freezer. Olmoz is going to aggressively peek out, but he's greeted with 2 players for Exilium, and well, what about that? 3 kills in 1 second, as Turtle picks up a quick 2k, and Exilium finally start the comeback.
A little bit of a mistake from Olmoz there, I thought. Just got himself in a bad position when that thermite charge started going off. He had no real option other than to push out through the wall and lost his life, but that's not too much of a criticism. Olmoz has come out big for his team today. I do want to say that he's had some huge plays, nitros, 3Ks. He really has led from the front today.
It'd be a shame for this to be a draw now, considering how well Wind and Rain have done on their defence. But that being said, Exilium did really well on defence as well.
Yep.
So it'd be nice to see it be a draw, but I'd really like to see a winner. I just feel like Exilium have left it too late to turn it on.
Too little, too late.
They're going to win this next round though, and it's definitely going to be a draw.
We are going to Reading. we are going to Reading Fireplace, and we are going to that 12th round. The second game, I did say we'd have 2 tonight that'd go to 12 rounds. It's just a bit of a trait of me and X casting together now, I think. We always have some absolute nail biters. I can't remember the last time that we cast together and didn't have this situation where we had at least 1 or 2 in the night that went the distance. Who will come away with what here? Will Wind and Rain take the points and a commanding lead into that playoff situation? Wind and Rain, having had the draw with Audacity, it becomes a very tricky situation then, because obviously Exilium could draw on points with them, but if they did that and they've won tonight, then they, Wind and Rain, would go through on the basis that they had the better head-to-head record. But if it's Audacity that were to win next week and Wind and Rain don't, then it would come down to round difference, because Audacity have had a draw with Wind and Rain. So it starts to get very, very tricky, and everything's up in the air depending what happens. That said, if Wind and Rain were to come out and get any points at all next week, they would then guarantee themselves the playoff spot. So it's still all to play for at this stage. 30 seconds into the round, we can see some progress on the top floor there. It's actually on the rooftop, just looking to get those hatches opened. Mini's going to drop back more towards site now. He doesn't want to challenge that too hard. Out comes the nitro, but it will miss this time. Grizzly not quite as successful as Olmoz was previously. It's done some damage to Sloth, but not enough to get him down or anything. The IQ gadget's still available to sniff out any of those Valkyrie cameras or anything that could feed information in, such as Mozzie drones.
Grizzly there is not going to know how fortunate he was in nearly grabbing that kill. Turtle also going to be very low hit points as well. So Exilium starting off on a little bit of a back foot, but that's going to be a big first engagement to win, as Boogie is able to take out IV, and he's now going to progress on as well, and he's going to get the down onto the Echo. He's going to look to convert that as quickly as possible, as we do enter a 5 versus 3 now. But like I said, very little health on at least 3 members of Exilium now. So still all to play for. Those guys are going to be at 1 bullet most each. And Mini is needing to get himself out there now, rejoin with his team, and just try and stop this push as it comes through, because Exilium have moved a lot quicker in the first part of this round. Now they're left with a lot of time to open up this floor, and they're going to be able to still use the book to get that flooring open. Mini now just playing in and around the white stairs area, but having the Legion goo mines left on side is going to be very dangerous for Exilium. As I said, most members only 1 hit point, and one of those goo mines is going to chuck them into a down but not out state. This vertical pressure, whilst it's good and whilst it is necessary, they need to start progressing on site now as we enter the final 50 seconds.
We can see Mini just heading back to site. Like you say, he really needs to keep himself alive and give himself maximum opportunity to get as many of those goo mines out as he can. 3 operators there who will be severely impacted by them, so very important. Are we going to see the time problem? Goes in Exilium to lose this one. Misery gets a kill onto Mini with the grenade. Ormoz will trade that back out, and this is where everything is going to start happening. We're in the last 20 seconds. We've got Grizzly and Ormoz both on full hit points, both having a great game tonight. 2 versus 4, 2 versus 3. Can they get the others that they need? 3 versus 1 now as Misery gets a kill onto Grizzly. That leaves Ormoz with it all to do. He is full health, but he is not on site. He needs to get back in here. There's goo mines in play. There's people being injured. He switches to the shotgun. He switches weapon at the wrong time. No, Ormoz. He just needs to go with the shotgun there. He no doubt wins that battle on the door, swings round, hits the IQ, and that would have prevented the plant. But great plays from Exilium there to predict where the smoke was going to appear from. That will be 6-0, and what an absolute thriller we've just seen there. Really back and forward.
I just can't take it anymore. We just can't separate any of these bottom teams, can we? But fantastic stuff from Exilium, crawling back as it was 6-4. But I think it's the same reason for Wind and Rain again, just letting it slip, just not being able to close out these games.
Just struggling to convert on that match point, and not really through lack of trying. You know, on a different day, they'd have gone into that a couple of man advantage because, you know, the hit points that were left on those Exilium players, it was so few. We're talking 1 bullet, we're talking a bit closer on a C4 toss, and it would have been a different game entirely.
Really would. And I mean, my message to Wind and Rain, I said it at 6-4. I said, you know, are they going to become one of these teams that are struggling to close games out? I really don't want to see it for them. Like I said, I had a chat to Ormoz the other day, and he was, you know, very passionately talking about what they wanted to do as a team and how they wanted to grow together. And I'd love to see them do that. We're seeing such promising things from them. You know, my message to the team there would be, please don't be disheartened by this. You know, it's not something you can really work on massively, isn't closing games out like that. It's just something that comes with time. As you gel as a team and you get better, those rounds get won easier.
And you know what 2 points I'm going to make out? I think you two are going to know already. Boogie's 1v2 in reading, what on earth happened? And IV with the 1v3, where he was still trying to find the 2 down players, but clearly he didn't know. Maybe his teammates didn't know either, I'm not too sure, because of the wallbang he did on that 3rd floor. But some of those situations were very funny, very unorthodox as well, but to take it all to a draw just shows how much pressure there was on this team.
A lot of pressure. I mean, you talk about pressure. Imagine the pressure that IV's feeling at that moment in time. He's the substitute for the week. He wants to give as good a showing as possible for his friends and his teammates. He's in a 1 versus 3. He doesn't want to mess it up. He doesn't want to take the chance that 2 of the players are downed, and he doesn't actually realise it. So it was well played because he did end up winning the round, but when you can see it in that 3rd-person view, it just makes it so obvious for us, and we're sat here literally screaming, jumping out of our seats at what he needs to do. But obviously he doesn't know that. He hasn't got the benefit of foresight. It was a good game nonetheless.
Just agonising over that weapon switch of Ormoz again. Honestly, he's going to see that in his nightmares. Don't let it, honestly, don't let it weigh too heavily on you, Ormoz. We've all done it. And you would just go into the SMG, you know, you thought it was a longer range engagement, but just the timing of it.
It's just Halloween in a nutshell, isn't it, really? No
frightful.
There, really. Yeah, it was frightful. You went on there, full of terrors, isn't it? Player of the match, let us know who you think at ESL UK from the 3 gentlemen down below, and wouldn't be too surprised in terms of like Boogie about 1v2 or Ivy's 1v3, which was quite questionable to, you know, put any doubts about it. But let's have a look. Ormoz, Rendy and Grizzly. Grizzly made some great plays actually, considering what he was doing.
Yeah, Grizzly made some really good plays. I think Rendy's got a good spot in there as well. We asked him to step up today, and he certainly did that. I think he ended with 13 kills. Maybe
the nitro and the double at the top of White Stairs.
Really nice kills, really flashy plays, but maybe just looking for a bit more out of the rest of Exilium. But Ormoz, I think he's probably worthy of the vote purely because he really turned things around. On that round number 6, he went in and he won Kitchen for his team, and that was the turning point. The momentum shifted then, and he really had a big showing on defence.
For me, it's got to be Grizzly for the 180 reload drop on the Mozzie. That was definitely the one for me. I love that. I hope that got clipped. But no, in all seriousness, yeah, Ormoz had not just that one round. There was a number of rounds you could easily look back to for Ormoz there, where he went in with 3Ks, nitro tosses. He was just working it from all angles for his team, really leading from the front today. Well played.
Well, do you know what I think? I think we need to have a word with Trix from Exilium to see what he has to say during that game. Very, very close, my friend. You almost lost it, but just managed to tie things up in the end, those last 2 rounds. How are you feeling?
Tensions were high during the game, but we managed to get ourselves together right at the end and pull through and get ourselves a much-needed draw. So we're happy with the result.
Now, what was going through your team's mind during that 1v2 with Boogie and Reading? Because we just made the assumption that that was it, the job is done. But as they were planting and managed to get the retake, please, what was going through your mind then? I have to know.
We weren't really sure where the plant was going down. We didn't have a lot of information on our side. It was just luck was in our favour. Boogie managed to turn around just at the right time and get that final killing. It was very close, hearts racing for sure.
Definitely, my heart was racing as well. I literally couldn't believe it. I was pretty much closing my eyes, put my hands over my mouth. You name it, I was doing it. But talk to me about the last 2 rounds. What changes did you actually make? Because we saw a completely different team in comparison to before.
We had a bit of a talk after, I think it was round 10, where we just sort of got together what was going wrong, what was happening. We just got our head in the game, and we knew we needed this point. We knew we couldn't get the 3 points we wanted anymore. So we got our head in the game and we just pushed through and did what we needed to do.
And you managed to get another point on the board. Well, congratulations anyway with the draws. Better than a loss anyway, and we'll see you again next week.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Do you know, I would have loved to find out what the guys on Wind and Rain said about that 1v3. That was the one thing I just wanted to ask, but sadly we didn't get to interview you this time. Maybe next week, but someone has to bring that up at some point, surely, Ollie.
Oh, yeah, for certain. You know, it can't go unanswered. And I think Ivy's probably going to be watching that clip back later on, and he's going to realise actually the situation that he did find himself in. But played it right in the end and got the result, which was the most important thing.
It's all that matters is the outcome. You know, we all had a chuckle watching it. I'm sure everybody did at home. It was amusing. I'm sure Ivy will when he watches it back. It was funny to watch, but ultimately he did the right thing. You can't dash in there if one of them's led prone and he runs around there presuming that he's downed them both and loses the round. You can't do it. You've got to try and be as sure as you can.
Yeah. But let's have a look at the results today, because it's just been absolutely crazy. And do we need to ask, the first match, M&M dominated Na'Vi on one of their better maps? Tim, talk to me.
M&M just showed up, absolutely plain and simple. Na'Vi didn't really know how to deal with it. I think a couple of mistakes were made. They just maybe weren't bringing the utility that they needed to slow them down necessarily, or to signal their arrival, signal where the movement was coming from. M&M took absolute advantage of that and just did a lot of work before they could even adapt to it. It was great plays from M&M, and Nathan having an absolute storm.
And what are you thinking, Ollie? That first match was definitely a nail-biter there, but as with you two, 12 rounds always appears at least a few times, twice today. So with those draws, we just can't separate those bottom 3 teams at the moment.
Yeah, it's getting pretty tricky, should I say. I'm with the boys and Fierce, a very hard-fought game. Could have gone either way, and I think that it's another game where you play that game another couple of times and one team will win it, but it'll still be a very close round count, and then you play it again, another team will win it, and just not a great deal separating those two guys. A little bit more convincing over on in match 3, however, with Sonny Carries just coming out so confidently there against Audacity and doing a really good job.
And Tim, how curious will you be with M&M? Because we saw how well they played earlier, but in a best-of-3 series, do you reckon we'll see the same team depending on the circumstances?
I think it's probably less likely that you see them play consistently at that level throughout 3 maps. We've seen a very good team in them. We've said this last night, we've said it tonight again. They have got the ability to play. To come out and beat Na'Vi 7-2 and play at that level consistently over 3 maps is probably unlikely at this point. I'm not saying that it's not a level they can't get to. I think they definitely can. I think they've got the ability there. But yeah, at the moment, in the next few weeks, over a best of 3, maybe it's a bit more of a struggle. But they surprised us tonight.
Yeah, if they can do it in one map, there is that potential they can do it in all 3 if it gets to all 3 anyway. But do you know what, Tim? I'm going to give you another pick and ban situation. to try and redeem yourself to see if you're the best UK analyst has to offer.
I'm like
here.
a siege almanac in the last 2 days, and you come in talking about redeeming myself. Ridiculous.
Well, you're giving points to yourself as well. What do you want me to do? But just let everyone know at home, Na'Vi did play I'm with the boys off stream earlier, which is why we're kind of doing this. But which map do you feel like these guys played on?
I would have said... What will have been banned out? What will have been the default? Oh, they've got them there for me. Thank you very much. Cafe and Coastline. I would have said out of those remaining ones, probably Border or Clubhouse. I did feel like we were going to have a second Clubhouse, so I would go with that.
You'd go for Clubhouse?
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Is it actually Clubhouse between these two teams? Oh, okay. Oh, no. You said Border.
I was going to say Border. I've been saying Border all night and all yesterday. I was going to. You didn't even ask me. I'm really upset.
Another half a point.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that makes up to 3, same as yesterday. We'll just do it anyway. But one thing I want to mention as well, the reason why Na'Vi were actually playing next week's game tonight instead is because they do have the Pro League finals coming up next week. But we just want to wish them all the best of luck with everyone here from the team in production as well. Because so far it is a Cinderella story for them. We've started right from day one at the beginning of the year, for the last 12 months up to now, and they're still smashing it out in the park. But we wish you guys all the best going over to Japan, and hopefully you may be able to bring that W. You never know, that Cinderella story is still going on. So, to be fair, with their status at the moment in Pro League, winning it, like we didn't even know but the Challenger League. But I think we'll stay away from that for now. Let's go to the standings of the Prem to see what's happened so far. And a lot of changes has happened, but we have definitely secured the top 2 teams going straight to the Prem finals. It will be Na'Vi and M&M. But Fierce, I'm with the boys and Sonny Carries, they have guaranteed a playoff spot, but we're still separating the bottom 3. We're trying our best here, guys, but we just absolutely can't. But let's look at next week's schedule anyway, because again, it's going to be a lot more talking points. Wind and Rain and Sonny Carry. That's going to be a huge game, to say the least, as well as Audacity versus Exilium. Hopefully we'll separate them enough as we will secure the remaining playoff spot, guys.
Huge games in that final week. Navi, I'm with the boys. You know, I'm with the boys and Fierce particularly now battling over that top spot just for the seeding, if nothing else. M&M, if they come out and beat Fierce, you know, it's all big. It's all big at this point, and especially those first 2 for who gets that playoff spot.
And I think the big thing to talk about as well is M&M can now hide anything they want to now, while at this point, considering they secured the Prem final spot.
Yeah, definitely. But I think with the way that we've been seeing the interviews go out, and M&M seem really focused. So I think the game to watch next week for me is going to be M&M and Fierce, because I think that could be a really close fought battle.
Definitely gives a taster, a flavour of what's going to happen with the Prem finals. But if you guys want to get your tickets for the Prem finals, make sure you head over to esl.im/R6S finals. You don't want to miss it. We are going to be back at the Manchester Bowler Exhibition Centre, and it is one you do not want to miss. I'm sure there'll be some maybe upsets here and there, but some great teams, especially Na'Vi being there competing. But final thoughts on the week, guys?
It's been a cracker. I think I'm exhausted at this point. I think we've seen so much good seed. We've seen so many draws, so many hard-fought games, and some really good results, and an upset as well, which is always what you want to see. So I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. As
always, it's been an absolute pleasure to be here. I love being on the desk. It's been a lot of fun doing the map picks, and we've had a good bit of fun around that. But yeah, the absolute quality of the Siege that we've seen as well. It's been easy to cast, easy to get excited about, and just easy to be excited about the UK scene as a whole. There's some fantastic players coming through.
And I love it when you're both on the desk as well, because I know it's always going to be a late night every single time without fail. But thank you to the viewers, thank you for the team, and thank you to our sponsors, Intel, PaySafeCard, and AOC Gaming. And we'll see you again next week.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Bye.